yeah, a few kind of straight draw, flush draw type things. But
yeah, nice bet with Matt. You know, 10s of the spade seems somewhat intuitive too, to just take it down. You know, and you have the 10 high flush draw. Worst case, I mean.
Yeah, seems totally reasonable. Yeah, right. Assuming that our opponents are generally not going to find as many check raises as they're supposed to.
Yeah, so we're not roasting Matt on that one. We have a Magoo opening hijack, 125.
Nothing changes. Thank you.
Yeah, what do you think about
yeah, I would defend the 7-4 suited there personally, the big blind. I think, especially against the 2.5.
Yeah, always seems to have been crushing. I kind of labeled him as a tighter player, and then he kind of pulled a bluff last stream as well. So
no limit PLO.
I think he definitely is on the tighter side. At the same time, seems like he's able to kind of use that to his advantage here and there as well.
Yeah, yeah. My impression of Bally from what I've seen, and I've played with him a few times recently too, just playing on the floor here. But yeah, I think he's definitely on the tighter side, but like aware, you know, a smart guy who's like aware of that thing and like can use it to his benefit at times.
You think we're gonna get a stand-up game this stream?
That must be a graphics thing right there. I said Fish Bruce folded Jack 10 suited. I don't believe it.
Yeah, sometimes the graphics. There's a few hands.
The graphics definitely are wrong sometimes.
There's a few hands I've played where people have like been mind blown, and then I don't remember the hand, but there's no way it happened. So
yeah, there was one I commentated on a few weeks ago where it was Paul versus, I'm trying to think who I think Paul versus Perry, I want to say, and Paul, the graphics say Paul let like 3-bet 5-bet jammed like 5-2 offsuit, and then he clarified on Instagram, no, actually I had 5-4 suited.
Okay, so. No, I mean way better hand right there. Yeah, you would never do that with the 5 deuce offsuit, but big rookie maybe under the gun. Maybe we see the big rookie all of a sudden open. No, he lets it go.
Yeah, not yet. It's not that time of the night yet. All right, pocket 10's going around the table here.
10 is rampant. Let's see Mike open here. Okay, right. So
Matt, easy to defend with pocket 7s there.
Might get a roasting opportunity.
So yeah, both players just have a one overcard to their pair. Seems like a kind of standard check small bet call.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a turn is where the hand's going to really start more than a flop.
Not like Mike has to range bet there, but I mean certainly again it's like pretty easy to simplify to that and be fine.
Yeah, I mean. Queen high boards from early position, typically pretty good. Obviously, as the flush draw cards, the middling cards start to come in, it gets a little bit worse. But yeah, queen 4-5. I just range bet those spots.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's totally fine against almost anyone.
Action killing turn on the king. If it wasn't a king, maybe we see. Do you think Mike bets, or do you think he checks back the 10s if not on a king?
Yeah, I think if it was just 2 more undercards that came out that didn't make us obvious like four-liner straight or something. I think we would see. Oh, he even does go for value here. Really small sizing, which is interesting. Yeah, like theoretically, like these small sizings don't really get used much on the river in position because you're opening yourself up to get check raise. And just the benefit of getting a small bet relative to the pot is just generally not worth that. But obviously there are times against certain opponents where it can be okay. Matt does find a fold with just a slightly worse hand, so good job there.
So it does start to get a little bit thin, but I also understand why. Yeah, Patrick Leonard kind of had a whole thing about river bets and how he thought, obviously this is big blind ante, very similar to non-ICM tournaments. He was kind of discussing how people were misplaying those situations, and it's exactly what you said. You don't really want to open up the action for no reason, quote unquote, but you're risking opening up the action for the entire pot for it to get a small bet in, and he was saying how people kind of misplay these situations. Not to say that it doesn't exist, but it's also just really interesting you pointed that out.
Yeah, and I know a counter exploit I'll use sometimes to that is with like my strong hands that like might want to value bet the river out of position. I'll randomize for like a small frequency check and then just use those as value check raises and then mix in some bluffs to punish people doing this kind of thing.
Yeah, and sometimes you can, depending on the situation, and I think Mike's aware enough to know like who can punish him, who doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't think he's doing it too mindlessly, but
yeah, no, I do. I mean, obviously Matt's a friend of mine, but yeah, I do think he can find the punish sometimes.
Okay, so there we go. Yeah, it's always really interesting because kind of what you're saying is sometimes I'll mash the bluff on that node when they go bet check bet because it looks a lot like, I know he had tens here, just looks a lot like a queen,
it looks,
checks back
like
the
value.
king,
Yeah, right.
queen jack, and
it's almost never better than like second pair. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But that said, obviously they can get suspicious and just not put you on a bluff like sometimes. But
people tend to do that a lot with me.
But generally, when people are just capping themselves like that, it's good to play a bunch of big raises with some value and some bluffs.
Yeah, the bluffing for me is becoming scary. People just kind of call me for no reason. The other day I played no hands for like an hour and a half and had top set and got called. Or the guy thought I was bluffing. So.
Well, it's they show you respect by having to pay you off sometimes. So.
Yeah, I think they just I'm almost 30, but I look like I'm 20 something, and they see some kid and probably think I'm a TikToker or something. It's just don't believe it. Here we got some action multi-way. I've been really struggling with multi-way pots in general, not so much live, but online. Do you have any like little tidbits that you've been using that works out for you? Or
I mean, I would say definitely like acting. Position matters a lot. I mean, but like when I'm say I raise early position and get 2 callers in position, which isn't the case here. I mean, this is 1 out of position, 1 in position. I'll just like pretty much check range almost always in those spots and just start with that. You get some information. Like people, especially live. I know you mentioned online, but like especially live, people are just giving away like info with their bet sizing and like just make better decisions without investing so much in the pot yet. Like yesterday playing 5-10 here, I had one where I raised with King Jack suited in early position, diamonds, got 3 callers, at least 2 were in position, maybe all, I forget. Came King 6-5 with King 6 of hearts, and I just basically played like range check in this spot, and then it went like kind of smallish bet call in position. I like check raised. And,
good kicker.
And basically in this hand they both called, and turn was an offsuit 10. And I just ripped it for like 1.5 pot.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of emerge / like protection, and then somehow I got called in 2 spots and won the hand.
There we go.
So
that's the benefit
got
of the
maximum. But I do think that's one thing though. Is like I think most players just from out of position in multi-way pots especially just bet way too much, and like it's just much easier to balance properly and also just pick up more info, especially because people are giving stuff away with their sizing and all.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, kudos to Gary Blackwood Poker. He did find the check with the ace jack or king jack. I can't remember, top pair. So he seems like he's quite aware of those
I would expect Gary to be exactly the guy who's knowledgeable about how to play those kind of spots pretty well.
So we have Tan just calling with the ace king off from +2.
Yeah, little sneaky, but definitely I think a thing that can be mixed in sometimes. Especially this is like a big blind ante time game, so I mean like again playing a smaller game in like 2-5 or 5-10, at least 5-10 at least here is a rake game. Like I wouldn't do as much of flatting for those reasons, but.
Yeah, big difference between the rake game and the no rake game.
Yes, but yeah, in the time game structure, or like in a tournament, like certainly I think mixing in some flats with ace king off is very logical.
Oh yeah,
there.
Especially maybe we'll start talking a little bit about turns when ICM kicks in and early position raises and you both have 50 bigs and the average is 35 or something. That's when I feel like ace king will really just mix in flats, keep in the ace 6 suited that can dominate as well. The king 9 suited.
Yeah, or also in tournaments like if you have like reshove stacks behind too and you can induce from them, then it's just a nice clean call line. I mean,
definitely. And so this must be a straddle.
Yeah, I don't think Gary's just taking his shot there.
Yeah. Give enough credit. PP has the queens. Unfortunate. Gets no action. Yeah, it's been a lot of just raising, folding so far. Makes sense, though. It's hard to get 2 hands that collide.
Yeah. I like PP's shirt, by the way.
Yeah.
You are worth melting for.
Really?
With some kind of cartoony design. I enjoy that.
Yeah, it's probably...
also, have not seen PP play, by the way. Are you familiar with him at all?
Yeah, we played a few pots. He definitely gets after it, but... I would classify him as when people used to say tag kind of like he could definitely be bluffing in a lot of these situations, but he generally seems to be play tight, and it works out well because it's not someone you can just call. I'll be limps the king 10 suited.
And I would say I tend to go to for that strategy in live cash generally, just playing relatively selective in terms of like entering the pot, but then once I enter the pot, just being aggressive generally.
Works out.
Yeah.
Moniker for a reason back in the day. Still is,
Yeah.
The 50, I folded. Yeah, I put the ante in. The ante's in. No. Yeah, I promise you. Yeah, he's
Very promising.
There should be 425 in the pot. That's the big, yeah. Thank you.
Dealer said no. You have to put more in there.
Sounds like Gary won his argument with the dealer.
Yeah, it seems like he knows what's going on. And Albie limps from +1. I think 10 suited.
All right, yeah, and then Mike overlimped button.
Yeah. What do you think about just, what do you think when someone +1 limps? Someone like Albie you've been playing?
I mean, it certainly depends a lot on who. Yeah, I'm personally not playing that strategy myself, but like, yeah, I mean, I think someone like Albie is going to have like a stronger range than a lot of other people who are going to be playing limps from early position. So, yeah, it definitely has a big influence on how I play against it as, you know, someone behind him.
Yeah, and here he flops top pair. Stabs. Limping's always so interesting because you got like kind of like the aces and kings only guys, and you got like the middle of the range guys, and you got, you know, it's just all, it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, or they're just like 60% of hands people.
Yeah, 60% of hands people. God bless them.
But yeah, it's definitely very important to not just see a limp and be like, oh yeah, well, bad player, limper. Like, I mean, there's certainly a spectrum of type of people who limp, and like, yeah, I mean, I think Albie's range for limping is going to be like, you know, relatively tight and condensed.
Yeah, maybe hands like this. And, you know, Mike has a serious spot here. Just bet, check, bet.
Yep.
Obviously, Albie is known to be a little bit tighter from what I think Mike understands as well. And bet, check, bets, I feel like are pretty strong-ish. I mean, strong-ish in the sense that bluff catching is probably not going to work very well, but...
Yeah, right. It doesn't, like, yeah, an Albie spot doesn't strike me as a spot where many players are going to find bluffs too well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you just... Most people, you think that if they've committed to bluffing the flop, they bluff the turn. And, you know, for me, ironically, bet, check, bets terrify me. But I think from the psychology of the person bluffing, they think like, oh, I gave up the initiative, I checked, like, oh, now I can't represent too much. When really it's kind of like, for me, it's almost the opposite. When someone bet, check, bets, I'm running away.
Yeah, like I think that way, but I also sometimes can be hesitant to find the bet, check, bet bluffs myself, because I do think there's some segment of the population that just like disbelieves them and like, you know, calls too much against them. So yeah, it can be scary for that reason. I think that's part of why other players do adjust toward like not bluffing in that line so much.
Yeah, it is a whole meta game going on. You know, the ecosystem of poker. It's always so. It's a thing for real. It's not. I used to kind of so easy to get caught up in the solvers and the computer, and you know, anyone deviates a little bit, it's so easy to like kind of look down on those strategies, but really it's a bunch of stuff going on, and Mike correctly finds the fold. Good for him. You know, obviously it might seem a bit trivial, but it's also very easy to just flick in the call with the four.
For sure.
There, so.
All right. Well, looks like Gazzy's going to be coming with a 3-bet here, and Matt's just out.
Matt's out.
Not a hand to defend in that spot.
Yeah, I wish he called so you can roast him a little bit, but maybe you can roast him for folding a good hand here.
No, he's too good. He's Matt. By the way, for those who don't know, Matt is a crusher in the senior circuit. Believe cashed like 5 out of 7 seniors events this summer at the WSOP across properties. You know, somewhere at the WSOP itself, Wynn, Venetian, just any seniors event. You'd expect to find Matt in the final 2 tables somewhere.
Yeah, he's very lucky that he was born at the right time. You know, when we play seniors events, it's going to be very tough.
Tough no, it's not going to be the same. Yeah, that's for sure. They're going to have like a new tier of seniors events. Like right now, it's like the seniors and the super seniors, where I think super is like 65. Like maybe there'll be like a third tier, like be like 50, 60, 75 or something, or I don't know.
Well, look at him here, just mixing it up with all the young guns.
He is definitely not afraid to get in there. But yeah, I mean, of course, it makes sense that one would seek out these seniors events, given I mean, his ROI in them is insane. So
most definitely. What do you think about the Gazzy B's button spot 3-bet versus call? Do you have any what do you consider when you have a hand like this in the button?
I think definitely a hand class that can do both. Certainly considering who all the other players involved are. Yeah, like how I think 3-bet is going to perform against the opener. I mean, there's some certain openers that I just think are not folding enough that I don't want to get, kind of want to skew toward more just like linear value against. Which, I mean, this can still be okay in, but like it's good enough, I guess. But
yeah, I tend to try to avoid a little bit of the 9s and the 8s, depending versus the +1 open.
True.
Obviously, some of their weakest opens contain the 9.
Yes, this is a good point. Yes.
One thing I look into is the position. 9 gets very good to open against some other positions where they're opening a bunch of offsuit 10x's, and you're not blocking those, blah blah blah. But obviously it's a fine hand class too. You do get a base 10 off.
Yeah, this is a good point. I mean, it's not like Matt's in a position where he's opening like offsuit 9s pre-flop, but like the suited 9s still matter. I mean, he's probably in there with all the jack 9, 10 9, queen 9. would assume. So yeah, I agree that like going up going a little bit lower to like an ace-8 or 7 is going to be a little bit better, I think.
Doesn't have the same.
And wow, we got a very interesting situation.
Yeah, Gazzy turns it up flush draw.
I agree.
Yeah.
Are you barreling off if you miss here?
Calls.
Ask Gazzy.
Right.
Not usually. I think these cards tend to like not do super well as barrel bluffs. We want Matt to have like ace jack of hearts or whatever that we can fold out. So yeah, I would tend to just give up that and use other stuff as bluffs. In terms of what I would bet the turn with, and then the river. I mean, certainly if he had just like like a 7-8 of spades or 8-9 of spades or something like that, I think those are good candidates.
Maybe some more. Maybe like a hand with the king interacts a little bit more with king queen or stuff like that as well.
Also true. Yeah, probably still wouldn't want 2 hearts as with the king, but
yeah, those spots are it's so interesting. I'm not sure about this spot. Obviously, I've been playing a lot of different tournaments, and I used to always never bluff off the river with the backdoor flush draw, and I don't know about that situation, but then I realized I'm just not bluffing him enough, because sometimes like all you have as the
that's a good point. Yeah, there are definitely situations where you do need to fire flush draws.
Yeah,
or I was even thinking there if he had like a little bit weaker one, like maybe like king 9 of hearts or something like that, I could see that being in there.
Not interacting with the ace of hearts.
Yeah, I think the ace of hearts is like particularly bad to have, but
definitely.
But yeah, no, you make a good point there, and also like some of the theory behind like not bluffing these hands is that like players are turning the backdoor flush draws themselves, but some of them are just folding these backdoors on the flop, or like they're not supposed to. But yeah, I mean, if they're not peeling the flop with ace jack or ace 10 of hearts, then it does get a lot better to use, just be more fine to use them as bluffs on the river.
Yeah, and queen 6-5, was it a 5 on the turn or a 6? I can't remember, but when it's queen's a top pair, so numerous, and the out of position players range, and then the board pairs. I mean, sometimes the argument to just not even go for it, But then sometimes it works more. It's such a so dynamic, So
for sure.
Spot.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what happened here. So it's according to graphics, Matt raised to 175. Big rookie like under the gun with 650. Big rookie 3-bet next to act with queen 9 suited, and then Fish Brews cold called. It looks like.
You think this could be a straddle in a big raise situation?
Well, yeah, I mean, it said 175, so I'm just, it could be. I mean, maybe, yeah, it's possible there's some graphics thing. I'm not really sure.
Do you think Matt would open 6-5 offsuit, come on the gun?
I don't think so. I mean, certainly there's been plenty of conversations about his pre-flop play, but no, I don't think he would go this far.
We can use it as an opportunity to roast him either way, no matter whether it was a straddle or a graphic change or he did it.
Yeah, it is probably like once a month where he'll like send a hand and it'll just be like fold pre-flop.
Yeah. Hey, you got sometimes pre-flop's a hard game. It's not easy. And so we got big. This is what I was talking about. If the graphics are right, big rookie. We'll just flat ace queen off, but he'll just send it with a different hand a lot. It's very, it works.
And he goes for the c-bet 3-way here. I mean, regardless of whatever the pre-flop thing was, like he definitely 3-way c-bet this.
Yeah. Check. What do you think about Bruce's?
Ooh, big rookie turns a big queen.
Big queen or medium queen. What do you think about Bruce's check back? Not just results oriented. I was kind of going to ask before the queen came.
I mean, I think it depends, honestly. Like, I would say there's so much in the pot relatively that like I tend to prefer just going with some small bet on the turn. I don't think big rookie is going to be like exploiting that so much by finding like a bunch of check raise bluffs all in on the turn. So yeah, I think there's just a lot of merit in just getting protection there and going for like a D20, 25 type turn bet.
Yeah, especially if you don't think they're going to find the raises,
right?
10s, 9s, probably.
But
not
like,
that Bruce would have.
That said, I don't think it's like an absolute must to bet the turn. Like I do think checking back is okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think against a lot of players, I would tend to just like skew heavily toward betting, like small size.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you. We also don't know what happened pre, I guess. So
that
could be a big difference.
That is true.
If you 3-bet down to the gun opener now, he's gonna.
Like you said, like big rookie is generally playing like pretty tight, so it can be confusing when he just starts like finding all this aggression, like big pre-flop raise, 3-way c-bet,
like big c-bet.
Yeah, so it's hard to know how to interpret that as well. But
maybe we should refer to everything he does as big.
And also like when there's 2 flush draws on the board, like there's definitely if you bet and get check jammed on, it's really gross. I mean, you could conceivably easily be up against a flush draw.
Yeah,
so.
Definitely.
So yeah, I can understand if he just feels like doesn't really want to like bet get it in, but like doesn't want to bet fold either.
Yeah, all the options do seem reasonable. We got a pretty interesting flop here.
Yeah, a couple of draws out there. It is a small pot. It's a 4-way limp. That would be overbetting the pot here on the flop.
Yeah, very interesting to keep an eye out. Can't imagine big rookies going anywhere.
Does Pier were playing stand-up too? I didn't hear the negotiation there.
I don't believe they are. I talked to Wayne before the broad. Oh, do you see the?
I see big rookie has a thing in front of him. That's why
they are playing stand-up. You're right.
That's the only reason I just noticed that, but that would explain some things.
I think you're very right. So big rookie with the raise. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think as a stand-up comes in, limping probably starts to become more of a play. You just want to beep it more and win the hand.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like something like Alvy, like limping King 10 suited under the gun makes a lot of sense in that context.
Yeah, and Alvy just drills the turn here.
Yeah, Alvy turns the nuts, but it's going to be hard for him to get action if he bets. Don't see big rookie continuing against any bet, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that said, I mean, I would almost always bet his hand. I mean, I think it's okay to mix some checks, but
yeah, I think it kind of depends on who you're playing against.
For sure. Yeah, in this case, this is just gonna win the pot.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I mean, big rookie's gonna have a lot of like 2-pair and stuff that just isn't ready to fold yet.
Yeah, definitely.
What did he show?
King six of hearts.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, and they're showing too, so the stand-up game is most definitely on.
Yeah.
And so if we look at from the aerial view, we got big rookie and we got Alvy. I think they just started, from what I understand.
Okay, so yeah, maybe they just played a couple hands of it.
Yeah.
Just those two.
Unless Mike might have one. Or...
No, I think those are just off to the side.
Matt, do you still do television writing?
It is a little confusing though.
Gary asking Matt about the TV stuff.
Okay. What shows have you done besides Weeds?
I was on Entourage in season 1 of that show.
Oh, cool.
Show called Kidding on Showtime.
I didn't know Matt wrote on Entourage.
Carey.
Also a show I watched in college.
Yeah, I like that show. The cameos are so fun.
Sort of.
Yeah, no, it was just a fun show. I mean, I had a good time watching it.
You ever watch Dave?
Weeds was.
I haven't. I've heard of it.
It's got similar. I mean, the storyline's way different, but it's similar to Entourage in the aspect that the main character is like friends with like all these celebrities, and they just kind of pop up randomly, and it's got the same Entourage vibe.
That's fun.
Oh wow, Limper re-raise going on here.
One of the writers.
Oh yeah, Fish Bruce all in for his. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Limp under the gun and jam against the big rays.
Yeah.
Especially with stand-up on. I think this is a good play.
Yeah, and I don't think PP gonna fold here.
What'd you do?
I think he just flicks it in, but who knows?
I think it's close. I mean, Fish Bruce is relatively tight in my experience.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they've played together, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely close. Like, I might fold. I just personally think my PP's not going to fold.
That's totally fair.
Not the screen.
Oh, he's not loving it, certainly. But yeah, good read.
Yeah, you never love it here, but
Yeah, I think I would probably fold the Fish Bruce for what I. But like, yeah, generally a tricky spot though.
Yeah, just like we discussed.
Especially with stand-up.
Yeah, stand-up and the limps. Just two new wrenches in the game that are just, so. And Fish Bruce flops, top set.
That's a good one.
Maybe barring some sick turns, he's gonna take this down. But yeah, we don't get a sick turn or sick turn for PP, I guess, but not a sick turn for the viewers. Just turns him dead. And yeah, Fish Bruce.
Doubles up, gets the stand-up chip.
Yeah, there we go.
No, not 35.
36. 35, 75.
Nice little crafty play there. Like re-raise the stand-up game on.
Yep, that was well executed. And yeah, like you were alluding to, with stand-up on, like limping just becomes a totally more viable strategy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we talked about like bounty tournaments a little bit. That's another format where like limping can become much more of a thing. Yeah, stand-up does the same thing where it just creates a lot of incentive to be in the pot. So you want to be able to VPIP as much as you can, and limping allows you to go a bit wider. So
limping is pimping. I have a friend who he won a tournament just only limping. He just said, "I'm gonna try this out." He just showed up to Florida. Shout out to my friend Matt Lambrecht.
Oh yeah, I know Matt.
Yeah, and he just won it. I think just limping. He just showed up to us, $500, $400.
I'm
just gonna limp today, and he won. So
I made a final table with him in Florida in January, actually.
Yeah, nice guy.
2200 side event, but really nice guy. I know he won a bracelet this summer in the mystery bounty as well, 10K mystery bounty.
Yeah,
pretty sick year for him.
He's kind of a beast, honestly.
Yeah,
one of my good friends. So shout outs to him. Really nice guy too. Really nice guy. So
yeah, I don't know him as well as you, but always very nice in my experience.
Yeah. So yeah, we got not too much going on.
Yep.
You know, PB.
Yeah, not too big swings yet, but the stand-up game just started, and L hasn't had any cards yet. So once
Yeah.
they'll get some cards, we'll see some action for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Got the replay going on. Everyone's smiling. It's always good when people are having fun, you know?
Indeed, yes.
So easy to get. I don't know about these people, but, it's so easy for people to be so miserable when they're playing poker, and kind of forget why we even started playing,
Yeah, yesterday I showed up here to play 5-10, and before the game even got started, there was this guy just complaining about his chair not being exactly in the right spot, and I'm like, oh boy, well, the cards haven't even been dealt yet. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm guilty of this, but life is where you make it, right? So you can be that negative about everything. You can also be very positive about everything. But
this is true. Perspective is everything. Well, not everything, but means a lot. You can certainly find just in the way you view things, things can change a lot.
Yeah.
Good job, Tim.
We're live at the Commerce. I'm Brian Hastings, along with Peter Cross on commentary.
yeah, Brian Hastings, Peter Cross. I think we got a good commentary duo going on right now. Brian, of course, has
For sure.
6 bracelets. I know we always talk about this, but
Peter, very tough player too. I mean, I moved to LA about a year ago, and we've tangled a bit in some tournaments here mostly, and
yeah, definitely.
had some fun confrontations. Got some sushi on dinner in the summer as well.
Yeah. You So I feel like you've been playing a little bit more lately, correct? Is that?
For this, right?
I feel like I didn't see you for a while.
A bit, yeah. I'd say after World Series, I was just kind of, I played live poker for 5 weeks straight and kind of got beat up. So I was just kind of looking for something else.
Yeah.
And I was just doing more online for a bit. But yeah, I've definitely been getting back in there a bit more recently.
How do you balance?
That can't be bad.
Maybe that way.
Phosphoric acid, there's nothing wrong with that. Potassium benzoate. What's wrong with that?
Potassium benzoate doesn't sound good.
Big rookie trying to find out how healthy his Diet Coke is. All right.
We all like
Yeah, I think it's borderline factual that actually maybe Coke might become a sponsor, so maybe I'll tone down the Diet Coke hate, but don't want to lose the sponsorship.
We love Coke.
Yeah, we
the
love
best.
Diet Coke. We're here to commentate, right? Not talk about. We're not doctors. So. How do you balance? Oh, we got a hand here.
See, look, you drink a little bit of Diet Coke and you pick up a big hand.
There we go, a big rookie with the big hand.
I'm your piggy bank today.
Yeah, I'm your piggy bank today. What do you? When people say stuff like this, I typically think they're strong.
Yeah.
They're trying to convince you that they're going to give you money, or they're trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, just looseness in talking, after making an aggressive move, is correlated with strength. But it can vary from player to player, certainly.
Oh, definitely. And here, yeah, I mean, it says +1 raise, but I'm assuming it's a straddle just based on how everything went on.
I think that's a safe bet. I'm sorry, you're asking about balancing something?
Oh, I was going to say, how do you balance having a child with a tournament grind? Must be pretty difficult to do so, live at least.
Yeah, it does complicate things a bit. Yeah, I won't name property names, but there's a local tournament this weekend that I will not be playing because I will be on dad duty. Yeah, I mean, just kind of pick my spots a little bit more. Even this 1200 at Commerce last week, I played the first flight on Tuesday, and then was planning to play maybe 1 or 2 more flights, but definitely would be hard to justify just coming in and playing every flight and just not seeing my daughter for all week. So
yeah,
definitely have to pick my spots a little bit. That's it's another thing that pushes me online sometimes is just it's easier to schedule things.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
Yeah, determine times of day that are good to play, and then just quit and be right there.
Yeah, if you forget to flip, it's okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so just for the viewers watching, we believe that this under the gun raise 100 is really a straddle.
Yes.
So when you see 3-bet, it's just typically a raise.
You don't have one.
Hands going around as well.
They just don't have one.
Yeah.
Maximum pain.
L comes in with a 6-5 offsuit.
What do you guys? Yeah, he's
Yeah, L is just clearly tired of folding every hand.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out who's got the stand-up game. I don't think the yellow graphic.
I was just trying to think about that myself, but I don't think any of these 3 have one though. So
Yeah, so I think they're still very much playing for the stand-up game. I would estimate 5 people left standing, 6.
yeah. All right, so Gazzy flops the best hand here with the queen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
reasonable
again,
bet.
yeah, again, Pippi has a spot where, like, you know, you could do either strategy, just kind of range bet small or split, but certainly range bet is fine.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these spots always get so weird, but, you know, it's always nice when they just fold, you know, even if you have the best hand, just take the pot down. Your hand is hardly ever worth the pot. My good friend Brock Wilson would always say that to me. So, something that's stuck in mind a lot.
Good point, yeah. Yeah, another thing too is just like from an exploitative angle, like when you do check back a hand like this, I think a lot of the population will perceive your range to be weaker than it is, maybe, and like with this part of your range, that can get awkward.
Yeah, and like look at here, you got good components. Just keep yourself uncapped on the flop, and then you can just, you know, jack of hearts. I mean, obviously it's a bit of a gin card in some ways, but at the same time, not that unreasonable.
Yeah, these opportunities do arise. Like, yeah, I mean, certainly like any king is obviously a good candidate to consider just betting. Also,
so you know, well played by PP there. Ace Queen 4 Jack obviously can really favor him. Did happen to have tens, but hey, that's poker, you know.
All right, so yeah, we can
fold a queen.
See the stand-up tokens there. So yeah, looks like four people have them and 4 don't, or 5 have them. Excuse me. So it looks like all our 3 guys in the middle there: Mike, L, and Gazzy, who do not.
Gazzy B. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, and Matt. Sorry, excuse me.
Was there one time like you wasn't here?
Kind of miss when people used to actually stand in the stand-up game.
Yeah, whenever I've played it personally, it's always been like actual standing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I had the grand plan of bluffing the river in a stand-up game and sitting down while the guy was thinking, but I never got to do it because we just started sitting and using tokens. So.
Oh man.
Tan rate or.
I wonder if it's gone that way like everywhere or just, you know.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
the experience of just like standing for long periods of time is not like the best, especially for certain people. Like I'm okay with it, but like, yeah, if I was, you know, a big rookie, for example, probably wouldn't love it.
You do sit too much though. Apparently sitting's bad for you. And here we got King 6 suited, Matt, no button, we believe. So yellow means they're still standing. Okay.
Okay. So it's okay. So there's a graphic. Cool. That's great. That's good though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fish
so
Bruce.
Right. Yeah. Yellow means in need of a plaque.
Yeah, and it's always interesting when you're already sitting. And I guess part of the benefit of winning, being able to sit down, is you kind of benefit from the looser play.
Right. Yeah, you get to know that your opponents are still in desperate, need to win a pot mode, and you can kind of just play off that, trap more, you know, yeah.
What would you do with a hand like 8s, knowing that? Would you more likely to 3-bet it for protection / value because they're looser, or are you more going to try to like flop a set and just hope they barrel it into you because they're trying to sit down? I mean, what's...
I mean, it's a little complicated because, yeah, I mean, it's certainly a big, like, it depends on who you're playing against person. Because if it's against someone who's going to be, like, 4-bet jamming light, then you got to really be really careful. Or just 3-bet call if you're confident enough that you're going to be okay doing that. But, yeah, I mean...
A lot of nuances.
Yeah, I think it really depends, but...
Yeah, I just feel like 8s, personally, I lean towards, with everything else being relatively standard. I almost prefer to 3-bet it, just because I think they're just going to have a lot of, like, high cards that they normally won't have. You know, like, then it's a bit results-oriented. We just have King 6 suited, and it's not that unreasonable. You know, just I think there's a lot more to protect from versus in a different situation when someone's playing, like,
it's a good
more
point.
Linear ranges. You kind of running into it more, right?
Depends on how they're going to play against the 3-bet as well. Not that it's necessarily bad if they're just making these loose peels, like say they're peeling King Jack off to the 3-bet or something. Like
I mean, it's more justified for them to do so.
Overall, right. I guess that's still overall good for us because we're going to be able to win the pot most of the time. Most of the time they're not going to hit, and yeah.
Yeah, it's always so interesting when there is no answer, you know?
Ooh, L going for his plaque. Bad timing, yes.
I wonder if PP, does something just flats.
I don't know. They're so deep. I don't really see it.
Yeah.
I think he's got to just... Yeah, I mean, I would go for like a 3x-ish sizing here. I mean, I just think they're very deep. Like, this is a true 25-50 hand, no straddles. Yeah.
Oh, wow, there's no Strava going on.
Yeah, so, yeah, he goes 1,800. I like this. Yeah, I mean, they're 200 big blinds deep. And also, you know, he knows L desperately wants to win the pot, so it's going to continue more often than he otherwise would. Yeah, like, I think 7-5 of hearts, I wouldn't be surprised if L just peeled here, honestly. He does fold. Okay. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably still good, but
Yeah, I like to exploitative to go small with the aces. Honestly, I feel like
That-
people
that-
are
yeah.
gonna catch on in the stand-up games.
that's true. It could be nice with specifically aces.
Yeah, I got max punished for that last stream. I went very small with the aces, and obviously I'm saying it out here, so I gotta be more careful. I feel like I typically use balanced sizes, but I do sometimes. I feel like maybe in those situations it could be like kind of a good exploit, just given the fact that like he's gonna have a lot of loose hands they're gonna want to win, and you kind of just like really price him in with 20% equity.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think I tend to be like just afraid of just making it too kind of face up. Like if I know in my head that like if I had the bluff region or just like weaker value that I'm not going this small, then it's like it's hard for me to just be like, okay, but yeah, this. I mean, it depends. Like it depends on the player pool. If it's like people I play with a lot, or if I rarely see.
Yeah, you're at risk of being counter exploited.
Definitely more likely to do it if it's just people I'm not familiar with, or or like an anonymous online site like Ignition.
Yeah, definitely. I like to do it in these like weird games because they're so like funky that people just
True.
probably aren't going to read.
It's not even as much like alarm bells because people are doing similar stuff like all the time.
Yeah, and also I mean there might be some justification to not 3-bet or 4-betting big as well. If you think they're going to be overly loose, you can really put a lot of pressure in some portion of their loose 3-bets. Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, Magoo just
interesting spot here. So Gazzy, all of these players need plaques. Gazzy squeezing the button with the mystery hand. And Mike has ace king. I mean, I think I would probably just go all in here, honestly.
Maybe, yeah, it's reasonable.
It's totally reasonable.
You do lose $1,000 when you lose, or obviously maybe around 1,200 given the blinds you win in posting.
Yeah, he goes for a big non-all-in size, which is also fair.
Gary folds 2 mystery cards.
I almost forgot to play.
Yeah, this is where if I had aces, I'd go 1,400. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. An ace king.
Yeah.
They all know.
King 10 of spades go like 1,800 maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Just based on your sizings. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he almost forgot.
Yeah, I mean, I think either play is fine there. I'm serious that I think all in might just be the best play there, but
especially when other players are also incentivized to continue.
Right.
But then again, the ranges might also just be so loose. It's a very interesting dynamic.
Yeah, like there's also merit in just trying to get like an induce a 5-bet jam with a worse ace sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what you alluded to earlier. These games, like, we're very much playing a game. I think people in this kind of era of solvers and sims, people kind of forget that. And like, so many different factors in these like newer formats, I feel like. Just very dependent on like how they 5-bet, how they 3-bet, how they call, what they fold. It's just very interesting. And here,
sorry, go.
Oh no, just.
I was just gonna say it's cool with stand-up how like it is very much unsolved still, and especially like different players have different strategies and how to approach it. So yeah,
I know some players, they're just like, I don't care, I'm not gonna ever risk 8,000 to save 1,000. I'm just gonna like catch punts. And then I got other guys who are just like, we can't just lose 1,000 a lot. So they treat it like a big ante kind of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very interesting.
So L here going for the limp call with Jack 10 off and the hijack, which I think is okay.
Yeah, I think they're the last two standing, right?
They might be.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot for. What do you think L's gonna do? Yeah.
Yeah, L comes with a big bet, and if they're really I think they are the last two left.
Must be the river. Oh, he folded. Okay, I was so confused. I thought. Oh, he put out the. I did that too, where I threw out the 1,000 for the stand-up penalty, and then people thought I called. Yeah, particularly brutal with the ace king on the 6-8-4 queen.
That is a rough board to do anything on there.
Yeah, especially versus the limp call, where you kind of expect them to be pretty condensed around those middling.
If
anything lower.
Yeah, it is also interesting factoring in the extra 1,000, just like how we're supposed to proceed post flop there. Like I think without the stand-up, it's just doing what he did is obviously standard, I would say. But is he ever supposed to just like find some turn calls there? Or?
Yeah, maybe. I think it is particularly rough on the queen 6-8-4.
It is a very rough one.
I mean, even the hand like Jack 10 that he quote unquote beats, like you're probably just not beating it unless you river a pair, right? Just kind of like it's gonna hit a hand or probably bluff it off. But who knows?
Yeah, it's very hard to ever like call river unimproved.
Yeah, I mean,
But I mean, maybe maybe we do sometimes. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure. So depends what kind of hands he's limping. I think that's where we would start. I typically tend to think that in that dynamic, the limp call is going to be very condensed. Whereas like maybe some more, if he has a hand like ace-8 off, that we or it's not ace-8, but ace-7 off or something that we presumably beat, I think that he's going to maybe raise pre more often on average with the removal.
No, very good point. A lot of the limp call hands just like make a pair somehow on that board. I think.
But again, who knows? You know, it's just like I said, we're just guessing at this point.
Yeah.
Or just kind of extrapolating off a few showdowns or what other people tend to do. And yeah, poker's still very much a skill game, I feel like, in these various aspects.
Yeah, for sure. And just like the new variants make it fun. Oh yeah, one other variant possibility I was like thinking about recently was what if you just every hand playing the limit hold'em exposed one card before like anybody played.
Okay, so kind of like a half Indian poker.
Same time, you can.
Yeah, but you know you're playing normally, so there's just like there's one exposed card though, just like off the top of the deck.
Okay.
Not of everybody's hand, just like what's one card in the deck.
Yeah, some of the Europeans.
Like before any actions, like you just get to see there's one card that which just changes the composition of the deck. And yeah, like I actually had a hand in the tournament the other day where there was an exposed ace, like somebody just folded and accidentally flipped an ace face up. And then it was like low jack raise, and I was in the small blind with ace jack off, and I was like, okay, this is weird.
Yeah, those spots are so weird.
I ended up just folding, but
you can consult some online players who. I think some online players who have multiple accounts would be very good in those situations. They're playing at the same table with.
Gotta find Ali.
Anyways.
We
got
he lost.
He just put the money in the middle and we just do it.
We're determining the winner of the stand-up game.
Is okay?
He's gonna check.
Jonathan.
Yeah, so what's going on here?
Yeah, it is.
It's like an exposed card for big rookie, and I'm trying to figure out what to do about it. It's funny, I just talked about exposed cards, and one just comes out immediately.
Goes in the middle.
Or maybe I think they're just doing a flip actually.
Oh, okay.
I think they're flipping for the 1,000.
Yeah. So it's like beat the 10.
Yeah, so it's just everybody like flips one card over until somebody improves basically.
Looks like a good board from here.
We do this.
Straight already?
The 1,000.
For big rookie. It looks like two cards that might be a.
Look at my other cards.
Yeah, it looks like it has a real. Oh yeah, pretty good. Does anybody have better? No.
Well, 7 is.
No, it looks like 10-8's actually winning right now.
Yeah, your boy's got the open ender. He just drilled it.
Diamond.
Oh, he did.
Diamond.
So does
Diamond.
PP.
There you go.
Oh wait, somebody have diamonds? No.
King of diamond.
Nobody has diamonds. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks like L and Alvy did, but they don't.
Yeah, I think we get to see their cards before they peel them. So yeah, the one diamond players are excited, but they're not gonna find anything.
Flush.
Yeah, they need to not spoil the cards for us during these flips.
Nuts. All right, chop it up.
All right, chop it up.
Kicker.
Give me.
Long or straight?
Somebody
Give him 500. Okay? Give him 500.
Oh, that's so exciting.
So can you make sure we can flip or not?
No.
No more?
Just
how are
hand
we
each
gonna do
person
that?
like money.
Yeah.
Just hand out the money to each person.
Or we can just like,
Yeah, that's kind of nice.
just like, we do it and then we just check.
Give everybody 100. I don't know.
Yeah, one card flipped over.
What do you say? He says then okay, but everybody they chop the
So
hand.
Jonathan said is.
But yeah, I think the one exposed card thing would be interesting just because it like would mess with like every solver output. So like nobody would really know how to play a certain spot. Like you're in the hijack. What do you open when the jack of spades is not in the deck?
Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, you have a hand like.
Obviously, post flop there's even bigger implications. Like exposed card just like would be a top pair, but so there's one less top pair out there.
Yeah, I wonder would it make the 10x's better or worse? Because on the one end you don't hit straights, but on the other end it's one higher card less out there. I don't know. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
We got Mike over here +1, raises to 150.
Not yet.
Matt wants to see a flop,
Yeah, are they playing stand-up game
as
again?
this big rookie. I think so.
wow.
Wow, that is the
wow.
flop Matt wants to see.
Okay.
Showed us.
Might get some action, too, from Mike.
C3 175. C9 475. C1 4.
We got Mike here. Facing a raise, I imagine he's going to peel one, backdoor flush draw, out to the nuts.
Yeah, this is definitely a continuous spot here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I wouldn't expect Matt to have 5-3 here, but I would expect him to have like 4-7-6 is a lot here. So
Yeah, and like definitely some like pair and open ender type stuff as well, or
yeah,
or even like a ace-5 with a backdoor flush draw.
yeah. Okay, that's a very interesting turn.
That is spicy. So
What do you think Matt's gonna do
I
here?
think Matt's gonna bet. I mean, but that said, I mean, going for some checks could be cool. But yeah, I think in general though, like our opponent's raising from +1. Just think if we think they're gonna check back a reasonable amount if we check.
Yeah, especially after check raise, you know.
Yeah, like we're representing that we hit this board pretty hard, and it's not a great board for a +1 opener. So
Yeah, yeah, and also, I mean, like it kind of goes back to the reopening action thing. Like if you're sitting here with 10s and you call the check raise, like are you really gonna want to reopen the action here?
No.
So,
yeah, right. I think I think if Matt did check, yeah, Mike's strategy is going to be pretty polar in terms of turn betting. Like this,
Yeah.
this kind of hand would probably bet, but yeah, like all his like one pair of hands are just kind of want to pot control. I think. For the
Yeah,
most part.
let's see if we see blood on the river or if it's gonna be a good one for Matt. That's brutal. That's a very brutal one.
That is really brutal.
Yeah.
That's the worst one.
Yeah, that's the worst one by far. On a heart, maybe bet folds or even check folds. But here, I think, unfortunately, I think Matt's just gonna lose it all.
Yeah, seems very likely.
Just so hard for
only loses to 9-5 or 10-9, so pretty much 10-9 suited is the only hand that he loses to, really.
Yeah, exactly. And just yeah, I mean, it's just one of those spots where when you get ripped on, it's brutal. But at the same time, ace-5 suited, Like from Mike's perspective, I imagine a 5 would be value jamming as well.
I think so.
So it's kind of like you're just
Yeah, it's
chopping
not like
a lot.
yeah, like Matt shouldn't really have 9-5, and yeah, I mean 10-9 is gonna be so rare. Like that has to just get to the river with it like this.
Yeah. We got the balanced time extension. I do that too, Sometimes you got to use it when you're the stone nuts.
I think it's it's kind of just have to do it if you're I mean any big spot like this justifies
Hollywood.
Thinking about it flat. So when you have the hand that doesn't really have a decision, you have to balance that. Yeah.
Yeah, it rubs some people the wrong way, but you will get counter exploited too against
sure.
good players if you're not doing this.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I guess you could handle that by just only doing it against the players you think you need to do it against. I guess, but yeah, no, I agree. I tend to just be like a balance at all costs person.
And I think Matt's going to put in some time extensions too on this river, if I had to guess. It's very tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, be really impressed if you found a fold, but I think it's very hard. That said, I mean, it's hard for him to be doing better than splitting, I would say. Like, it's pretty unlikely for Mike to have worse doing this.
Yeah.
Like, Matt's going to have more straights, like more 5x for sure.
How big did Matt go on the turn?
Turn was 1075 into like 1400, I think.
Okay.
And then river was 3K into 36.
Yeah, like is 9-10 diamonds peeling here on the turn?
No.
So it's just like
it's really like that. It's really one combo, yeah.
Yeah.
It's really sick, but yeah, by the same token, like we're kind of just hoping to chop. I think with calling here.
Yeah, ace-5 suited.
It's really hard to see what Mike would just bluff raise jam here.
GG moment. Yeah, we just have to. I feel like you're just hoping to chop against 5s and ace-5 suited, but that's already. It's already what 10 combos already, and then if he only has 10-9 of hearts, one combo, you're getting a good price to split. Like
that's true. Yeah, right. That's true. Just splitting it up. Assuming he jams river with all those, or even potentially some like 5-6 suited.
Yeah.
Also,
I apologize for the combos. It's actually he's got the 5, so it's whatever. It's 6 combos, but still 6-to-1 ratio.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a rough spot. That's really rough one.
Yeah, it just seems like a quote-unquote genuine cooler.
Yeah.
I like to use that term when I like coach people or help people, because there are spots where on paper you're like, oh, he has 9-10, he has a 5. You don't beat 9-10, but when you trace back the action, it does seem like a very genuine cooler.
Right. Yeah. Like I really think 10-9 of hearts is the one combo Matt loses to in this line.
Yeah, it's so brutal. No stand-up game on. No reason for Mike to do anything with 9-5 suited. No reason to.
Yeah, sooner or later you'll get it.
775.
So a very tough situation for Matt. But again, like you just got max punished. You flopped the nuts. He turned the flush draw, river the straight, no combos. I mean, this is probably worse than running kings and aces. You know what I mean? In some ways.
Certainly more unlikely, I would say. Yeah.
In the long run. Yeah, the problem is none of us play enough. Well, you probably do.
Yeah, he knows it too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he didn't
exactly.
love calling it off, but I tend to agree, though. I think that if we assume that Mike's shoving every 5x on the river as well, we're just chopping enough that we still need to call.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally one combo we lose to.
Nice hand from Mike. Repping the Los Angeles Lakers. We are here in Los Angeles at Commerce.
Okay, let's do normal payouts for stand-up. 100 each person.
Okay, so Ella's taking it back to the OG stand-up game where you just pay everyone $100.
$100 total. No, not
Oh,
right now.
yes.
Talking about
No more flips.
So the penalty is only $100.
Every other dealer.
Everybody gets paid.
a person,
Everyone gets paid.
except for the last person who get the button. He gets 200.
Okay.
Although I don't know if this has actually been agreed to yet.
The penalty is only
discussed.
Every
for that
other
last person.
dealer.
They're negotiating.
Not much of a penalty, right?
Huh?
See, a couple players still have chips out in front of them, but I don't think they want any pots since the stand-up round ended.
Okay, yeah, you want to make the game more excited at the final round, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what a hand from Mike.
Tips up in the air.
Just,
Yeah, it's the very pure run out for catches the heart to be able to peel the turn.
That's no fun.
That'll
Yeah.
be dealers. People are just watching.
Yeah, Mike again, the winner of the WSOP 777 event.
yeah, it's
So
crazy.
knows something about how to run good.
Throw it up,
Yeah.
whatever God wants. He
Great player though too.
Great
I
player,
always thought
yeah.
he was really tough every time I played with him.
Yeah, just been having
We're not playing right now, right?
he's just been crushing, I feel like, the last 2 years as well. Just has a lot of tournament wins.
Yeah,
He won a tournament, I think, in Texas before the 777 a few months prior for like 400,000 or something like that. You'd have to look his head
oh right,
up,
yeah,
but
yeah, I kind of remember this, yeah.
absolutely crushing. So good for him. Got PP with the kings on the button.
Yeah, Matt defending out of the small with King 5 suited, and he's playing shallow at the moment.
Yeah, I like playing shallow when the stand-up game comes on. Just it's very nice. Just
That
get
is
it in.
definitely a good spot, yes.
Here, just gonna end. What size does PP go? 2/3.
200 into
350.
350, yeah.
Okay, not this dealer, every other dealer.
Okay.
I said okay. I've never heard him say
I
okay.
really enjoy Big Rookie. Just
Yeah, it's always
really fun personality.
Yeah.
He's like quartering him. He's looking at him right now. I think he's sick. I've never heard of this.
And we got the chip counts right here. I think Mike's just going to be the big winner at the moment.
Yeah.
Matt's going to be the big loser at the moment, but that can change. And I got the
Yep.
V-pips here.
Yeah, Matt is winning the VPIP game, so
Yeah.
just winning something.
Yeah, the correlation between the... Yeah, maybe there's some correlation there. Maybe not. He did just get cooler,
Yeah,
though.
so,
and,
yeah, I mean, pretty much that one big pot was mostly it. You see Gazzy down a bit as well.
Yeah.
Had the two-barrel hand with the ace-9 of hearts
Yeah.
on the queen high against Matt.
lost 1,000 in the
Yeah,
stand-up
a little
game
bit.
as well.
Yeah, a little bit of chasing the stand-up. Yep.
But he's still smiling, Gary Blackwood Poker, following him on YouTube.
Yep. If you subscribe to his channel, you can learn how to smile when you're running bad as well.
Exactly. Gary's always smiling. One time, my friend was roommates with Gary. This is Gary's first impression of me. It's World Series in Vegas. He's sharing a room with my friend Adam Swan. And I go in. I'm talking to Adam about something, and I was hungry. I had like cup noodles on me or something. So I go to the kettle and put the kettle on the stove to boil the water. It's their kettle, and all of a sudden it starts smoking. It's one of those kettles that the automatic ones that you don't put like with the rubber part on the heat and just started burning rubber. It was a disaster. Yeah, it's like 7 years ago. And, for a while, it's the first thing Gary would mention.
That's hilarious. I mean, that's very funny. I probably would too.
Maybe I moved. He doesn't really bring it up anymore. Maybe we've moved past that. Or
yeah, you've earned something more than just the kettle burner guy.
Yeah.
By the way, a good call on cup noodles. Yeah, my wife, huge fan of cup noodles.
Yeah.
Shout out Sonia if you're watching.
Yeah, shout outs. Shout out to Serena too, my fiance, if she's watching too. Probably not. She's at work, and we got 10s and ace 4. What's ace I flop?
I would imagine my wife is also not watching at the moment, but she usually does tune in for some of it.
Yeah. I'm not aware of what's how a collection pot. I guess they just rabbited.
184.
Yeah, appears so.
184. And goodbye, little chips. Yeah, they're my little purple friends.
So 184 every half hour, right?
Correct. Yeah.
It's pre-tip as well, right?
So I know a new round of stand-up was discussed. I'm not sure exactly where they're at with that.
It doesn't even count for parking.
Maybe we can just do stand-up.
Okay, still discussing.
You see, how long did that take for me to win?
About
like 2 minutes. About 2 minutes. About 2 minutes.
I was always a stand-up negotiator. He's always got all the angles, not in a bad way, just all the different ways you can do it.
Yeah, I was always trying to get something going. It's true.
I know everything he does when he's bluffing, everything. I know him better than he knows him.
Wow, he knows him better than he knows his enemy more than his enemy knows his enemy. L comes in with the raise, 3x, ace 3 suited.
See, big rookie is out with king 3 suited on the button.
Yeah, wonderfully folds a dominated hand.
Concentrate on your
Had a good read on L.
What do you think about these situations? The under the gun versus big blind, you have ace queen off, deep.
Yeah, I'm almost just pure, maybe even just pure calling here with ace queen off and going more polar and using like suited hands more often as like 3-bet bluffs here.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah, I mean ace queen, yeah, not like per se a bluff, but like more just mergy than I would like to be here. Yeah, I don't think it's like pushing enough value to really want to be 3-betting much and getting a lot of uncomfortable post-flop spots, especially this deep. This is a pretty comfortable post-flop spot though. Turns top pair and L is dead.
Yeah, L c-bet the flop, right?
Yeah, I believe small c-bet and then check
turn.
Yeah.
What do you think about barreling a hand like ace 3 suited on the turn? Obviously, we have more robust equity type hands that also run out better. But
I think it's okay to bluff sometimes for sure on the turn. Yeah, we do block the backdoor, which, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much, I'd say, in this spot.
Yeah, it's nice to have these hands on the river, though, because, like, you don't really want to, from what I understand, you typically don't want to bluff off, like, a hand containing a jack. On the river, you probably want more of, like, a hand like ace 3, not blocking the gut shots.
Yeah, agreed. It can play good as, like, a sometimes just 3-barrel off on certain runouts.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Oh, my God.
Also, river spot there, a little bit interesting, I'd say, in terms of Mike's decision. Like, I'd say that's the kind of spot where I'd like to, mix a low-frequency check with, like, ace-queen there and just try to induce some bet-check-bet bluffs or just thin value bets that I could then raise.
Yeah, blocking the ace.
I think it was a clean enough run out that we can confidently like check raise for value there.
Yeah.
So
and blocking the ace is nice in the sense that you're blocking a lot more checkbacks.
Yeah.
So you check, they're less likely to have an ace, and they're going to be sitting there with the hand with less showdown.
For sure. Yeah, I think that one's pretty nice to mix check raise with some. I'll be with the king 10 suited again. This time he's going to raise.
Same suits too, but this time he finds the raise.
Yeah, 3-bet from Pippi. So yeah, this is a spot where I'd be doing a whole lot more 3-betting with ace queen off. Perhaps even just only 3-betting ace queen off in these positions.
Yeah, I mean the difference is you're in position, right? And also,
yeah, you're in position. There's a lot of benefit of just getting hands behind you to fold.
Yeah.
Whereas the other hand, you're the big blind closing the action, so you're already heads up.
You gotta pay him up. You gotta pay him up.
So yeah, this is a spot I would be very high frequency 3-betting.
What are we doing?
Exciting.
Next down.
First hand? No, first one, 300. Rest.
I'm reading the comments. Who else is here for Hastings commentary? Looks like everyone's here for you.
Okay, cool.
Newly binked.
Those are the rules.
At the Commerce here tournament. Got technically second for 80,000, but chopped and didn't really play for the trophy.
Yeah.
I'm also Peter Cross in the booth. I'm a professional poker player around here. Been coaching a little bit sometimes too, but not really my main thing.
Are you taking on more students right now?
Yeah, I kind of just coach my friends who sell me action type thing more than something. Yeah, or do a little bit of backing here and there, but loosely, not so much. Nothing super committal. It's a lot to get into, you know.
Yeah, no, definitely. But yeah, I know for my part, I've been taking on more students since WSOP. Yeah, it's been kind of nice, like having some, again with the family lifestyle, especially. It's just nice to have something that's more like predictable in terms of, you know, I can schedule a coaching session for a certain time that's like good for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so lazy. I have people who. I was charging a pretty high hourly for coaching and had some demand, and I was just so lazy that I was like, I'm just gonna go play 5-10 or 10-20 instead when there's no game. Like, maybe I can make better life decisions. But
I mean, I get it, but yeah, definitely, you know, yeah, again, especially for me with just like, you know, the family lifestyle, it's just real nice to be able to mix that in.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that maybe in the future.
Guys, 300.
Coming more into big rookie, we got okay, so it goes PP raise 150, big rookie call from the hijack, king queen suited.
Win the first one, you got 3.
Had 3 bet this hand, but decides to call. I think it's fine too.
Yeah, L folding there, a little, you know, I mean, it's totally a fine fold, but I would say mildly surprised to see L fold king 6 suited in the small there.
Yeah, you call.
Okay, I know it's a rare event.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't push it close to him. Push close to me.
What do you think about just the early position opens with these like low pairs? I tend to kind of do them if I feel like I'm not getting 3 bet enough.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the table a lot. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm like much more willing to do it at a table that's under aggressing with 3 betting.
Yeah.
Particularly the players behind me. So yeah, I think it's yeah, certainly not mandatory opens by any stretch, but yeah, at the right table, I'm happy to mostly do it.
Yeah.
Very excited about the new rule.
Yeah, Mike.
You are?
I never played like that before.
Oh, you know, we're going to have a stand-up intervention with you one of these days. You know? It's like crack cocaine to him.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to shake.
If you open his backpack, I guarantee you it's going to be a bag full of stand-up. That's right.
Different idea.
Ton of stand-up toys.
See 9 folds. See 1 call. I'm just gonna keep that right.
Call?
So I don't get
That's a raise.
Sorry, raise. Raise to 153. 2, 3, 4, 5, 4.
We got Antonius in the chat. I wonder if it's the same Antonius that played the last session with me, Antonius. If it is, let me know.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay.
I commentated on him last Wednesday as well.
Yeah, big winner.
He won
big winner.
yeah, won a couple big pots against Jared. One with kings against queens for like 20K pot or so.
Yeah, shout out to Antonius.
And 10, 3 betting and taking it down. Big rookie, not going for the solver bait. Raise fold.
4 bet all in. Hand and dice, 4 bet all in.
There's another one this weekend in a different casino. Someone was telling me. Apparently, it's Hawaiian Gardens. Are you guys gonna play? I'm not. No. My wife's birthday.
Oh wow! See, Mike's not playing the tournament either. He's got familial obligations.
Yeah, that's how it be.
That's how it be.
Me or him?
Yeah.
I don't get to play the tournament.
I did see the schedule was just released for the circuit here at Commerce in November.
Oh yeah, amazing that Commerce is mixing in 2 circuits a year. That's so great for LA poker.
Yeah, that is a big step up. Yeah.
Yeah,
love to see it. Yeah, again, 1700 main. Yeah, let me just pull it up quick. I know I have it on tab somewhere.
Yeah, I really like the 1700 mains. Is there a high roller going on as well? Like a quote high roller?
There is, yeah.
Oh wow, sorry, big rookie just flops the goods here. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It's okay. My tab just disappeared anyway. Okay, yeah. Let's. Okay, well, nobody seems to. Yeah.
No one has a hand,
Does
yeah.
she know how to play?
Yeah, it says the circuit main is 1,700, 1.5 million guaranteed.
Oh,
So
wow.
a little step up there, too.
Yeah, it's a great guarantee. I'm gonna have to miss it.
I did not have a good time in the circuit main here in May. I was in for the maximum 6 bullets and
Yeah.
out by like 4 p.m. on the last day.
Yeah, the 1,700 circuits will really. I feel like it gets you for 6 bullets a lot because like.
Yeah, it's like somewhat quick structure, like
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
some players in there to gamble.
Sometimes you think 6 is enough, but sometimes like, when I travel, I go.
Is your card good?
Yeah, actually. But hey, 6. If you can't get it done in 6, then I guess it just wasn't meant to be for that tournament. We have
2 and 3 folds. Going to 125, 5 folds. 6 makes it 400, 7 makes it 4.
L opens it up. Yeah, 10 with Ace King again. Just had Ace King a couple hands ago.
Yeah, 10. Pretty standard stuff going on. Maybe he's aware of the positions because I think earlier he did fought the Ace King, but that was against early position versus early position. Now he's
this is a little bit later. Yeah. I believe L opened from +2.
Did you call
Did you ask for the server?
Avi, did you call server? No?
No, she probably just got the message like before I came on.
Opens up the Jack-9 suited from the hijack. I believe no stand-up game is going on at the moment. And Matt, your friend Matt's got the 9s. Mixes in the call here, and Bigger comes along with the King 10 offsuit.
Yeah, Matt's still just playing a little under 50 big blinds.
Yeah, it's always 9s is always so interesting from the small against like a middle booster raise.
Yeah, it's very marginal from this position in terms of 3-bet versus call.
Yeah, typically a hand that can go either way, and
Yeah.
both situations get annoying sometimes. You know, you flat,
Yeah.
it comes high cards, you 3-bet it,
I mean, you 3-bet and get 4-bet, like, it's really no man's land, I would say. Probably against most of these players, more of a just fold to a 4-bet, I would say.
Yeah. Tan just lets it go, discipline. I mean, nothing crazy, but, you know, some people are definitely peeling. Jack-9 of clubs there.
Yeah. Matt is going to look big rookie up here.
9s.
And
Diamond.
3rd diamond on the river. Big rookie undeterred.
1 makes it 500.
One time, Matt, all in.
Yeah, okay, he has a little bit more than the graphic, but not much, it looks like.
Yeah.
Sometimes the chip stack graphics can be like a little bit off, or sometimes a few thousand off. But yeah, would be a tough one to find there. But you know, definitely some merit to the check jam.
Bruce, you're the big blind, please.
So yeah, I'm not seeing the guarantees at the moment, but there's a $600 mini main at the circuit starting initially on Wednesday the 13th of November.
Wow.
There is Mystery Bounty 1100 Sunday the 17th.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed that I can't be making it. I'm going to Japan for a month.
Oh.
Handling some family things, but...
Well, I mean, sick brag, though.
Yeah, my mom lives there, so I'll be there for a whole month. But
Where in Japan?
She lives in Hyogo Prefecture. It's where it's a prefecture that Kobe, Japan's located in. Oh, well.
Nice. So you're eating good there.
Yeah, Kobe beef's amazing. Not enough people go and get it. I feel like everyone goes to Osaka, and Kobe's right next door. People don't go. L3 bets +1 versus on the gun. Magoo has the jacks.
Yeah, I haven't been to either place yet, but I went to Tokyo and Kyoto on my honeymoon.
Okay. Did you like it?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was
Which do you like better?
They're both so different. Like
Yeah.
I really loved both, but they were just like in such different ways.
Yeah, they're so different. I agree. I mean, Tokyo is where all my friends are at. When I'm in Tokyo, all I'm doing is hanging out. But Kyoto is more
Like I loved in
serene.
Tokyo how like it was just so easy to get around, and like all the neighborhoods have their own different feel and vibes. Like each day you could just take the subway to a different neighborhood and just walk around and find awesome stuff everywhere.
Yeah, Tokyo is one of those cities where you can just walk and roam, and it's just like it's fun, there's always something to do.
Much to do.
There's always something.
So many different things, and obviously great food as well.
Always some kind of exhibit going on, or some kind of there's restaurants are open late, or some kind of I have a lot of friends there. Always some kind of show, it's always a great experience.
So it looks like LLC bet flop and then just gave up, which seems pretty standard overall.
Yeah, disciplined for sure.
Was UTG versus +1. I mean, pretty loose 3-bet, I would say.
Yeah, loser side for sure, but has a discipline at least.
Yeah, definitely the awareness that he's working against a relatively strong range there. Yeah, the circuit main starts on Thursday, the 21st of November. And there is, I know I saw it earlier, a 2200 high roller on Thursday.
I love those high rollers.
Sorry, actually has the date wrong here, but I know it's at the end of the series.
Yeah, I love those high rollers. It's like, small enough field where it feels winnable, but it's a decent amount of money when you do win, It's usually like 60 to 90,000 depending on the turnout.
For sure.
This one probably will be more, assuming that the main is a 1.5 million guaranteed.
Yeah, true. Draw more people in from out of town to stick around. Cause I think the high roller is like shortly after the main, or maybe even like while the main's playing out the last couple of days or whatever.
Yeah, we got an interesting hand. Big Rookie opens button. Magoo decides not to 3-bet the big blind.
Yeah, I would I think I'd be just like pure 3-betting this in this spot. I mean they're deep. It's just a really good hand with a lot of playability.
Yeah, it's also nice just to get the ace-6 offsuit.
Also interesting that he check peeled the flop here on three spade ace high board.
Yeah, very interesting situation. I wonder if he's going to turn into bluff or thinks he has enough showdown.
I feel like he just thinks he has enough showdown, but could be wrong.
Yeah, these monotone spots are very interesting on the ace high. Do you know what size Big Rookie used on the flop?
Yeah, he bet 100, so it was like a third pot or so.
Yeah, going just like one big blind just really.
Ooh, Big Rookie going for a pretty big value bet on the river.
Yeah.
Bet check bet for B80 here.
Just looks like a weak ace.
Wow, owned.
I wonder if Magoo actually has king queen suited.
Everything appears to be checking out, I think.
也许是一个墨西哥的那个 appetizer，
凉拌菜。
对，墨西哥的。
Yeah, I mean, he had a 7 there, which is
一些
makes a lot of sense. I think I'll be a little bit afraid of like just the ace-x offsuit. And
yeah, I mean, I think it just depends on if we think that our opponent is tricky enough to find enough checks with those hands. I think.
Yeah, definitely. But the one thing is, like, you do see 2 aces on the board. It seems unlikely, but on the button specifically, almost every offsuit ace-x is opening, even with 2 on the board. That's just 8 combos across the board, basically. So it does get very, very numerous, and so maybe I'm overly terrified of those situations, but...
Yeah, I think it really depends on how our opponent's playing or what we perceive. Because, if they're just not finding enough checks with those hands and they're just going for value all the time themselves, then I do think we have a hand that's worth even that size bet, perhaps. But if our opponent is balancing their check range more than that, then it gets a lot of ace here.
Yeah. Also interesting how earlier it was against Under the Gun, but we were talking about how the ace queen off doesn't 3-bet, but if you had king queen suited there, king queen suited kind of a better 3-bet when you're deep, just because you just have way more playability, and you also get weak ace X's to fold. Obviously, button Under the Gun's completely different dynamic. But
agreed, but even against Under the Gun, I'd be at least mixing it in a bit more with king queen suited than with ace queen off.
Yeah,
but I think both hands are just pretty well. I don't think ace queen off necessarily has to 3-bet big blind button with deep stacks, but. I think both get to mostly do it at least.
Yeah, it is interesting. I feel like the deeper you get, the suitedness does really matter.
Absolutely.
It's more of a priority than, having high cards. Whereas when you're shallower, you know, you hit an ace, go for it. You're 100 big blinds deep, good luck, you know. I mean, sometimes you still have to, but it's not, you almost don't want to put yourself in that situation, I feel like.
Not so much.
Yeah. Wow, I'll be with a really big raise here.
Yeah, 325. And Mike just folds, queen 10 suited on the button. Good fold.
Heard Gazzy with the why so much before.
Yeah, why so much? 7-6 off.
Yeah.
Flick it in, Gazzy.
I know
Gamble.
Wanted to see a flop for like 150, maybe to 200, but
Yeah.
yeah, not for that. Antonius in the chat says, "Hey guys, yes, that was me. Great commentary. Thank you, sir."
Thank you, Antonius. When's Antonius getting back in the booth? Or not in the booth, sorry, back on the tables, yeah. Or the booth, maybe. I'm not gonna say he can't, but
Taking a blind?
yeah, those monotone boards are so difficult, button versus big blind, you know, especially on the ace high ones. Like, I like to go just one big blind and just put like so many hands in the world that hurt. It's just so hard to defend against.
It is very challenging to play against that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think to be fair, I think people are playing much better against it now than they used to be.
True.
Yeah, I feel like even 2 years ago it worked so well, and now people are kind of calling now. But
yeah, I mean, certainly the tools to study these spots have gotten more widespread and easy to use. So
yeah.
Gazzy, do you still live in Scotland?
I live in London.
Oh, London.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm looking it up now on my handy-dandy computer as we speak, and
Passing through.
yeah, I mean, just two hard hands, just can't really do anything about it, you know. It just becomes very
On average.
right, yeah,
very hard to play against.
Jack 9 of hearts. Like, what are you gonna do?
It's just
Can't do anything against one big.
yeah, especially I feel like it's especially on the ace-7 deuce more so than like
Yeah,
the
sure.
other boards.
Lower board, there's a little bit more maneuvering room and just ability to at least continue with overcards
yeah.
I want to come and live here.
to like a really small bet.
You want to?
Yeah, monotone boards, very interesting.
Difficult?
London. I'm engaged, and I want my fiancée to come with me, and she needs to be able to.
Oh, I didn't know Gazzy was engaged. Congratulations, Gazzy.
Yeah,
What kind of field is
congrats.
she in?
Yeah.
Sorry?
What kind of field is she in?
She's an HR manager.
Got PP with the ace-4 suited.
Goes around.
They give working visas to like engineers and electricians, HR managers, and all sorts. Thank you. Hopefully we can make it happen, but we'll see.
Gazzy B with Jack 10 suited on the button. Be not very good if 3 clubs came for
Yeah,
him.
it's really
So
hard to get work visa. Really.
oh, sorry. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, wow.
2 clubs to make it interesting, maybe. And we see a 10 in the window.
Ooh,
Oh wow,
that is a spicy flop.
Yeah, it's as spicy as it gets. Besides all the clubs.
So PP does go with the check, the OOP check, which yeah, again, like I think we're doing a lot of checking. Gazzy
Snap checks back. The
snap
Jack
checks
10.
back with medium strength hand, which is also definitely frequency nice.
Yeah, makes sense too if people are checking range and they're uncapped, you know, to the
Yep.
queens plus or
Absolutely.
jacks plus. So Jack 10 suited's actually not doing
Yeah.
tremendous.
And
They will.
yeah, I know Gazzy's pretty well studied, and I know I've played with him a little bit playing cash on ACR actually.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about things.
So
I'm
yeah,
a poker coach, correct?
indeed, yeah, correct.
Yeah. And
So good job controlling the pot thus far. Let's see what PP goes for on the river here. I think definitely one of those spots where he could just go really large if he wants to,
yeah.
like 1.5x or so if he wants.
What do you think
but
about checking these spots ever?
I think that's also interesting, yeah.
Yeah, just get like this backdoor spades or the 10x to mix the value bet in, and then just
Yeah, he ends up going with kind of a mid-sized bet. Like, yeah, I don't prefer that personally. I think either going like pot or more, or check is better, or even like a really small block could be interesting
getting
potentially. Just try to induce a 10 to raise.
Next year.
yeah.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
I think one thing
Sounds
a
like.
lot of people don't think about is that sometimes checking is the best way to get the most money in. It seems unintuitive, but you know, if we're assuming that 1.5x pot is a really big bet,
Beautiful.
and we have a hand that wants to put more money in, sometimes checking is just really good because now you check, they put the bet in, and then boom, now your bet gets a lot bigger. So something to really think about, maybe.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right with that. Yeah, I think it's clearly a spot where our range is going to have to play a lot of checks on the river. Like we can't just bet everything. So yeah, I mean, balancing the checks with having some really strong hands to check raise is good. So yeah, again, I might do some kind of mix as well there where I randomize and play 25% checks and 75% big bets with that hand class, or
Yeah.
you know, those are just numbers. I mean, it could be something different, but
Yeah, I think I need to get a little bit better at randomizing. In general, I mean, I do it when I feel like I'm playing online or tougher, but when I play live, I just kind of do what I think, what my hand wants to do against this person, and sometimes I can be too out of line in some situations. Or
yeah, that's totally fair. I'd say I've like kind of defaulted to the point of like I do, you know, draw a number on every decision, but then I kind of decide if I want to use it or not.
Yeah,
like, based on those kind of considerations, or yeah, sometimes I just end up pure doing something anyway, depending on what the situation is. But
Good 3-bet from PP. I know earlier, Brian, we were discussing about how Ace Queen off doesn't want to 3-bet too much out of the big blind, but here we had a flat, +3 open and a flat. So like, what do you think changes in those situations, specifically compared to just out of the gun open?
I'm sorry, what was the situation? I honestly missed it.
Just kind of talking about PP 3-betting Ace Queen off against an open from +3, so relatively early position, and then a flat from, I think, the cutoff or hijack. And
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, certainly against once the flat comes in, I think we do have more incentive to just want to squeeze and either get it heads up or take it down. Versus because now there's no option where we just flat and get to play heads up. So
yeah, and also, I mean, I think it's, from what I understand, it's that the heads up thing is way better to play, because now when there's two people, you're just going to lose the hand more often. But also, you know, when I'm looking at a lot of these solvers and sims, a lot of these decisions are, you know, like winning decisions are making a big blind here, 2 big blinds. So I do think just when there's extra 2.5 big blinds, the solver does go a little bit more bananas from a theoretical standpoint, because that's a lot. It might not seem like it, because, you know, you win or lose in increments of like 10 to hundreds of big blinds, but that 2.5 does seem to make like a big difference.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you think 2 big blinds per hand and then extrapolate that over like per 100 hands, like it's a lot of big blinds.
You're cheating if you're winning that way. Interesting turn here.
Yeah, another ace queen offhand here. Gazzy flops the gutter, hijack versus button, goes for check out of position. Gazzy checks back. Nice combo to check back, I think. Both one of the weaker kings he's going to have, and also with the backdoor flush draw, it's kind of a little bit nicer, I think.
Definitely. You know, Brian, I like how you mentioned the weaker kicker heuristic. Usually for checkbacks, you use the weaker kicker.
Right.
Stronger kickers just get value.
Right, yeah. The idea is we want to be checking back some king X, and yeah, if we're going to choose some king X to check back, we want to disproportionately pick the weaker ones, just because there's not as much value in betting them relatively.
Yeah. You just want to fast play ace king, because, you know, you got king jack, king queen.
Right.
I mean, here 2 pairs are a little bit rampant, but still the point being, you know, you just outkick a decent amount of portions.
Gazzy's going for overbet here, or is it just kind of pot? Yeah, overbet. Yeah.
But, yeah, it does block queen jack.
Roughly 1.3.
Yeah, what do you think about this overbet? It does have good components at first glance.
Yeah, unblocking the flush draws is good.
Blocks queen jack, the nuts.
Yeah, I think I'm not surprised Albie calls with this hand, but like, yeah, he's gonna be in a tough spot with a lot of stuff in his range.
Yeah, and also having a queen's nice. Not only does it block the stone nuts, but also blocks him from blocking us. Depends on how they're thinking, but, you know, king queen, queen jack, kind of like the sticky bluff catches, blocking, you know, the same hands that Gazzy's blocking, and therefore sometimes blocking the bluff catches are nice too.
Yeah, it seems like like black ace queen just seems like good combo selection on the river there, as if we're getting to the river that way. And I think I mean, you know, betting the turn, I don't think we're gonna want to like pure bet the turn for pot there with ace queen black, but I think certainly get to do it some.
Yeah, seems like a very well played hand by Gazzy. Obviously he doesn't win, but, you know, it's poker. You don't.
Yep.
Yeah, very well played, and by Albie too. You know, I mean, both players seem like they played it pretty well.
Yeah, as we touched on sometimes here, like, I mean, Gazzy having a kind of a rough day so far. I mean, you know, not down in like an enormous amount, but, you know, just pot's kind of not going his way. But yeah, I think he's played really well. He's certainly been the loss really well with the Jack-10 suited recently.
Yeah.
On 10-4-4. So yeah, I mean, that's, you know, it's part of the game. Sometimes you're just not going to run well, and there's not really a whole lot you can do besides just, you know,
just keep
minimize losses in certain spots, and just try to make the best decision every hand. So yeah, just for those of you out there, just try not to get discouraged if it's not going your way, and just try to just play the best you can.
Yeah, just not losing more than necessary when you are losing is definitely a skill in poker. And I think everyone struggles. I'm kind of guilty of it as well. By no means am I above it, but just mitigating your losses when you just can't win. You just have to, you know. Here, I'll be
Yeah, I've really just tried to lean into the whole, play every hand at your best, make the best decision every node, all that thought process. Easier said than done sometimes, but
yeah, it's all you can do. It's all you can do.
all right. So yeah, 4-way pot here. LV with the set. Yeah, check third out of 4 here, pretty sneaky. But yeah, I like mixing some checks there, certainly.
Some friends playing.
Again, it is going to depend on who the button is. Some, but certainly like mixing more checks against certain buttons than others. PP peels the turn here, which is somewhat loose, I would say.
Yeah, he does have the gut shot and the over. It is multi-way.
Yeah, four ways to the turn.
The hay, maybe. And LV
Oh, wow,
just checks.
wow, LV, yeah. Well, this is going to work out really well in this instance. Yeah, PP is just forced to bluff with this hand.
Yeah, most definitely.
So yeah,
Good awareness.
Yeah, nicely done by LV here. Pretty tricky.
There's no solver, so things were different.
And yeah, Rays will be coming in shortly.
I mean, I will probably have the solver.
What size are you picking here if you're LV? You've played it like this so far.
Just like something maybe like in the 2,500 to 3K range seems about right here to me.
Goes 2,000. Yeah, these race sizings, I feel like I'm not as precise in a lot of these situations. It's very,
I usually try to figure out like the raise size percentage. So like in this situation, pot was about 1,200 on the river. He bet 7. So once we call, there's 2,600 in the middle.
potting it basically.
So
kinda.
raising, roughly somewhere in between like 50 and 100% of that, I would say. I wouldn't go as big as 100% in this spot. Certainly, I think we're trying to get called mostly by just like one pair of jacks. So exploitative. I mean, I guess exploitatively, you could say if we're bluffing, we could go big.
Just depends on, I guess, how elastic and inelastic their range and all that. And here we got, Magoo, the big winner so far. Alvi also mixing
getting
it
up there. Yeah, Matt still biggest loser. Comeback is going to start soon though.
Yeah, comeback.
Feeling it.
Got Gary laughing over here. Everyone laughing. Magoo laughing. Shimmy in the chat. What's up, Shimmy? Thanks for tuning in. I had the pleasure of doubling Shimmy up the last tournament we played, the Commerce. But, couldn't have gone to a nicer guy, Sometimes you just, if it goes to a nice guy, whatever, take it.
Oh, yeah, Shimmy's a good dude. I know he doesn't play a lot of tournaments, though, right?
No, but he did do pretty well this World Series, but...
Oh, right, didn't he? Yeah, what were his big...
I can't remember. He got 4th in something. Maybe it was at Commerce. Maybe it was somewhere else. I can't remember.
Yeah, I thought I remember a deep run of some sort, but... Yeah, I've played with him some cash here. Good dude, good player.
Gazzy B, 3 bets the ace-4 suited and the ace-5 suited.
Oh, man.
Goo just folds the ace-5 suited, wow.
Yeah, the land entice is...
Ace-5 of hearts twice now, yeah.
I forgot.
It's out of style,
They're going to get called out on the Solver Wide podcast in a couple days.
First time that one all day. Let's go.
Yeah.
Was it really?
It is a bit... I feel like people don't do it as much anymore.
Running good today, boys.
Ace-5 suited used to be the nuts.
Was that your flop?
Yeah, and I know they're certainly... in some spots it does show up in my experience when you're studying the solvers, and other spots it's not a thing at all. Like with ace-5, like sometimes ace-5 just really prefers calling, and there's you want to use like slightly worse ones, and
It's so nuanced.
But it has really gotten that reputation, though.
Yeah, again, Patrick Leonard talked about it on Instagram. When do you want to use like the ace-5 suited 4-bet jams versus like the 4s versus like the king-jack suited. It's really nuanced stuff, and it just goes to show you why these guys are kind of at the top. It's poker's an infinitely complex game.
By the way, I meant to mention this earlier, but I highly recommend Pads' Instagram, especially when there's an online series going on like right now.
Yeah.
He'll just post like 40 different like video hand breakdowns day, like on his Instagram story. It's really good stuff. You can learn a lot from it.
Yeah, in an entertaining manner as well.
Absolutely, yes.
You know?
Very entertaining guy, just so passionate about the game. Like, love pads.
Yeah, great player too. Very. Like I've learned a lot from him indirectly.
Yeah. Oh, did he win it?
Just directly. I don't know. Is it direct if you?
Yeah, I guess if it's his stuff he's posting, you're learning.
Content,
I mean, I guess what you're saying, you're like having like talked to him. It's like more just like learning from his posts. Like,
Where's that?
Yeah, it's been mostly that for me. I've played with him a few times at the World Series as well, and like I've always like chatted with him a little bit and be like, oh, I really enjoy your content. Like, but, like yeah.
I feel like his pads on pads course on running once has made poker more difficult.
Well,
but easier, but more difficult too at the same time.
Have you seen the video in that course on power jams?
No.
Oh, it's a good time.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, for those the viewers, a power jam is basically a spot where he's jamming for like 300% or more of the pot, and it's a really interesting breakdown of like when and why he decides to do this. It's good stuff.
He definitely cost him money. I called a power jam against a guy. It was a rag, to be fair. I called him with ace king high because basically the situation was he was repping so polar.
Yeah.
He just had aces, and I'm just like, man. Wow, maybe he never.
So sick. You block aces and he still just has it. So sick.
Yeah, those spots are so weird because like some guys just never have the bluffs, and some guys only have the bluffs, and some guys are actually mixing it up. It's just very tough. Very tough situation.
Yeah. So some loose action on that last hand. I was squeezed with ace nine off, and
that was kind of.
I'll be flatted out of position with king jack off, and then check folded.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of loose plays in that hand. Arguably every play in the hand was loose. The open, early position open, the king jack off, the initial flat, all of them.
Your boy out here, the hijack 200, king deuce suited.
Yeah, Matt's folded too many hands in a row. He's not folding this one.
He's in there.
How will Fish Bruce proceed? Matt is short.
He's got raising chips.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, off this stack, I mean, I think no-brainer 3-bet.
Yeah, Matt did go 4x too, so in general, I expect stronger hands, but obviously that's way off of the situation. But yeah, you're just going with it, right? I mean, he's got it, kind of.
Yeah, it's Fish Bruce. I mean, it's whatever. Like, I think, our hand's just good enough for this many big blinds that...
Yeah.
And again, still the isolation component comes in. Like, we want to force the blinds out.
Yeah. Fish Bruce takes it down.
Was it like a 5-day tournament or how many days? Must be 5 days. Otherwise, like, such a big field.
I don't think it was 5, maybe 4.
4?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't 5.
Multiple first day or only one?
Yeah.
Oh, multiple first day. That makes sense. If it's 4, yeah.
Be safe.
Yeah.
Let's go. You bluff or you have a good hand?
I had a
bluff.
Oh.
He's a good semi-bluff. Yeah, he's a good hand.
Semi-bluff. I feel like that's a phrase I don't hear as often anymore.
I think I think he's asking about the ace nine where he just squeezed and took it down a couple of hands ago.
Semi-bluff.
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 No, it's over. The hand is over, no? Yeah. He didn't.
Okay. How about now? If you don't flip it in 10 seconds, you lose it.
No, we talk about.
Were they playing stand-up game again?
I honestly don't know. I think Gazzy has a chip in front of him. I don't know what's...
I mean, you might even say...
It's deceptively interesting.
Yeah, this is, Mike has the type of hand where definitely some barrels are likely to go in. A lot of boards, a lot of runouts.
Make sure everyone knows what you're talking about.
And he goes for more of a half pot steep bet.
Yeah, can't fault it. Just, good C-bet, I think.
Interesting card. It's I think betting is still an option as Mike, but certainly we did turn some showdown value as well, and this also does
don't tell them.
improve some of Gazzy's hands to better draws.
Yeah, I mean, betting, you stay uncapped, you improve. At the same time, you start to not really get called by worse, and on the A6-8 specifically.
Yeah, like I mean, betting would be specifically targeting a hand like Gazzy actually has, pretty much. Like
Yeah.
the 8x that doesn't have a straight draw.
Yeah, it's also probably less merit for protection on the ace high board. There's probably less floats with overcards because, you know, when it comes to ace 6-8, you're sitting there with king 10, you're just kind of dead, right? So you just let it go more.
Yeah, and he also went half pot on the flop and not like third pot or anything. So the continued range against that bet is going to be a bit stronger.
Yeah, and if it comes, if it comes queen 6-8, maybe there's a little bit of merit where you get the protection thing going because you know ace highs are more numerous and those are overcards. But
right, but yeah, I think there's fewer. Just like I mean, you could check call with a a king jack off or something, but and then we're winning also, so we don't really have to. I mean, we protect against 6 outs, but
those all. I mean, poker, infinitely complex game, as Lucky Chewy has been saying on the on some of the. Yeah, and I just pulled it up really quickly. If you bet, 2 big blinds on ace 8-6, just king 9 off, queen 10 off, queen jack off, finding immediate folds. Whereas in a different situation, kind of more overcard peels exist. Yeah,
there's just not accomplishing too much, I think, by betting that. I mean, it's more to set up a third barrel, I would say, on like even to try to target like just one pair of aces on some river cards.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking it up right now. I guess we don't really go thin because on ace 8, 6, 7 specifically, it hammers the big blind's range so much that when we do bet, we just want to go very polar and big. It seems like looking at here, and so these mergey hands just are non-existent because we don't really want to put any kind of passive or smaller money into the pot, considering the big blind could have 8-7, 8-6, 4-5, 9-10.
Yeah, I see 7-5 suited is pure checking. I see like the 5x with no pair is betting quite a bit. Like, king 5 through 10-5 is going for it a lot.
Yeah, any bluff with a 9 or a 5 is good, and then you bet your aces, but you just want to go big. So I mean, you learn something new every day. It just
makes sense. Yeah,
makes a lot of sense. But that's I mean, if anyone's watching wants to get better at poker, it's kind of at least how I approach the game. I mean, I'll do some studying that's very structured, but at the same time, I'll just play or I'll watch and just, little spots like that I'm very interested in. I just, pull it up and learn. So, and we got PP with the aces. Enough of that boring talk. Got aces in the under the gun position.
And I come down, I say, oh yeah, I remember. Then I go upstairs and I forget again.
I'm 34. I do that all the time.
You do?
All the time,
yeah. I do it all the time as well.
Yeah, I agree, though. There's a lot of different ways to work on your game and get better at poker. Like, sometimes, like, nice structured study is good. Other times, it's cool to just, throw on a stream and if you find something that was interesting, go explore it further.
Yeah, definitely. Fish Bruce, king, queen suited.
Yeah, it goes
nice
for just
flop.
call.
Yeah, can go either way.
Yeah, definitely the kind of hand that does not mind going multi-way, so.
Definitely.
Because it's nice.
Yeah, I feel like king, queen suited is usually the one that mixes in the flats because you kind of want to keep it hands you dominate and it's good enough.
And PP just flops them pretty dead.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if he goes for the check or the bet. Earlier with the fours, he checked.
I think with the ace of hearts, I would just almost always check, probably.
Yeah.
Does get some action from Alvy.
So stand-up game is...
I guess it's on, just based on play.
Yeah, it looks like.
Ooh, Alvy could try to rep the 9 here too. He does not bet though. Does PP want to bet now or try to set a trap?
I'm just betting. I mean, I'm just praying he has a 9 at this point.
Goes for a really small really small bet, or pretty small anyway.
It works out. Seems like PP likes to kind of go small with good hands so far.
Brick River.
Is this actually Bally live?
Yeah, just going back, I personally just can't ever check the turn there. I'm just praying he has a 9 and we're deep and just start piling money in and.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think there's even some spots where people will like check raise and try to rep the 9 here as well.
And he goes
large bet on the river.
Yeah, I like it. Just kind of target the case ace, target the 9. I might even just go exploitatively, like bigger here. Just
totally fair.
Maybe not. I guess a 9 just gonna find a raise.
I think that's. Yeah, I think I want to go like not so big that a 9 won't raise. Like that's the most important consideration.
Oh wow! And Alvy calls, sees the bad news.
That's twice these.
Yeah, Alvy.
Just not a non-believer.
Didn't expect that.
Non-believer.
So nice pot for PP.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, maybe H2C plays this thing versus you.
Yeah, definitely interesting determining just how to play that hand at really all streets with aces.
Yeah.
Again, you know, it's a recurring theme, but opponents matter. So I think against different opponents, going to want to do different things. But yeah,
Most definitely.
in general, I think flop can go either way. But with the ace of hearts, we just have them so dead that I tend to mostly check.
Yeah.
Especially since I'm not closing the action yet.
Yeah, and when they do have a hand like King Queen or King Jack, just letting him hit the king. Obviously, you're not going to get the whole enchilada against second pair, but you are going to get a street or two when that does happen, and that's always kind of nice,
Yeah, and occasionally just inducing bluffs from people who, interpret the check as weakness and just be like, oh, I can barrel them off jacks or whatever.
Exactly. But here it does work out for PP.
Also does tend to protect your range theoretically too from like those hands like the kings through jacks that want to check a lot.
Yeah.
And yeah, we often do use ace as a balancer of that.
Comes an L, opens the hijack. LV comes in from the small, and PP comes in from the big blind. It's probably some sort of stand-up shenanigans going on as well, what we are not completely aware of.
Yeah, it appears so. I don't see the yellows anymore.
L continuation bets, and LV floats one. I'll be mixing it up.
Yeah, very interesting to see a bet call with these two hands on the flop.
Yeah, bluff on bluff situation going. Yeah, just imagine L is going to keep going for it.
Yeah, L goes for overbet here.
Yeah, good for him. It works out. Queen 8 gets it done. Fairly unintuitive. Yeah, I mean, the ante structure, it's always interesting because when there's no ante, I feel like if you're playing properly, you're kind of playing tight ranges and your barrels on turns are more intuitive because you're more condensed in every spot.
Yeah.
Ante comes in, you have more of like the ace 8 offsuit, ace 7 offsuit, queen 8 off in that situation. Although I do think the hijack raise may be slightly loose, but you just have to take these like super unintuitive hands and know how to play them on these boards that they don't connect on at first glance.
Yeah, and I mean if there's stand-up considerations in play, then we're going to want to play even looser than that
definitely.
too. So
yeah, so maybe a fine open.
Yeah, I mean maybe still a little on the loose side, but he's got Gazzy on his left. But
yeah, L's not one to shy away. That's for sure.
L does not back down.
And first, that's a strength of his two. You got Magoo raising the Jack 8 suited. Let's see what Alvy does.
Alvy's playing pots right now.
Yeah, he is. And PP comes in.
PP, I think they're also, so like PP squeezes here, which is like somewhat loose, but like I think there's something to be said like sometimes in live poker for like, people just saw you like win a pot with a really big hand and like they just are like more likely to fold you after that for a little bit, I think. Yeah. So yeah, like a play like this could work more often than it should just because of the like momentum effect or whatever.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of what I said. PP up to this point he's generally been playing like fairly tight, I mean, not tight. He's still opening ace-4 suited, but it's kind of like his tag approach. I definitely agree. And here he gets in a surprisingly good situation so far.
Yeah, dominating. But yeah, out of position, deep, and
yeah,
believe they're. Well, yeah, PP already has it. Looks like a token. I mean, he had it from the ace's hand, so.
Yeah, want to be a little bit shallower when you squeeze at the removal.
This is a pretty rough flop spot for Magoo here.
Yeah, definitely.
We did flop a pair, but like, our kicker is not clean at all, and
yeah,
runouts get very brutal. No backdoor. Like, I would consider just folding right away here.
Yeah, PP does go extremely B25%.
B25-ish.
Not that small, I guess, all things considered.
Queen is interesting. I mean.
Yeah, I feel like you don't want a jack as well.
Typically slightly better for the flatter, I would say.
Yeah, I think it just depends. I mean, you think that, but if they're just range betting flops, which they're not supposed to on ace queen 8, but
a lot of people probably are.
Exactly. Yeah. I think these spots get like so nuanced based on who you're playing against.
I think certainly PP has all the still ace queen and probably more ace queen. Well, probably equal maybe ace queen, but although ace queen raises flop sometimes in position, so. So check turn.
Yeah, I'm surprised PP checked the turn. I think I would just go for it with this hand as played. But no, he's going to go
Going
for the delay.
Bet check back. Respect.
Yeah, just looks like an ace a lot. I think it's going to, I mean, if I see this,
Yeah,
I'm
and
just
if we go like, let's see what size he picks. But if we go like B75 river, we're still targeting like river was a spade, which also is also interesting. But
yeah, he has a spade.
Does have a spade. But yeah, like this bet is still targeting like ace jack even like pretty well.
Is Magoo going to do something?
He seems like a pretty bad combo to do anything with here. But
might go back to the bet check bet thing we said.
Yeah.
But no, it does not go.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough one to put money in the pot with there.
Yeah, I think if I know my opponent well, I might run it here occasionally, just because I just think they're going to have ace-x so often. And then there's just some guys who just never hero you there for their whole stack ever. I mean, obviously it's very, very situational, and you don't want to overdo it, and it's easy to justify, but...
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Yeah, if we were confident opponent in PP's spot has a lot of just ace-x, just, two pair with a flush completing and all that. Like, yeah, it's totally valid to just pump it.
Yeah, I just think it's hard for someone who, in general, obviously, just from like a psychological standpoint, seems kind of difficult to bet a queen on the flop on a dicey board and check when the queen comes, and also maybe with the flush draw also bet the flop and then now check when you just rep so much of the strong hands. So
yeah, though also if we're in PP's shoes and we have ace-x and we're value betting, we get raised on the river, like how much on the queen turn, it does seem like kind of a nice spot for Magoo to like start betting his flush draws and try to take the pot down. So yeah, like how much do we think he actually gets the river and makes a flush?
Yeah,
or like has a bigger hand than that?
I think those putts get interesting too, because sometimes not only do I assess like if they're gonna fold an ace or how often they lean towards a medium strong hand, but also like their ability to hand read. I really like sometimes like I don't care if my line makes no sense because I just know that this person can't hand read, and other people you have to be very, very, very careful.
That is a very good point. Yeah. Yeah, like right. Against some opponents, it matters a lot less whether the story you're telling is like so credible. Like if you piece the hand back, and against some opponents, it matters a lot.
Yeah, but again, it's easy to also mess up and just do something that is not very good. Just a few of your assumptions or a few things are wrong, and boom, all of a sudden you're just torching hundreds of big blinds. So
yes, it is, but
10 with the.
But yeah, no, you make a good point though, and yeah, I would say not many players are feeling like comfortable at all getting shoved on with just like ace king or in that spot or whatever.
Yeah, I just think it's gonna just work. Like you just sticking $20,000 in their face. Like, what are they gonna do?
Yeah.
And also just this disjointed, just everything. I think it's just a spot where people are extremely unbalanced based on how the action went out. And so I think.
Let's go.
Did you say my hand out loud?
Yeah. Oh, and Alvi wins. Stand-up game.
Wow, Jack 2 offsuit. Take it down, sir.
Yeah, I mean, people were last time I played, people were calling Alvi a nit or whatever, but here we go. He's mixing it up,
Yeah, no, I definitely don't think he's a nit. Like, I think he is capable. A lot of the time plays tighter than some of the players, but like, he definitely has some spice in him.
Oh, definitely. He pulled off a bluff last time, and someone hero folded like a pretty good hand, and he just showed the bluff.
Too much. Can't really get away. I mean, you're.
Yeah, it can be very sharp to have that kind of image of like a tighter player and then just use it. I mean, those are some of the best spots.
Something that I don't really have the luxury of doing. It works out the other way around, but.
Right. Well, I guess in general, whatever your image is, it's important to be aware of it and just how other people are perceiving you and how to best counter-exploit that.
Most definitely. What's your boy going to do here?
I think he's all in again. I mean, he doesn't have too many chips.
450.
Oh, no, just 450 with like, looks like 1,200 back or something.
Fish proof, just lets it go with the ace jack.
Yep, doesn't want to run it for 1,500.
Yeah, it does look very strong when he three bets third of his stack.
Works pretty well. I guess it gets a 10-7 suited to deal with his tens.
Folds out the ace jack O, gets the 10-7 suited to call.
I think this like kind of shallow situation as Matt. I'm just betting like just really small here, B20 or something. He goes for the check, and now Alvi turns a flush draw, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it just kind of goes back. I mean, twice today we've had tens on the ace queen X situation. And now Matt's extremely.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how well Matt knows Alvi. I'm not aware of them playing together or anything.
I mean, I would just fold here as Matt has played, but who knows? What do you do? Would you call here? I would just fold. Obviously, get bluffed, but
that's a kind of a loaded question, I'd say, because like in general, like I would tend to against people, but like we've seen Alvi in the last 2 rounds just playing some pretty outrageous hands.
Yeah. To be fair,
paid off 3 streets with Jack 3-0 over calling from the big earlier.
True.
Good bet.
Show bluff.
Yeah, I just think you have 2 10s. They're both red. It's queen 9.
Not a good bluff catching hand. Certainly, you're blocking a lot of the like natural bluffs.
Yeah, and an ace. I mean, again, just numerous ace-x in range, and he just sat down as well.
Yeah, Albi's just been so out of line in the last like couple of bits that I'm more inclined to want to just be stubborn. But I hear you.
And again, if we bet the flop, that's also kind of the merits to betting the flop is you never have to really like. Again, 10s, just winning the pot is nice. 10s is a weird hand, but never worth the pot. And, now you're just never in the situation where you're...
That is struggle.
You don't know, does he think I'm capped because I checked, blah, blah, blah,
Very straightforward.
Yeah, I think in that spot, if we just range bet the flop for small, I think we're, pretty confident our opponent's not going to do anything too outrageous or out of line against that.
Yeah.
We have a strongest range pre-flop, and it hits our hands a lot. So, but then if we check, we're much less confident now our opponent's going to play against that on turn and river. So I think there's something to be said to just making it easier for us to read our opponent's hand.
Yeah. Especially, I think especially in live poker where people are just doing so many numerous different things and just kind of simplifying those decisions get kind of nice. But you can't fault them. Again, it's kind of unintuitive. You have 10s on ace queen 9.
Yeah, or even exploitatively, I think it'd be cool to just disproportionately check back some really strong hands on the flop there, because I think a lot of live players especially are just going to overstab against that just to perceive the check as overly weak.
Yeah, definitely.
And which is probably accurate amongst population. I think when a lot of players check back, they are usually weakish. So it's not a silly thing to infer that. But
thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at, maybe if any viewers are wondering, I said this earlier, but I'm looking at
300.
My computer, my handy-dandy computer here, and the 10s here on average is worth 7 big blinds. There's 15 in the middle, so anyone who's betting there's weird, well, you could just bet, and if you win a 15 big blind pot with a hand that's worth 7 ever, it's just always, it almost doesn't matter, all the intuitive components or the logical components of the hand almost don't matter once the sheer math gets to a certain point, I feel like. So, maybe something that people can take into mind if they're watching.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Yeah, I haven't. I mean, there are definitely spots where I look at how much is my hand worth relative to the pot, but I would say in this kind of spot I haven't done that so much. So definitely a cool thing to look at. Yeah, I haven't looked at it so much in c betting. It's usually I'm on the turn or the river and just trying to figure out where in my range I'm at and stuff. But no, that's definitely an interesting thing to consider and be mindful of. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the great players are really looking into it. It's kind of wild. I was watching a video with Isaac Haxton. He's been putting some stuff out. I personally think he might be the best, honestly.
Did you watch the thing today?
Yeah, the thing today.
I was watching it while I was playing here.
Yeah, I was driving and I had it on. Don't drive and watch poker videos. But, and there was one spot where, did you watch the Queen Jack suited hand?
So let me. Yeah, I definitely did. I'm just trying to recall.
Yeah, I mean the hands.
Sorry. It was the first hand, right? It was just open from low jack or UTG7 or something.
Yeah, and the hand itself, I mean, it's one of the craziest hands I've seen interpreted, honestly. I thought I was getting good at poker, but I just realized there's levels to the game. I mean, I knew, but then you really start to realize. But, I mean, just looking at the EVs, Ike looks at the turn, and basically there's a thin bet in ICM. It's very unintuitive, and he just looks at the equity of the hand, and then he's like, oh, this is a protection bet than anything. So, just even looking at the metrics, it's kind of wild how, he's able to ascertain what the bet's trying to function. He's
very sharp at just interpreting that into, practical, just how we play our range. Or I saw the one toward the middle of the video with the Queen 8 too of BVB where.
Okay, I actually haven't gotten to that one yet, but
sorry.
No, it's okay. could we discuss? I mean, back to.
But yeah, for anybody out there who wants to see this on GTO Lab YouTube.
Yeah, it's just so
great content.
So
and
crazy.
Yeah, definitely very humbling as well, just to see those guys discuss like how they break down hands and be like, oh, okay, yeah, have some work to do.
Yeah, definitely. Here we got 2 pair against the double gutter. It's going to get interesting for sure.
Yes, this is an interesting flop.
Yeah, no 3-bet pre from PP. Does raise the flop. What do you think about this raise?
I mean, I definitely think it's good sometimes, at least. I mean, prefer to have the backdoor flush draw, but it is, big. Although I think he should be also just 3-betting ace jack off, or sorry, ace jack suited, like probably pre-flop.
Yeah, I think ace jack off mixes it in 2 against the button.
Yeah, I think ace jack off is actually going to be pretty low frequency this deep, probably. I know. Well, yeah, I'm thinking more like 100 big blind cash, no ante, but it's like.
Yeah, these spots
it's like a 40% raise, I think, in that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so somewhat similar still.
Yeah, definitely. And now PP just turns. This is kind of a tough spot for Gazzy. What do you think people just have a jack here way too often?
Yeah, this is not a great spot. Yeah, PP comes with a B75 turn.
Yeah.
Which, like, yeah, if I'm Gazzy, I'm kind of thinking, like, what could PP be bluffing with here for, like, check raise flop and B75 turn?
Yeah.
Where are the bluffs coming from?
Yeah, would have to be
like a 9-7 or yeah, they're not very intuitive at this point, I would say. So I'd already be pretty concerned immediately and consider folding.
Yeah, would have to be a 9, I guess, or obviously the.
Nicely done.
And he shows the ace. And he shows the jack.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong fold, and but like I see the logic. It's just on that on that. It's hard for PP to find natural bluffs and on that card.
I could be wrong, but I think that's why like the sim, for example, will mix in like the ace deuce backdoor flush draw on the flop check raise, so that you actually have.
I was thinking that too. Those would be some of the best ones. Or like even better on that board, like king high with backdoor, like king low backdoor flush draw would be real nice there with the gutter.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, and but again, those.
Fantastic.
I think when you're playing
I need a break from the stand-up
live, right?
You do?
Gazzy needs a break from the stand-up.
All night as I was.
You're 300.
Yeah, it's kind of. Maybe we'll get the chip counts first before.
Sick needle about that.
14 big blinds. It's a tournament over here at the Commerce. Yeah, he's grinding. I mean, to be fair, if the stand-up game's on, you get a really good price if you're short. So I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I've done it as well.
No, for sure.
Not quite 700, and Matt's kind of.
Yeah, I'm just like sick that the graphics team needled it like that.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like the one hand really from Matt.
Yeah, I mean that. It was a brutal cooler earlier as we discussed. Yeah, Gazzy, down 7,400, but I think he's playing great.
Oh
like,
yeah,
I
just
think
getting tortured.
continuing to make really good decisions, and
Yeah, he's having one of those. When you get stacked once, it's kind of like. I feel like I could be more at peace with it, but when you're just tortured for 20 big blinds at a time, 4 or 5 pots and 6 pots, that's when it starts to get to me a little bit. But he's playing great, I think. I mean, I would imagine from a upswing coach / YouTuber at Gary Blacko Poker, you would imagine. You can just see why he's qualified to. Be a YouTuber and an upswing coach and a poker player. So
absolutely, yeah. I do think I saw his Twitter a little bit. I think seemed like he was having a pretty good week overall, just playing some live cash around the city. So helps to be able to like withstand a few rough hands in a row like he has.
Yeah.
Just stay on the A game, make good decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at that queen 10-8 hand. It just looks like none of the ace deuce suited type hands are really raising.
I wasn't sure, but yeah, I guess the Jack X backdoor would be like bluffing on the turn some, and then and the 9X. Yeah, those are going to be the ones.
So I guess when a Jack comes, you have to bluff the Jack, and when a 9 comes, you have to bluff the 9.
Or both, probably both. Just like still just to like be balanced. I think we could probably just bluff all of those. So.
Yeah. I just meant more so because the bluffs are only like.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yes, sorry.
No.
Yeah, I'm saying on the Jack. I think turn was a 9, so yeah, right. The Jack is not a bluff there, but yeah, I think it's the 9X are going to be like the main bluffs then. Yeah, it's hard to even see what else becomes a bluff on that card.
I thought.
Oh, there is a little bit. The king 3, king deuce, though. Yeah.
Okay,
Some of it's there.
yeah, some of it's there. I thought it'd be a little bit more than this, but yes.
Yeah.
But people will miss those too. That's the other thing too.
Oh,
is,
yeah.
like, people are just missing those all day.
For sure.
You know, it's not that unintuitive to raise Jack 5 suited even. You know, you have a gut shot. It makes a lot of sense logically.
It does.
Good fold by Gary.
Well, I know it's shining.
Adding 1,000 every 5.
They're needling your boy Matt.
Life is great. Adding 1,000.
Fish Bruce, the 10. A lot of 10s this stream. 10s is probably ace, queen, and 10s have been all over the place, I feel like.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There have been a ton of like those exact hands for whatever reason.
Magoo with 3 bet to 500.
Yeah, again, like EP versus EP, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Yeah, I think it's kind of nice just to try to clear out all the hands behind, get heads up, position.
You know, one thing I learned from our mutual friend Philip Chiang is I think people don't really realize that. Actually, let me. I might be wrong. I'm not going to say what I said, but anyways, shout outs to Philip Chiang either way. I was going to say something and then I realized I'm actually confused. So, but anyways, we got the confusing game poker. You know, range bet kind of texture, I'd imagine. 7 deuce deuce.
Yeah.
What do you think about Fish Bruce's decision on the flop here?
Yeah, I'm pretty much just pure calling these positions. I think it's a little dicey to try to start check raising. Again, +1 versus +2. I think it changes a lot if the positions are a little bit later.
Yeah, that's a good point. Cut off button, you're just kind of check raising, right? Like, almost every time. More, maybe not every time, but
often. Yeah, I'd say like it's maybe close to half or so, I would say.
I mean, assuming our opponent's not an extremely tight player.
Also think, you know, it's somewhat interesting to see bet size decision on the flop too. I think we could justify just going bigger, like having kind of more of the nut over pairs and
just going more polar.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the board where our opponent's like almost never going to have, you know, pocket kings beat, so.
Yeah. You just make like hands like this a lot more indifferent, I guess.
Magoo 2 barrels, Fish Bruce peels, and then the ace from space.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, you know, 3 bet pots, you just see bet a lot, right? And it just kind of shows you the power of having the nut advantage, range advantage, whatever you want to call it. Just the runouts are going to favor you in here.
What do you think about this decision right here? Does Magoo have a value bet?
I think you have to. I mean, but it's tough because I feel like in reality these spots function a lot looser. Like you're going to value bet the ace and you're going to get bluff caught by Jack X of hearts, Jack X of spades. But in reality, like, probably just not getting called.
Yeah, I think you're getting overfolded too by that stuff, like so much. Like people just see the ace and they're just like feel like they're doomed.
So I think maybe just like small betting is kind of, it's cheeky and like typically, like we said,
agreed.
It might want to do it.
Yeah, I was thinking that though. It might actually be the spot to just like B33 the river or something.
Yeah, just get like the shrug call from the jacks, even 10s. Get the shrug call. You know, like
we'll see how long it takes.
Obviously, it's very.
Okay.
It's very different. Like just the live poker stack off thresholds, calling threshold. It's very different from what, you know, 2 computers do against each other, and, you know, rightfully so most of the time, because a lot of times population is not bluffing enough, blah blah blah. So
right, yeah, like in theory on the river, like we're going to want to defend, the out of position is going to want to defend something close to MDF, like maybe not quite because it's just a bad card for range, I'd say, but yeah, in practice I think they're just going to massively overfold versus that, or at least most people are.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the game is
that's crazy.
I think the game is kind of like you got the king queen. I don't even know. There's not that many bluffs to pull from, but I think the point is like it's a spot where you don't have too many bluffs to pull from, therefore you bluff every time, and the game kind of becomes like really making your opponent indifferent on calling your bluffs versus like it's kind of just a spot where you're sitting there like, man, like this guy's got so much ace-x, but he's gonna bluff king queen every time here, king 10 every time here for those reasons. So like I have to call sometimes, blah blah blah.
It really might be the rare spot where we just like size down on the river too.
Yeah. Just trying to see what. Oh, 7 deuce deuce.
Check.
Yeah, but you know, so many interesting. You know, I feel like poker media or whatever you want to call it, everyone's so interested in all the money going in, which, you know, is interesting, but I like to watch these and just kind of like see all these super nuanced spots more so than just like coolers and money going in, just because there's a lot to be learned, or a lot you can like, yeah, just every day, just learn something new, kind of, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the big pots can be interesting, but like some of them aren't really. Like some of them just kind of are like coolers that play themselves. So yeah, I agree. There's sometimes it's just something in like a small to medium pot that's like much more interesting to me. Like even that spot we just talked about with Queen 10-8, Jack turn. Like where are we finding bluffs as the check raiser?
Yeah.
But then you have to pay.
Yeah, just the 9x. But again,
Or
that's
9 turn. I mean, sorry.
The two people still stand.
yeah, same thing basically. Either way, I mean.
Your stack is gone, but you don't want to buy in.
Yeah, I'm looking at this spot. I
So
mean,
you surrender, you pay the.
it's so weird.
Leave,
I'm just
or
gonna.
you buy in, you have to continue.
Right.
You got it?
It's a weird simulation. I don't know. I'm just gonna skip it for now. Too much going on to look at it in this, but yeah, I think just sizing down that ace river is gonna be good in practice.
Somebody have Zell?
All right, got some hands here.
Does anybody
Yeah.
have Zell? Like,
Albie's also been pretty wild recently, so
Yeah.
I think
It's getting
good
credit.
chance he's going to get some action here.
You want more chips? Is that why?
Well, how do you feel when you have ace queen off here, open +2, get 3-bet to
you could take Zell.
pretty big size, a massive size as well? Like,
Yeah, I mean, pretty awkward spot. I'm curious if Gazzy will continue here as well.
Zell is.
I would guess probably not. It's pretty big sizing, out of position, but it's consideration.
you do. I mean, this hand might be better than ace queen off in some ways.
Yeah.
Just given that how big he went.
Yeah, 10 just quickly folds. I mean, I think ace queen off's pretty rough to play in that spot.
Yeah.
I don't fault that.
Yeah, I mean, especially when he does pick a big size. And also that probably just means he's
and you don't know what Zell is.
even more. I mean, I think people just don't find the ace-7 suited, the queen-10 suited, those kinds of 3-bets anyways, and it probably leans him even more forward to just having a strong hand. But again, he's been wild, like you said, so
I don't know what Zell is.
who knows? You know what I mean? It's a hard game we play.
Yeah, especially in the squeeze spots. I think some of the players just aren't finding as many like bluffs in those spots. Like some of the hands they might just like ISO heads up.
Yeah.
Yeah, multi-way they're more content to just kind of call along. So yeah, I mean against like what I would think is a pretty strong range out of position against a big sizing, I'm not really very enthusiastic with ace queen off there unless we really just think Albie's, you know, I mean, recently he has been doing some out of line stuff, but yeah, it really just depends how we perceive that. But even if, yeah, I mean, since we flatted the initial time around too, it's like hard to just like back raise now or anything either. So we kind of just have to call, and it's not really great.
Yeah, good fold either way. Ace queen off.
Yeah.
It's easier said than done for sure.
Give me your phone number.
See what Albie does with the king 5 suited here.
Maybe he mixes it. Maybe he goes 750. You know. Okay.
Now it's Mike's turn to have ace king suited.
Yeah, they are extremely deep here. Just to know, 400 plus big blinds deep.
Right. Yeah, 10 bought in for 30. So.
No straddle on. What's?
Okay.
650.
650?
I don't have my phone. We have to get it from whoever has the phone. Where are they?
So yeah, about a little over 4x 3-bet. 10 makes the call.
Good size.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean these spots suck when you have ace king, but
well,
no
it does,
choice,
does
right?
have backdoor clubs and like I mean aside from pocket jacks, we're not really cooked by anything. I guess ace jack or king jack kind of, but
yeah, I think I would go probably bigger here. Probably.
Yeah, out of position here. Like like I mentioned it on the 7 deuce deuce that we could size up, but like I think out of position we definitely want to size up.
Yeah, what I realized, I think in single raise pots on paired boards you size down, but in 3-bet pots in general on paired boards you size up.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense because the game is becoming more of like, okay, you have 9s here.
Yeah, it's more of like a frequency game. Like there's just not like if we do have an overpair here, like we're just not beat by much, and they don't have many outs. So
yeah, and when you do have the 2 overs, like to make those pairs like indifferent, you got to start going like bigger, you know. Whereas I feel you kind of bail people out when you go quarter pot because okay, cool. 10s.
Agreed.
But I think people kind of mix that up because it's the opposite. In single raise pots, you want to go smaller in general because both ranges are wide. There's a lot of whiffs. Small bets are efficient just to get the immediate folds.
Right. But yeah, when our range is condensed already and we have like the huge overpair advantage in this spot, like, yeah, we just want to start leveraging that and using big sizes right away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it works out, you know? There we go.
Yeah.
Big Mike. Magoo.
Yep. Nicely done following through in the second barrel. It was about roughly 2/3 pot on the turn bet.
Yeah. And again, he was, even though maybe he didn't find the size that we agreed on, and who knows who's right, he did find the turn barrel, and he's playing that game where it's like, okay, you think you have tens? Good luck. I'm repping aces, kings, queens.
And I'll mention Ike again because we talked about him earlier. But like, yeah, he went on the GTO Lab podcast recently and just went on a spiel about how like bet sizing is kind of overrated. Like a lot of people spend too much energy on trying to get it exactly right. But like, it's more about just getting the right amount of money in the pot with a range. And, so yeah, like like personally, I would bet bigger on the flop and maybe turn and Mike. But like, yeah, I mean, still the important thing is that he found the double barrel, which I think is good and puts pressure on the tens part region of the range.
Yeah,
and got the fold, got it through.
Yeah, what do you think about Tan just folding tens there? I mean, understandable, but I mean, what do you think about that?
I mean, I feel like it's in theory it's going to be mixing. I think, and then in practice it's going to depend on what we think of our opponent, and how often they're barreling light.
Yeah,
just what their range looks like in general. If they have any bet sizing tells that like certain parts of their range are going bigger than others that we could know about. Yeah, I would tend to mix there, but like, yeah, be relatively cautious. I think I would err on the side of like my opponent's not finding enough like light two barrels there.
Do you factor in the fact that you have two tens at all versus having two eights, two nines? Are you more likely to call like two eights or two nines than you are to call tens there? Or do you go more linear?
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I think certainly that makes sense that there would be more just like ace-10 suited, king-10 suited stuff in the 3-betting range than the 9x versions of those.
Yeah, especially, I mean, as you get deeper, I feel like the nines get cut out. I mean, it's a very logical process.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's certainly a reasonable idea to just defend a little bit more often with the slightly smaller ones.
Yeah, it's always. I mean, those spots are very, very interesting. Stuff that maybe.
It is. Yeah, it is certainly a very interesting spot.
I never paid a bill in my life.
Just trying to think about what. Yeah, I mean, do you also factor in that? Yeah, I mean, I feel like I tend to station there in a lot of situations against people if I just think they're gonna have 16 combos of overcards all across the board.
Yeah,
not sure if
depends how confident I am that they're just going to have all these overcards. Like, they're 3-betting all the combos pre-flop, and then they're 2-barreling all the combos.
Yeah, so. then you get a profitable call with like anything that can be
right. If you make those assumptions, then yeah, like we probably just need to like pure defend or close on the turn. But
yeah,
I mean, there's also the Jack X in there though. Like, I mean, if they're doing that, like it could just be doing the same with King Jack suited or whatever for value.
Yeah, definitely.
When the tournament,
I think it's more so the fact that the offsuit combos they have are the H
that is true. Yeah, there should be way more offsuit combos that are bluffs.
Yeah, but yeah, poker's interesting. I pulled up. Yeah, I just pulled it up on my sim on a GTO Wizard or whatever. I picked the 50% pot sizing on the flop just based on the fact that if you don't pick because that's like the most numerous size. If you don't pick that, it becomes like dumb. But tens does seem to fold a little bit more than like sevens or eights here.
Sevens is a full house.
Full house, yeah. I guess eights and nines here.
Yeah, no, eights. You're right. Eights and nines. Yeah, sixes even looks like it's in there a little bit more than tens.
Yeah.
It's about the same.
It's about the same. Close. But just kind of interesting when you start just thinking about.
Absolutely.
So you play tournaments a lot?
Yeah.
Jimmy says Solver loves King 5 suited back jams. I think it was King 4 suited, no?
Well, the Brian Kim was King 6, if that's what we're talking about.
No, Shimmy, the hand he stacked me / I doubled up the tournament. He had a back jam with was it King 5? I thought it was King 4. But yeah, Brian Kim. Great player.
Yeah, I know Wayne's friends with him, so we talk about him a decent amount when I'm in here with Wayne.
Should get him in the chat, but maybe he's too rich. Here, Magoo's got top 2.
Yeah, I wonder what Brian's up to in between Triton stops now.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a lot of flack for that king 6 suited jam, but it didn't seem too crazy, honestly.
I get the logic, yeah. I know. Yeah, I know. He said in the post game interview that he just thought he had like a kind of a live read that Lena was, had a real decision basically, like wasn't like top of his range.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great live read. I mean,
so he would know better than me. So.
Oh yeah, I mean he's just one of the. Yeah, I mean he, we talked about Ike, but Brian Kim too is really good. So I mean, just that poker, not just everything, So.
Yeah, no, Brian Kim is a crusher. Fun to watch him play.
Yeah.
Definitely like a nice, nice example of blending like, strong theory base, but like also you doing a lot of like exploitative live stuff.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I think he's got maybe the #1 poker face in poker. Never seen someone that stoic and yeah, I can't really get a read off that guy. I feel like.
I mean, that's the outfit he wore to the final table too. You definitely couldn't get a read around that.
Yeah.
I was there sweating the final table live. I was on the Tamayo rail.
Oh, you're on the Tamayo. Oh yeah. I remember. I saw you during the World Series, and I remember you were telling me about that before you won.
Yeah. John and I went to college together, so I've known him since like 2006.
I have a funny text. My friend played like the Orleans 600 or something, like a week before the main, and like I went there too. But the joke was kind of like no one's playing it, Besides like none of the regs are playing it.
Yeah.
And then my friend just texted me. Tamayo at my table, so it's just like he's grinding the 600 at the Orleans 10 days before he wins the main. And then,
yeah. He's a grinder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, over the last few years, he's played a ton of just like 1-3 and 2-5 like live cash in Texas. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he gonna be? Should get Jonathan Tamayo in the live stream. That could be.
Should. Yeah. I mean, I know.
Champion.
I asked him at one point if he wants to come out. He said, well, he's still actually refereeing high school football in the Houston area as well. So
really?
he said maybe after the season he'd come out and play in the stream or something. Yeah.
Wow. People know? Do the high school football players know that this guy won?
Good question.
$10 million or whatever?
Good question.
Sorry, we got.
Wait,
did he just
got distracted? I think it was a raise on the flop and.
Oh, okay.
Fold with sixes. Yeah, my bad there.
Interesting.
It was interesting, yeah.
They only have one machine, no more machine change. They say tomorrow maybe.
Did you ask for another machine?
Yeah, Sky is thick to shuffle very hard.
Yeah, we should only have to pay half collection. It's a bad shuffle machine.
Yeah.
Seems fair to me.
Yeah, the price. 4.
We got L here, +2 with the ace-10 offsuit, makes it 125.
7-4, 8-4.
LV calls with the sixes again, so sixes is it back-to-back hands?
50 for the ounces.
Uh-oh.
Here.
Hold on. Good. Look at that.
Take the 100 and give it to me. Yeah, there you go. That comes to me.
You open it.
There you go.
We'll see a flop. Jack 3 ace, L flops top pair. Not much else going on though, so.
C4 200.
Yeah, L just goes for the bet, and LV calls. Okay, so he says, I'm not going to fold the pair to one bet. You could have king 10, you could have king queen, and all those hands do get there now, so we'll see how LV proceeds. L finds a check out of position reasonable. I mean, he does have a good hand, but also, if you just start to pile money in, you do start to isolate yourself against better to some degree, although better ace-x may, or worse ace-x may call. Do induce some bluffs. LV finds sixes here, and L is not going to go anywhere, that is for sure. L finds the call. And river's a 2. I assume L's going to, well, let's see what he does here. Just goes check. LV does not go for third bet. But LV mixing it up here, makes L stacking chips. Got Magoo. Doubt he'll be opening this one, but he is crushing the game. Big winner today, Mike.
5, 4, 6, 150, 7, 4, 8, 4,
10 raises 150, hijack, ace king offsuit.
1, 4.
All right, Matt's got some more chips. Let's go.
How many chips does he have?
It's like about 5K,
There
what
we
I can
go.
see.
There we go.
You guys want to do it around 100s?
No.
No. Immediately answers no.
What? Blind?
Round of blind raises.
Blind?
Raising 100.
Blind raise?
Then let me finish
I don't mind the straddle, but I don't like blind raises.
Yeah, there's no straddle.
I hate blind raises.
Okay, no blind raise.
Three, 4, 4,
150.
5, 150.
Gazzy opens up, king jack offsuit 150.
4, 4,
Big Rookie's been pretty quiet recently. I feel like he's due to just
Yeah,
play
he's
some funky hand.
Yeah, he's gonna mix it up. I
1,
think he bluffed me with like 10 deuce suit or something. I think I folded like a really good hand too. I think I folded like queens on the turn or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Paired, I
Really
think it
got
was like
you.
a king and a paired board or something. I can't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, that is another interesting thing in live poker. Like, just like, you know, I think sometimes people will just kind of get bored if they don't have cards for a while and just, you know, go out and play some hand that they normally wouldn't.
Yeah, definitely. I
Kind
mean,
of push it.
also, you know, one thing I've been playing tournaments more, I realize is people do like use their image. Like, I think for some portion of my career or whatever you want to call it, like I forgot that I'm playing other people. You know what I mean? Like I just assumed they're like static beings and they play this way, and then no, they
3, 4,
mix it up based on how they've been playing. And
5, 4,
Yeah, I mean, certainly always something we should be aware of is, yeah, like what our image is like to others. Like, you know, sit at a table and we happen to get 5 good hands in a row right off the bat. Like,
Yeah.
they're probably going to think we're a maniac, and
Yeah.
probably not a great idea to run a big bluff and that
Yeah.
like the hand after that. So
sometimes you get the perfect combo. Yeah. You still shouldn't bluff.
yeah,
Board takes it down.
yeah, there are realistically, yeah, just like some situations where it's probably just not a good idea to like run any like big bluffs.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like day ones in tournaments, you want people to call you because you're like 200 bigs deep, 150 bigs deep. And oftentimes I feel like on day twos, I want folds. So I've actually considered like day ones dressing like young, like a TikToker. And if I have like a 10 big blind stack on day two, come in with like, I don't know, glasses or collared shirt or something. I feel like.
Let's bring like a book to read.
Well, yeah, exactly. Bring a book, notes. I mean,
150.
Gazzy with the 150.
C5 raise.
Upgrades from the king jack off previously to the ace king off.
Pretty big upgrade.
Pretty big upgrade.
4,
Fish boost the ace jack offsuit.
Kind of an interesting spot against the under the gun here.
Yeah, what do you do here?
4,
It's a pretty rough one. Against Gazzy too, who, you know, is good. I kind of see it more as like a 3-better fold, honestly, in that spot. But like, I think folding is okay.
Yeah, I mean, these ace jack offs get interesting.
Maybe with big blind anyway, we just get to slide in with some calls actually. But
I think calling.
yeah, I would say all 3 are on the table.
Yeah, calling I feel like can be deceptively okay with an ante.
Yeah.
Just due to the fact that you just dominate like ace 7 suited, jack 10. Like you actually kind of do dominate a decent amount of wider
This is
opens.
true. Yeah, maybe folding's just too tight in any structure actually.
Yeah, but it does get a bit awkward, but at the same time.
But it is, you know, this is under the gun like 8 or 9 handed though, so like.
Yeah.
It's close. Fish
Yeah.
Bruce takes a stab after 2 checks on 2 streets. L is weighing his options.
Jack 10 offsuit. Has a gutter.
Does seem like a pretty nice check raise spot, honestly.
Yeah.
He doesn't take it though this time.
Yeah, I think maybe if it's not Fish Bruce, you might go for it. And again, this kind of goes back to using your image. I mean, I think Fish Bruce known to be a little bit on the tighter side, but
yeah,
still capable. You know,
still kind of seems like he's capped at like at best a queen and like quite possibly not even that.
Gazzy calls with the Ace King.
Yeah, is Fish Bruce gonna value bet? I would think so, probably.
Yeah, it's interesting.
600.
C2 600.
Imagine this just gets snap called.
Yeah, good. Hard to do much else besides call, I would think.
Same here.
Especially on the ace of spades specifically. If it's like a different ace, maybe you can, you know, after Fish Bruce checks back flop, he probably doesn't have an 8. So when it comes, you know, a different non-spade ace, maybe you can go for a jam and try to beat the nut flush draw that has ace-ace, 8-8-5, or 8-8 queen or whatever, maybe. But the ace of spades, I feel like flushes get there and you just, you just don't have like too many hands that call.
Yeah, agreed. It seems like a pretty clear just call to me, I think. Yeah, I think, right, even if we, in this, you know, perfect scenario where our opponent has ace-jack with a spade, like, even if we check raise river, like, don't know how often he's calling. Like,
Here
we go.
You know, just has a bluff catcher.
Yeah.
6-4.
Yeah, I would think just often getting folds from the exact hand class that we're trying to get value from.
Yeah, kind of an annoying spot if you're Bruce, most likely. You probably just think you win a lot, you know?
Yeah.
Probably just put him on a queen a decent amount.
Did get called like very fast on the river though, so like, at that point, like still a lot of chop hopes for sure, but like it's a little harder to be just winning against the snap call.
Yeah, definitely.
L raising it up from the small blind. Gazzy just calls with 7s in position and flops a set. L with, you know, a hand that could surprise some barrels, maybe.
Yeah.
He's got king, you know, backdoor flush draw.
I think everyone's envisioning certain turns, you know, certain diamond turns would be very interesting. Did L check here?
I think he L bet 100, it looks like.
100.
And Gazzy with a somewhat small check raise.
Yeah. I'm not sure about super deep. Shallower, obviously, you know, small raises start to do really well against stabs because they're so wide and people probably stab too much.
Oh, yeah, no. Definitely good to have a decent amount of small raises in there. Yeah, I'm not sure how the sizing we want to change at 200 bigs, but...
You play on America's Card Room sometimes. You play in a tournament, you're 30 bigs effective, you bet the flop, and they just hit you with the 2.1 big blind raise, and you're sitting there, like, scratching your head, you know?
Yeah, it's tough to deal with, yeah.
I guess I call, but I know they're going to barrel the turn, like, a lot. Yeah, I mean, here, obviously, Gazzy just had, you know, the goods, and you know, he's slowly climbing back.
Yeah, Magoo, the big winner.
Big winner.
Nobody else up more than 2,700 at the moment.
Yeah, Magoo crushing. You know, obviously the straight hand's going to do it, but then the ace-king hand, also a little bit of nice icing on the cake, you know. It's nice, you know, obviously when you stack people, you'll win big, but it's nice to get those 40 big blinds, 50 big blinds here and there. So.
Yeah, that was well done.
Yeah, very well done. Great player.
I was trying to pull up his Hendon Mob, but the Hendon Mob site won't let me on right now.
Oh, really? You're banned?
No, I don't know. Is this like some error right now?
Yeah, let's see if I can. Maybe it's just all
not really sure why. But yeah,
I guess it's probably got 4 million or something like that.
Yeah, Mike Lang. Some. Oh yeah, he just pulls right up.
Wow,
okay.
4 million.
Wow, how good are you?
Yeah, I'm just
4,015,000.
15,000. I'm off by a little bit.
So sick.
Yeah, and you can just see recently. I mean, you got a July 13th first for 779, 804.
That's a good one.
And
you 3K main event, the Lodge that you were talking about, 428,000 in May.
Pretty wild,
big
stuff.
Year.
Yeah, just like even at the Commerce Series, LAPC Series here at the Commerce, he has some runs as well. Yeah, 5th in the LAPC main event. I mean, he's doing a lot right, and that is for sure.
Yep.
So good for him. Nice guy too. So couldn't be happier.
For sure.
Gazzy B with the Kings here.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get action though.
Yeah.
Although L, as I alluded to before, L hasn't had a whole lot of spots today.
Yeah, he's like, you cover the high cards, I'll cover the low cards,
Oh, wow. You believe we went with the back 4-bet here? Yep.
Back 4-bet. What are you doing as Gazzy? 200 bigs, right? There's no straddle here.
Yeah. Inclined to want to just jam with kings, I think.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Yeah, I think kings and ace king are going to be like the main hands that want to jam in the spot, and would probably trap aces, like pure. And yeah, the slightly worse pairs start to get interesting.
Another solver hand.
But I believe I'll back raise. I think he called a raise and then.
Yeah, it's so interesting. It's a back raise. How we're supposed to proceed with kings.
Yeah, that's just so player dependent.
It's been ace or 9 every time.
Is it really?
I had a spot kind of like that yesterday playing 5-10 where I didn't know the opponent very well and I had jacks as the through better.
He back jammed into you.
Got back raised. Or actually, sorry, it was 5-10, 20 blind raised on. And it was like four like just calls to me, and I made it like 160 in the small blind, and the second just caller after the blind raise person made it like 460 or something.
Yeah, those spots are, like you said, so player dependent.
Yeah, Jackson just folded that one, but yeah, it's very player dependent. Yeah, if my opponent was L, I would not fold.
Yeah, because some people are just like 8s, 9s, 10s, ace jack suited type every time. Some people are just aces every time. You know what I mean? It's just like,
or 8-6 offsuit sometimes. I mean,
But I'm sure if you made a fold, you made a good fold, given because like you said, you play some knockout tournaments too. There's a lot of flatting and back jamming in those. I mean,
for sure.
Just kings.
I kind of like, that's what I love about these newer formats, whether it's stand-up game or progressive knockouts or bounties. I feel like it gives a lot of room for limping, a lot of room for like back jamming, flatting, trapping, like.
Yeah, I agree. Just like kind of lines you don't really get to see too much in like the regular structures. Yeah.
Yeah, vanilla, no limit.
Yeah. So again, Matt wants to play some poker. He hasn't had a lot to play since the cooler hand earlier. Big rookie, same thing. He's also in there, ready to play.
Yeah, ace-9 suited.
Yeah, very legitimate hand that can. Yeah, I think definitely a hand that can 3-bet in these positions. A little,
I think people don't do it enough for what it's worth.
Yeah, as you alluded to before, like kind of maybe a little bit better to have a worse kicker actually, but
yeah,
still fine. Ooh, wow, what a spicy flop.
Doesn't matter.
All right, well,
I feel like it's usually ace-6, ace-7 type. I don't know, ace-9. Yeah, I'm wrong. And wow, that's a flop if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it's a spicy flop.
Yeah, Matt just elects
Matt goes for just call.
Makes sense. Probably just puts him on an ace a lot and kind of feels like no need to bloat the pot against the ace. Is that what you think he's thinking?
Yeah, I think it's definitely with a hand like this, I think either play is okay. And yeah, also, I think there's always some merit, especially in live poker, to just getting more info on the turn. Just
definitely
can learn a lot from how your opponent plays, reacts, plays the turn.
Yeah, that's one thing my friend Brock Wilson's really been drilling into me for tournaments, because I've been making the mistake where if I'm 30 effective, if there's 10 in the middle, I just kind of don't want to make any more decisions later streets, but you got to. It's kind of wild here. I thought, maybe I'm just not too good, but I thought Matt would have more than 17% here, but I guess he just has top 2. Okay, never mind. You feel like you should have more, like,
no, I think he does. I think that's wrong actually, because he has a gutter and a flush draw. I mean, that's
trip draw, but
and trips. Yeah, and trips. You're right.
It probably just has to do with the fact that he has 2 pair. Yeah, I don't know. 17 seems.
Yeah, I mean, so the 9 of diamonds is no good, but yeah, he still has 8 other diamonds plus 2 5s plus 3 other 6s. 13 outs, like that has to be more than 17%. I think it's like 20. I think it's like 2 times that. So yeah, it should be. I thought like 26% or something of that nature, but
just breaks it off. Rough day.
He's gonna lose the min here at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, could have. Yeah, certainly just check raising flop and getting it in is a viable way to play as well. But
yeah, I'm sure if it's like not an ace, like you replace the ace with any other diamond, it's much more likely for that to happen.
Yeah.
But even if you're up against an ace, I mean, numerous outs.
Yeah, like 9-7-3 with 2 diamonds and probably check raising all day.
Hopefully, or probably a lot of whiffs when that happens. big rookie. Wins a big pot there.
Personally, I think they really need to let Matt win a pot soon.
Yeah, just
This is
obligatory pot.
no fair.
It is brutal when you just like the sessions where you just lose every hand. You're just
It's going to be in this one. King 8 suited, UTG.
yeah, King 8 suited's definitely in there for those who maybe aren't familiar with ante games. Like suited 8's just kind of raised from any position, more or less, with no ICM. So this might seem a bit loose if you're just like if you only play cash games, but it's definitely very standard.
All right. Yeah, L calls with 9s in the hijack. We saw Gazzy fold a 9 there. And PP's in as well from the big with 5 deuce suited, also spades. Check to L. Probably gonna do it.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, Matt.
Float.
Not done.
Not an unreasonable float.
It's actually the 6 of hearts, not the 5. But yeah, complete rainbow board now. L still.
Yeah, L goes for value.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're playing stand-up game. Okay.
Yeah. Gotta be more on that, I guess.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, yeah, so Matt, more incentive to try to win pots. Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be a special machine? It's got to be the...
Yeah, I think just check raising is a good way to continue if you want to continue the
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, I think I'd prefer check raise and check call on the flop.
Yeah, you also start to tell a more credible story as well.
Those machines.
For later streets, I feel like.
Oh, you got one at home?
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be more successful just like trying to actually like rep a queen there with like a reasonable blocker at least than, yeah, I mean, it's really hard to like get the showdown and win with queen, King 8 there.
Yeah.
No. Oh, it is?
Folding also, okay.
Yeah, it is.
So let's just try to. I'm just wondering who's sitting.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a big rookie just win a pot, so I think it's safe to assume he has one.
Yeah. Fish Bruce +1 goes for the open.
Yeah, getting in there. I think safe to infer he does not have one.
Yeah, it's definitely reasonable with the stand-up game going on.
Gazzy folds 6-5 suited in the hijack. A bit surprising if he doesn't have one. I guess if he does, then closer.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to backtrack all the hands.
For use, backmake 2.
Yeah.
This is second generation.
Yeah.
6,000 is backmake 1. Used.
Yeah.
So used is 9,000. I don't know how much is new.
I think it's like 15, 20,000.
Yeah, new one has to be like 15.
Jack 8-7 rainbow.
Yeah.
Best for Alvi, who has second pair, a gut shot, and backdoor spades.
Yeah, most definitely. I wonder how Bruce is going to proceed after opening. Flops a gutter with
yeah,
an over.
like not totally unreasonable for Bruce to see bet this, but
he does check.
Yeah.
Alvi
just firing.
Yeah.
75%
That
pot.
makes it even more expensive.
Oh, you got a shuffler that works right here.
Bruce trying to find a way to win this pot, but yeah, I think he's out.
Yeah, he's out of there.
Also interesting in stand up there, like, yeah, I mean, B75 four-way is usually like a huge bet size, but in stand up maybe it's fine. Like, you just really want to win the pot.
Yeah, it's just uncharted territory, but
yeah,
everyone in the game is getting priced in more, so maybe increasing the sizing incrementally. That being said, ranges might be a bit looser, so maybe there's a lot of room for just small inelastic bets as well. I have no idea. I haven't quite figured it out. I don't think anyone has. Maybe some win regs probably have, but
yeah, maybe. Yeah, I've played that game a few times. It's some of them are definitely very experienced stand-up players.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some Finnish guys who just have the stand-up game.
They spend all winter in their basement just running stand-up game sims.
Probably, I heard for some crazy thing from the Finns. PLO sims. I mean, also Ultimate Texas Hold'em Collusion Simulator. Heard that on the table. I was like, wow.
That's great.
The businessman next to us was like, man, if these guys just spent time on business, they would do way better.
I do think about that sometimes. Like, like the level of like analysis we get into. Like, yeah, you just apply this. Oh,
must be like deep in the stand-up trenches for sure, right? I mean, it has to be. And if it is, it might be a good play. It might be like an any two kind of situation.
Could also be a card read error.
Time chip.
Oh, don't you have to give it back?
Flip it. Yeah.
I know, but don't you have to give yours back?
Only if it reminds you to show your cards.
Oh, to show the cards. Oh, okay.
Oh, he forgot to show his cards. Oof.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh no. It continues to.
No, I just wasn't. I didn't remember what the rule was.
Just gave it to him. I feel like when the games I play,
It's okay to not know
the
it.
somewhat friendlier private ones, we kind of just give it to the people sometimes.
Yeah, it seems like a nice thing to do. Look at that smile.
Look at that smile. Doesn't look like a man who's down $6,000 or $7,000 or whatever he is.
All right, they gave him the chip.
Okay, that's good.
Kind.
Nice.
I am curious if that was a card read error for his actually a tempo.
Soft.
I mean, it could be ace king, right? Like,
Could be,
no spotter card read. Like, would make sense. I'll ask him later.
King do so.
Got some hands here. 3 pocket pairs, including kings. L's got 9-7 suited. Fish Bruce is the big blind, so he's probably going to continue. Yeah. 5-way.
Yeah, these are kind of like the semi-annoying spots when you have kings.
Yeah.
Ways.
So yeah, as I alluded to earlier, I would like pretty much play this spot as a range check and Magoo spot.
Yeah, I agree.
And PP flops middle set. L has a flush draw.
It's gonna get interesting for
Yeah,
sure.
Magoo does come with a bet. L is certainly going to continue in some fashion, and then Pippi is also going to make himself known. Yeah, I think with a bet and a call in front, I think we just raise all day here.
Yeah.
Set.
The draw heavy board too, and the PFR in there, has a hand like kings.
Now, if we were Pippi and we were like next to act after Magoo betting, I like calling in that spot.
Yeah.
Trying to potentially induce some loose action from behind us. Ooh,
Yeah.
Pippi just calls and L just smashes it right away.
And Magoo picks up, the
Magoo's drawing live too. Yeah.
So it's shaping out to be a very interesting hand.
Once again, I think this equity is wrong though. Like 20% while there's all these hearts accounted for seems not correct to me. It seems like too much.
Yeah.
But he is still live. Yeah, I mean, there's 7 hearts accounted for just in the cards we can see right here. I don't recall if any were folded. So 6 outs.
Shaping up to be an interesting hand. L bets now. PP. I mean, what do you think he's going to do here?
I think
call.
just clear call and then throughway pot with, flush completing.
And now Magoo's got I guess it's small enough of a bet, but.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's sort of priced in there. That said, he could be dead, like a reasonable amount.
Flush draws are rampant.
So yeah, L maintains the best hand. So yeah, well, I would have liked to see PP raise flop. He's probably going to minimize loss here unless L somehow ended up not continuing on the flop. Yeah, L goes for like a half pot-ish size.
Yeah.
Seems about right, I would say.
Yes.
Any bigger than this, especially with just a 9-head flush, seems like pushing it to me.
Yeah. You think PP can ever find the disciplined fold here?
Possible. Yeah, I mean, it was 5-way to the flop. So the odds of someone having a flush draw on the flop is relatively high.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a fold, but it is very hard.
Yeah. It does get paid.
Yeah, PP calls Magoo.
Magoo's mulling it over. Interesting. Does find the fold.
Does find the fold. PP sees the bad news.
Yeah, flash.
Yeah, would have been interesting to see how that would have played out if PP raised flop.
Yeah.
I wonder, because then, I would imagine Magoo probably just calls, but, could 3-bet and then get 9-7 suited out, possibly.
Yeah, I wonder how deep Magoo was with PP. I know he's got like 24K.
I think PP had like 15 or so, maybe.
And was it 50 big blind?
Yeah.
So
yeah, they haven't been doing any straddles or anything recently.
Yeah, so it is starting to get very extremely deep. To just
yeah, it is. Like, yeah, a lot of the other recent games has been more of the straddle on. Yeah, this is just playing quite deep with some like deep buy-ins plus true 25-50. Which I like. I mean, you know, watching deep stack play is very interesting.
Yeah, I love deep stack poker.
Yeah.
I'm starting to like all the stacks, to be fair. I'm starting to like... Chan comes in with the call. I believe stand-up game is still on. PP raises to 300.
You're better than him?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it is. He said he had a set.
Interesting flop.
Yeah. Top versus open ender plus backdoor clubs. Yeah, definitely a nice bluff raise combo for Tan. See if he does it. Or
yeah. I mean,
yeah, he just goes for call, but I think I think it's a nice one to use. Again, if we're trying to find bluffs on the flop, like. Seems like just one of the best combos to do it with, especially if we can sometimes just super cool another 10 on the king.
Yeah, it might overperform after he limps too, kind of maybe perceived to like just smack, be condensed to this kind of portion of the flop.
Yeah, it does seem like the kind of board that can just smash some of those limp calls.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know how they're actually playing, but Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, Jack 9.
Now, kind of sort of interesting decision here, I would say. Facing like roughly 2/3 pot in the turn.
Yeah, I was starting to realize these open-ender decisions get very tough on the turn, and you know, it's actually just okay to fold a lot.
Yeah,
right.
Like I was thinking that, like it's not, especially you know if we don't think PP just has some complete airball that would be like, I mean, PP can have some stuff like Queen 10 that just has us crushed, like.
Yeah, and the implied odds don't seem particularly good here because it's not like you have like the two cards.
When we hit, also our hand is it's not very concealed.
Yeah.
So.
It'd be much different if you had 9-10 on Queen Jack 5-4, for example. Or no.
Yeah, and then this river spot too. So yeah, we get there. Do we like a lead?
Probably exploitatively, but like I don't think it's a spot where you can really lead.
You don't think our range gets leads?
I'm not sure. I mean, he limped, so it's just kind of all over the place already. So it's really hard for me.
Yeah, I guess it depends how we're ranging, but like I don't know. I would kind of think we have a little bit more straights here. Than IP.
Yeah.
But
it's just.
Oh, this is a really big lead. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird.
I mean, I was thinking more like lead, like 30 to 50% pot or something, but like. And then we could could balance that with like, some King Jack or something.
Maybe, yeah. It's weird because like. Yeah, we might just be more condensed. When it comes to just sheer amounts of tens, I mean, I think the ISO is just going to have similarly equal amount.
It might be. But
the ISO is also probably not as condensed, that portion, so maybe proportionally he doesn't, so maybe you can. I'm not sure. I'm not qualified to make that statement. I think it's just very...
Yeah, I mean, especially in this spot when it went limp call, it's like kind of really hard to say. And we'd have to know what the limp range looks like. But
in one individual hand...
I guess I was thinking more of like with Pippi's like two barreling stuff. It's just, there's a lot of stuff like Ace Queen that like Pippi has that Tan does not. So therefore, like, greater proportion of, I'm thinking Tan's range is like stuff that river the straight, just like a lot of like pair plus draw and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
9-10, Jack 10.
Yeah, maybe. Leading is so very nuanced too.
Yeah, would say it's something I've been like working more on in various spots. Not entirely sure on this one, to be honest, but.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe you would know more. Like the staple of a leading range is kind of like an equity advantage, right? More typically speaking.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so the thinking would be that on this river card that brings the the open-ended straight, that the equity advantage shifts.
Yeah.
So OP has more. I'm not sure if that's true, but I think it might be.
It might be, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the imposition player is just gonna have more bluffs too, besides just those thin value hands. So yeah, proportionally, just seems like you might be completely right. I feel like
Yeah. Although I mean, if we think the imposition player has like air balls, like if you know, has like king 5 suited or something, then we might want to check to try to induce some of that stuff. But like, I mean, really, realistically, against most players in most live pools at least, like I don't see that so much of that.
Yeah. It's an interesting hand. I assume stand-up stuff, shenanigans is going on.
Yeah.
Bruce calls the 10-6.
According to the graphic, Bruce has about 2/3 pot left on the flop here.
Yeah.
So imagine it's just going in, and I think Magoo just has a call here.
Yeah, not hard to do anything else.
Yeah.
We'll call or isolate, but
just
calling just seems like the play.
I think calling is good enough. Like, still, even if we, calling is still sufficiently strong that I think even if Tan has like pocket tens or something, he can't just go nuts with it.
Yeah. Yeah, isoling's overrated from what I understand.
Very close.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Most, obviously spot dependent, but yeah, I think a spot like this, or like facing like an all-in bet. Like,
yeah.
I have one pair.
Magoo, 40% here. He's got a lot of percent for non-made hand.
Yeah.
Get to sweat the run out for the stand-up chip.
I don't have that. I don't have
You have 4s?
I have 6.
6.
It was 6.
Yeah.
Magoo needs an ace, 4, 9, or 8.
Indeed.
That's
Not
a deuce.
that. Fish Bruce finds a double.
Oh, yeah.
And a plaque.
Clubs.
It's always nice to not have to pay as well.
Good read.
Yeah. How many are they down to in the stand-up anyway?
I'm not sure. It's very hard to tell.
Not even the right.
Maybe it wasn't even on. Maybe it just said 10-6 suited.
No, it's on. They've been showing hands. It's definitely on. Like 10 showed the ace 10 for a stand-up a couple.
Yeah. So 10-6 suited. I'd imagine deep in the stand-up game. If I had to guess, there's 2 left.
He did.
No.
I called.
That's my guess, but who knows?
Yeah. I mean, I know Matt got the one where he shoved what the graphics said were king deuce off.
Yeah.
Looks like
PP doesn't have one.
Yeah, PP doesn't have one. Gazzy? I can't. No, I think Gazzy does. I believe.
Build allies.
Big rookie, maybe?
Maybe. Yeah. Did he win the ace 9 against Matt? I think that was still in this round. Maybe Magoo.
Unless you make friends and
yeah, maybe Magoo.
Flip yours over, they'll remind you.
Yeah, I always my body. We cool.
Yeah, definitely PP, and we'll see.
Especially me.
Big Rookie has one. It's got to be Magoo then. Yeah, it is.
C3 phone.
And lots of middling, connecting hands going on here.
Yeah. Maybe some 2 pairs against straight draw type situations.
Gazzy with the Landon Tice would be ashamed of that call.
Landon Tice. I feel like Landon, he's toned it down a bit from what I understand.
I believe it, yeah.
Maybe he just has aces now every time. The fake ace 5 suited.
that would be great for like just for a few months, just like always just have aces in that spot.
Yeah.
Or value anyway.
Matt bets 8-7 here. He's got some backdoor stuff working.
Yeah, forces Magoo out of the pot, so no chip for him.
Yeah.
Gazzy
maybe a
makes
5.
the call. Ooh, wow, that's a spicy card.
Yeah.
Matt turns combo draw. I mean, granted, the 8 of spades isn't the best flush draw, but seems like a good barrel card for Matt, though. Given that we got here. Oh, he checks. Ooh.
Drills it.
Drills it. That's the river right there.
Yeah. Do you think Gazzy's going to go for a value bet here?
I would think so. I think he's probably mostly thinking about sizing. And, yeah, again, it's interesting because if he bets big enough, it's probably going to save him money because Matt would just call against, like, a biggish bet. But if he goes for, like, block, then I think he's getting raised.
Yeah, he is from the big blind, so numerous flushes in Gazzy's range.
Yeah, Gazzy looks like a bigger sizing here, and I think it's just going to be a bet call, most likely.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those spots where Gazzy's going to flip his hand over thinking he won.
Right.
Gazzy's not going to love this one. Yeah, another tough one for Gazzy, but love to see Matt run good for it
Yeah,
once.
your boy's in there.
Definitely would have been interesting if Matt bet the turn there.
Yeah.
And
I'm kind of surprised he didn't, but it makes sense to some degree.
Trying.
yeah,
This is the one.
it does. Yeah, it's, definitely, I mean, he gets to realize for sure if he
Yeah.
checks back. And
It's fairly
not like
shallow
he's-
too, so
yeah. Yeah, definitely one of those where you do not want to get check jammed on.
yeah.
I haven't tried that yet. This stand-up game.
And the rough night continues for Gazzy.
Yeah. Yeah, I had one of those in the tournament on day one, near the bubble of day one, actually, where, I called a raise on the button with King Queen of Hearts, and then flop was like Jack 7-3, 2 hearts. I called a bet 3-way, and it went 3-way to the turn, and then it was like 10x on the turn. And it checked me, and I just checked back because it was like, I really, really don't want to get jammed on here. Like, I almost bet
Sorry, Rob.
exploitatively small just to so they wouldn't like jam over that size. But it was just like,
Yeah, you just kind of.
It was like if I bet the size, I should probably bet it's definitely jammable. So
yeah, I mean, one mistake that I definitely used to make, and I think what so many people do make is trying too hard to win the pot in the middle, like the immediate money, and then you start to realize that's not the game you're playing.
Yeah, also just not realizing how much EV your hand has in the check line.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, while there's something feels good to just take the pot down or 2 ways to win or whatever. I mean, it's just there's the EV of bet and EV of check, and some spots this EV of check is just clearly pretty good, and I mean, obviously betting can be good there, but if you ever get blown off your equity, it's just such a disaster.
Yeah, it's kind of it's easy to tunnel vision on one node on how things can go, but then when you really look at everything and how everything can go, just checking, realizing our equity, winning the pot, X proportion of the time, it's kind of what you're playing for to some degree too.
Yeah. Oh, this is fun. So the two players who need stand-up chips, PP raises, Magoo calls, and then L just squeezes them light.
Yeah, there we go. L, I feel like he really likes to leverage these stand-up game situations.
Yeah. No, he's definitely an experienced stand-up player, and he realizes the desperation of both of them right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think PP has a pretty clear call.
Yeah.
Magoo,
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, it seems reasonable to me, honestly.
Yeah, he's somehow dominated here, but in general, not dominated with these two combinations.
Okay, L flops the best hand with a king.
Yeah.
Magoo's 8 of diamonds is live, if he can somehow get there. L does check back on the flops. It's a good start from Magoo in terms of he's, able to see another card for free.
Yeah, PP snap checks. I know he has no connection to the board whatsoever, but...
Will Magoo try to start representing something on the turn? He will. See what sizing he picked.
Yeah.
Goes for mid-size. Oh, very quick call there.
Very quick call, yeah.
Yeah, kind of interesting always to interpret what that means from different players.
Yeah,
the speed. And complete brick. Interesting spot for Magoo.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what he's going to do. Bluffing someone like L in this spot is always kind of scary.
So scared. Yeah, right. He knows the whole dynamic too, where he has to win the pot. It's all right. Time extension first.
Yeah, see, he's balanced earlier with the nuts time extension.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to rep the same time extension balance to try to look strong.
I think if you are going to go for it, you just got to go big.
Yeah.
You're repping pretty polar and.
I mean, I guess just a kind of generic 2K-ish to rep a king is okay.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
If you're just targeting under pairs.
Yeah, and L does have a wide range, I guess.
Snaps.
Yeah, maybe I take that back. Probably okay to have numerous sizes.
I think we definitely can have just a big overbet size, but I think we can also just have a king X size here.
Yeah, those spots are so. Yeah, it's so weird. You do have to be very.
Not hard enough.
It's so easy to just overdo it in the stand-up game. Just give your opponent 3-to-1 pot odds, and you're too loose. Yeah, it's a weird game for sure.
Yeah,
at the same time.
the whole metagame there is so interesting because L knows that Magoo really needs to try to win the pot.
Yeah,
he's gonna have a wide pre-flop range, and then he's just heavily incentivized to try to win the pot on the river at all costs. So
yeah. Okay,
right.
now L's the big winner here.
Yeah, the work of a man who's played a stand-up game or two in his life.
Yeah. He's been standing his whole life. Yeah.
Came out of the womb standing up.
Yeah. Poor mom. All the players having fun.
Always a good time here on Live at the Commerce.
Yeah, Commerce is the place to be. I mean, if you're in LA, not just this game, but cash games going on.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I've been playing some 5-10 here. I mean, there's 5-6 games going at noon on a weekday. Like, not many places in the country really where you can get that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to come play poker, like what I do is I wake up and just go to Commerce and see what's. Sometimes I don't even check the list. I'll just show up.
Oh yeah, I don't even look anymore. I just come when I want to come here. I just come in the game within 15 minutes every time.
Yeah, you play mixed too, right?
I do play mixed.
So there's so many mixed games.
I haven't played the mixed cash here, but interesting idea. I know, certainly a ton of like limit hold'em tables. I know there's a 100-200 mix that goes like occasionally, but less regular. But yeah, maybe sometime. I played some of the mixed tournaments here in February during the LAPC. That was a good time.
Yeah, I'm sure. Saw you deep in some of them.
Final table, the triple jaw mix. That was a good time.
There you go. Yeah. Triple Draw seems like a fun game. I'm gonna learn it soon.
It is. Yep.
Yeah.
One of my 6 bracelets was in Deuce of 7 Triple Jaw.
Okay.
I remember the one thing that stands out from that is when we went on the last break, there were 5 players left in the tournament, and like on dinner break, 4 of us just went to dinner together. Don't get many tournaments where that happens, right?
Yeah.
Much more casual, laid back feel in the mixed games.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes I regret getting dinner with people I'm deep in a tournament with. So I'm just like, man, playing for $500,000.
Yeah, I feel like in a no-limit tournament, it's a lot trickier because it's like, you're going to play against each other. There's going to be like big spots. Like, triple draw, it's just kind of like, you're playing hands. Like, there's like some decisions, obviously, but like, there's no like massive decisions where like what you say at the dinner table might influence like their decision. Like,
like if you have deuce 3-5 4-8, well, you're probably just flicking it in, right?
Right. And like we all, we're all like know how to play the game, and like I doubt anybody's getting. I mean, we weren't like talking about poker at the dinner anyway, but like I feel like it'd be much easier to like give something away that you'd regret later than like no limit tournament dinner.
Yeah.
All right, so Magoo is still trying to win that chip, and Matt has 2 queens. Good spot for him. Interesting decision for Magoo here, whether to like kind of protection bet or check.
Yeah, Matt trapping here, cleverly so. Kind of understands that Magoo is going to bet a lot.
Yes.
55.
Magoo just rips it here for almost 2x pot.
Yeah, interesting. Holding a 6.
Queens. Want to run twice?
Okay, yeah. Pretty quick call after asking for your account.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's kind of...
You can't run it twice?
No.
Why not?
No twice allowed.
What?
Commerce rule.
Commerce rule? All right. Well, I got... Really?
Yeah,
You can run it twice?
Yeah.
Just one clean river.
I've run it twice before. All right.
Yeah, I kind of like... I used to be a twice guy, now I kind of like running it once. Just get it over with.
I don't know. I don't have like a super strong lean on it.
Run it twice on the side?
Yeah, although I think Commerce, that's a new rule lately. You can't run it twice. And I have been downspringing ever since I started running it once. I've been getting wrecked. Makes sense, actually, now that I think about it. Huh.
Kind of selling it.
All right, safe.
Yeah, maybe that's why I'm on my biggest downswing. My whole career, I always run it twice, and lately it's been once.
Tampering with the poker gods like that.
Yeah, just one time.
Yeah, I mean, especially in this format, though. I mean, I guess if you're doing it for stand-up purposes, like if you did run it twice, you'd have to just be like, oh, first board is like relevant for stand-up or something. But like, yeah.
It'll be a sick format is you run it twice and you take away one of the boards. You flip for which board gets played. So it's a double sweat, you run the board and then Your boy might be even now. Close to it at least.
Hit tough there.
Yeah, that was a big one for him.
He tried every way he could.
Yeah, and
I know he was in for 8 initially. I don't know how much he added, like maybe added 4. So, well, I guess we'll see on the next graphics thing.
good to see Magoo still smiling, you know. Matt looks serious.
Jmar LA in the chat says, my daughter says, hi, Peter.
Yeah, what's up? Do you know Jmar LA?
I don't believe so.
He plays in LA a lot. Yeah, nice guy. Nice guy.
Nice.
Been playing with him forever.
Maybe I'd recognize. All right, so still the same 2 players still striving for a stand-up chip. It has cost Magoo quite a bit so far trying to fight for it. And he is not to be deterred. Coming in for the 5X open with 8-7-0. Pippi is going to be contesting this with 2 6s. 10s in there as well with deuces.
9 to start the hand.
I wonder if Pippi's considering squeezing here.
Yeah, it would be kind of reasonable.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Stand-up game going, ranges looser.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen the hands Magoo's like shown down in the last few. I mean, he's clearly battling for it pretty hard.
Isn't stand-up fun?
Isn't stand-up fun? Yeah, I mean, and also I think some people are overly cautious with these kinds of hands, but like what ends up happening is like
10 minutes.
you just can't let like, I mean, here stand-up's going on, so it's a similar formation as the button, but you just can't let like ace 4 off just like realizing you in position all the time, you know? You gotta like...
what do you think about Magoo peeling here pre-flop with the stand-up considerations? Again, they're the last 2. The squeezer is in him, so...
I think you're kind of meant to call any 2.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, to be fair...
Yeah, it feels close to me, but I don't really know. I'm just kind of educated guessing on it.
Did he raise first in?
He 5X opened first in, 10 flatted, and then PP squeezed from the small blind.
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts to become like a any 2 kind of spot.
Could see it, yeah.
I've experimented with squeezing like way bigger too in a lot of these situations because sometimes like if you put enough in the middle, it's kind of you put them in the spot.
I was actually thinking that. I think PP's squeeze size was like quite small for the situation. Like even my default squeeze size without stand up would be a little bit bigger than this. So yeah, I think with stand up just going like 1700 or something seems good.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Oh well, and Magoo gets there.
Yeah, I mean you got there on the turn. Now you like really got there. Yeah, Pippi just is. Been kind of waving the white flag.
Yeah, it's just I think there's some merit to depending on how they're going to play back. This won't work on players who will perceive your squeeze plus the stand-up game penalty as like a large ante and play accordingly. But if they're not going to, like, I don't mind putting them in a spot where I make it huge, 2,500 or something, right?
Sure.
And the game is like, okay, bro, do you want to like call it 2,500?
Yeah.
Or just lose the 1,000, you know? And many players just like be like, whatever, I'll just lose my 1,000, you know? Yeah,
for sure. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, so now PP in that uncomfortable position where if he folds, he just auto loses the stand up. So
yeah. It's kind of a catch-22 though, right?
And if he calls and wins, he auto wins the stand up. So yeah, it's just kind of all these
$4,500 swing. Just
all this added to the pot, basically.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do
very
here?
interesting.
This is brutal.
I mean, Magoo's kind of just like gotten caught out of line like several hands in a row leading up to this too. Like, what is, is he really? I mean, if he gets to the river with like, ace 4-0 here, like, is he really think he's gonna fire it in this spot? I mean,
yeah, like he's probably calling here, to be honest.
Like he could, but it's just I feel like given the last few hands, it's so hard to just like fire it again, like after he's losing so much in the last few hands.
Yeah. Also, you would imagine that if Magoo, obviously he has a hand here in the sense that he backdoored 2-pair, but if he had a hand on the flop of the turn, like he's probably just betting flop and turn, right?
Yeah,
like he's playing the stand-up game. Why would you not value?
Yeah, he has a lot of incentive to just like protection bet whatever, like any good hand earlier in the hand to try to win the pot.
Definitely protection bet, and if you have the super nuts, you're just gonna like, it's gonna be good, because you can mask the fact that you have the nuts to like just start piling money in with nuts, and you're gonna get called weaker. So I would probably just flick this in because just the risk reward just seems like so tremendous.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder, if Magoo got to the river like this with like King 10, do you think he's betting 2,500? Like,
Yeah.
Just give
I don't know. Probably not, because you can just check back, win
Yeah.
immediately, take it to showdown, boom. Like, you don't get blown out
Right.
for equity.
Yeah, I'm just like kind of trying to think about how polar he actually is on the river.
I think he's very polar, with a lot of value also not being part of that.
Second doesn't get anything.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he had 8-7 there, so it's hard to say, but I think he's going to be have not enough value bets and very hard to knock it out of line on the river, but who knows?
Yeah, that seems very plausible. Yeah, I just wonder how often he's going to like pull the trigger on the bluffs, especially if there's just like no connection with the board, and like, you know, given the fact that he just kind of got caught like bluffing and then like, you know, do whatever that was with the ace-6, like.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I guess it was more just a protection jam, but like, you know, it was pretty loose.
Very interesting stuff going on, that's for sure. Yeah, I just I'm trying to think more about that hand. I mean, if he has any hand like top 2+ or set plus or a flush,
make a lot of money.
the bet goes in before the river, I would imagine.
Oh, if you fly, you lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that being said, he doesn't whiff too hard because there's so many middling cards on the board. So
Fun hand matchup here. We got 10 7s and 10 7 suited.
There we go. Let's see. How many? 10-7, 10-7, 4.
So not too much of a flop for anyone. Matt does flop. Ooh, wow. Big turn for Matt with trips.
Oh, wow.
Comeback is continuing.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast things can change, especially with the stand-up formation going on.
That's exactly half pot. I think this is nice.
Yeah, he doesn't get called.
Yeah, and Gazzy is probably not going to overcall, I would think, but you never know.
Still pretty disciplined. I mean,
yeah.
It seems easy when you see it, but at the same time, it's like...
And nice clean river as well. 5's full now, just in case he was worried about a better 5 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, Magoo raising from +1 probably doesn't have too many of those, but... Oh, does he go for the B10 here? Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. The B...
Not even.
the B 08. B8.
Kind of interesting idea. I mean, if Magoo has a king, it could induce the raise from that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Calling 200.
Calling 200.
Yeah, but not much more.
Not much more. 200 was the max size.
Yeah, I mean, he did come close to the max against pocket 7 specifically, I think.
Yeah, it's like you can see his cards.
So yeah, nice little momentum shift for Matt Salsberg.
Yeah, he's just running it up, kind of.
Not certain if they're playing stand-up again.
Okay, I'll be with the aces.
Yeah, don't see a chip in front of Matt, so it looks like their stand-up is off at the moment.
Matt calls the ace-6 suited.
Yeah, ace-6 suited. Obviously, in the good start considering Albi has aces, but yeah, definitely a hand class that can do a lot of 3-betting, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
On the button.
Ooh.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, this is gonna get. I think this is gonna get very large.
See how Matt wants to proceed on the flop.
I like it.
Yeah, I think this is nice. Yeah, like I think this can be nice with a variety of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, obviously front door flush draws, even just some kind of, you know, pocket pairs at some low frequency, I think.
Yeah,
kind of like you're not really getting 3-bet, so can kind of decide on the turn what to do.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, when you're deep, just putting in money in position just never going to be that bad. You're just so deep in the out-of-position player. It's hard for them to do anything about anything, I feel like.
All right, I think I heard 900, so about a 2/3 bet here. I would personally bomb this one.
Yeah.
I like overbet turn here with this texture. Double flush draw.
You know, it is getting a bit inelastic too, right? Because I think he's thinking 900 because like it's hard to get called, but like King Jack back. You know, it's just like King Jack of diamonds. If they ever have, I don't even know what hand he could have. It's just not going to call. Like if it's going to call 900, it's going to call 1300.
Unless he starts like folding flush draws to like really big sizings.
Yeah, which I don't think people are really doing.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Agreed. Yeah. All right, so 8 of hearts, somewhat interesting. I mean, Alvy does have the ace of hearts.
Yeah.
Don't see this as a spot we would ever want to turn our hand into a bluff, though.
Yeah, probably not. At least not theoretically.
I mean, there's real concerns about just like, you know, some full house combos and
Most
such
definitely,
on this
yeah.
board.
Yeah, blocking nut flush when it backdoors isn't really like, it's not really that much of like a thing. You know?
Yeah.
Like, we don't expect him to raise us on the flop with those backdoor flush hands. And then, yeah, like you said, the paired board.
Yep.
Matt's a big winner, I think.
He's
now.
on fire.
I think Matt's a big winner now.
At least, yeah, I think he's up at least a few thousand. Yeah, I think turn there though on the double flush shot texture. I really like just like bombing it with whatever we decide to bet.
Yeah.
And yeah, not the most fun to lose with aces against ace-6 suited.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen, right? But it does sometimes.
No justice in poker.
No justice.
See if I fold.
4, 3, 5, 4. 5, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 4. 4 raise 125. There's the 4.
I'll go in for a UTG limp, something different.
Yeah. Right to that.
I don't know what happened there. I guess misdeal. So yeah, Matt Salsberg on a recent tear after a very rough start with the cooler earlier. Had a 5-3 on a 7-6-4 rainbow, jack second heart, 8 board against the 10-9 of hearts, which, you know, called the only 10-9 combo that can really continue on the turn against the big bet. And river the 10 high straight, or jack high straight, I guess. Alvy in there with the raise, ace jack off. Folds all the way around to L in the big blind with 6-3 suited. Definitely a hand he's going to play in the big blind anyway. And interesting board for it. He has gutter and backdoor clubs as well. And L's going to come out with a small lead. Kind of interesting. Yeah, these like disconnected low boards don't get as many leads as connected ones, but still an idea. 6 of spades on the turn. And decides to go for check, which is kind of surprising. I mean, that's definitely a card that's much better for his range than Alvy's. Yeah, kind of like just a small turn bet again with this hand and with a lot of hands. And he goes for small river bet that gets paid. Nicely done there. All right, Alvy makes it 200. PP next to act looks like it went to 600. So again, the ace queen off. We've seen a lot of these spots. The ace queen off in middle position.
Yeah, it's just rampant.
And yeah, he does 3-bet, which we like. LB calls. Yeah, LB's had lost a few in a row here. It's going to be somewhat tough to continue with fives. I guess I could see this being the kind of hand that like low frequency mixes some check raises maybe, but
yeah, you do unblock King 10, King Queen, those kinds of hands.
Got the heart.
Yeah, Alvy earlier
backdoor
called
wheels.
Earlier he called sixes in a similar situation. It was a little bit different, but
yeah, let's see what he goes for here.
I go B2.
Goes for call.
Yeah, I can just like straight up drink it.
Yeah, I mean, some ideas too. If the turn goes check check, we can turn our hand to a no bluff on the river sometimes.
yeah, I like how you noted the check raise occasionally, maybe on the flop. I mean, I think the pocket pairs like to. I think it's something that people miss a lot with the anti-structure, the pocket pair raises, because it doesn't seem very intuitive. It's like, oh, why would you raise fives on ace jack 2? And if it is, or I'm not saying it is or isn't, but if it is, it's because on blocking all the 10x, king x, queen
I would
x
guess
is
it's
nice.
going to be in there at like 10 to 20%.
Yeah, I think.
But I'm curious to see if I'm right.
Good components too, you know, like you said, the backdoor flush draw on the wheel.
Yeah, like certainly helps that on like the 3 or 4 turn we can just kind of go nuts with it.
Yeah, you're in there.
Ooh, even more than I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, right now we're looking at solution and it's 5s, 4s, 3s. Just likes to raise again.
Yeah, only with the heart, but yeah, the heart combos are all doing it. Like it looked like maybe like closer to a third of the time or so.
Yeah, and like King 10 is doing it, I guess, just because it has enough equity. But typically speaking, you just don't want to have a king or a 10.
Yeah, is this board range c-bet by the way?
Yeah. So
I figured, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I feel like in most 3-bet pots, you can just mash range c-bet. It's going to be okay.
Yep.
If you just look at Explorer here, it's just.
Yeah, especially like an ace Broadway, it just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I wasn't doing enough. I wasn't c-betting enough on quote-unquote bad textures and 3-bet pots, and you realize it just you can just mash it.
Yeah.
Just all across the board. In position, out of position. You have to be much more
especially,
careful.
you know, a lot of our opponents just aren't like finding the right responses to that anyway. So
Yeah.
Outperforms theory.
Yeah, I mean, when 5s through 3s is supposed to raise some percent of the time. Very okay. With.
Yeah, nice flop for L. Doesn't look like he's going to get much action though.
Yeah.
We go back 600.
Yeah, big rookie again. Yeah, he does make the fold, but yeah, he's been, you know, hasn't had too much to play with, so always worth noting, I think.
Is this a 3-bet pot as well?
Yeah, it was a 3-bet pot.
I wonder if 7s is supposed to raise.
He didn't have a backdoor, so
no.
I would guess no anyway though.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
Yeah, and obviously, if anyone's watching, we're just talking about the theoretical approaches. That is only one portion of what goes through, I think.
Yeah.
My mind, at least, when I play, and I'm sure yours too.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I view it as like a baseline for, you know, knowing how strategy is supposed to work, but that doesn't mean like how to best play against a given opponent.
Exactly, and I think it's kind of the art of poker. I feel like almost, you know.
Yeah. Multi-way pot here. Yeah, so it's going to go 3-way. So yeah, again, one of those spots where as PP, I like just kind of range checking most boards and going from there.
Yeah, and Matt just drills it here.
Yeah, Matt is on a heater. Can play either way. I'd say with ace-9 here. Gonna do a decent amount of betting, but I don't mind mixing some checks as well.
Yeah.
I think top and bottom is a hand that likes to do that sometimes.
Yeah, it gets very nuanced. I think versus the undergun opener, we just start to just go for. I don't know. Those top and bottom spots get very weird because sometimes it traps and sometimes it just starts to go for everything. And I think typically speaking, the deeper you are, the more you just start fast playing just because it's like whatever.
Yeah.
And if you're shallow, I think you trap a little bit more.
Seems probably correct. I mean, we also have Gazzy still behind, although granted, like he's not going to get too many bets, I think, on this texture 3-way against like early position raise, early position flat, but
yeah.
You know, some.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like you have the board locked down in some ways, but again, when the opener just has numerous ace-x, we've seen PP check out of position enough. I mean,
yeah,
there's just enough ace-x in the
it's true. Yeah, no. I mean, betting is certainly a good line as well.
And This poker's a very hard game.
All right, so yeah, Fish Bruce now. Again, kind of the same like EP versus middle position. Goes for the 3-bet.
Tens again. Tens again. What's Matt
Yeah,
gonna do
it's
here,
all
Brian?
ace queen of tens. I think call probably. Nope.
Oh wow. He's up now.
Went for the fold. True. Yeah. If it was 45 minutes ago, he would have
He's in
called.
there, yeah. He would have flopped the flush. Flush against the set. Won a big one.
Yeah, with how big the flops have been recently, I'm surprised he didn't want to see one. Live at the Commerce here. Brian Hastings along with Peter Cross.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Just here at the Commerce in Los Angeles.
You gotta do.
Trying to do our best to commentate this very complex game known as poker.
Yeah, especially more complex with the stand-up and all that. Yeah, no, it's been fun tonight. A lot of interesting spots.
Yeah, a lot of nuances, and
Yes.
I think generally speaking, pretty good play too. I mean,
Yeah, I would say, in my experience commentating anyway, one of the tougher lineups I've seen.
see Gazzy open 150 in the hijack. I'll be calling the button.
Pippi, let's see what sizing he went with here. 750.
Just takes it down.
Good enough on this occasion.
Just takes it down.
I just want to do one round.
When they are here.
What happened?
I think, it's my first time seeing Pippi. It seems like he's played pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely has a solid approach to the game.
Yeah, generally, just goes after when he needs to, but
Yeah.
generally, fairly tight.
With gentlemen.
Yeah, tight aggressive.
With gentlemen's agreement or no?
It's the best way.
Yeah, and from what I understand, he's a
Matt, do you want your small blind?
recreational poker player, from what I understand. But it's just kind of wild. I think just the recreational, quote unquote. He might not be. I'm not sure, but it's just the level is just so much
I feel
higher.
like sometimes the lines get like really blurred these days. Like,
Yeah.
I was just listening to the GTO Lab podcast with Orpin Kisakoglu. I don't know his name,
Yeah.
but yeah, like he's a businessman by trade, but like he's all winning in the high rollers now. Like they're he's certainly a really smart guy who kind of doesn't have as much of a business career now. He's kind of like semi-retired from that and devoted a lot of time and energy to poker. Like got some great coaches and now he's winning at the highest levels. So
yeah, it's just
the line the line between professional and non-professional I think is can be blurred.
yeah, I just can't really imagine. Maybe I'll have to ask PP. Like I'm pretty sure he considers himself a recreational. But it's just kind of wild because you can't really imagine 10 years ago, like a recreational player playing at the level he's playing at,
Especially in like live cash too. Like I think there's like an incentive to like label yourself recreational sometimes. Try to get more seats and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Never mind.
Yeah, I think me too, I guess. Too far gone for that now.
Yes. I'm way too far gone. But just in the general observation.
Yeah.
Not necessarily saying this about PP. I have no idea. But, I think in general there's some of that going on.
Because technically you played already standard. But for L, I don't know.
No more technical things.
Okay, let's do
Too much technical.
We don't want people to melt down.
10 is getting bored. 10 is about to leave.
It's too much
10 is
technical
on
here.
VIP.
Yes, I know.
All right, so we have the chip counts. Let's see how things have changed. Last time we checked, Matt was a big loser.
Last time they were kneeling Matt with the 14 big ones.
Yeah, they should put the graphic in for now.
Yeah, Big Rookie really hasn't had cards from what I've seen.
Yeah.
It's not like I don't think he's played excessively tight. I think he just has had bad hands.
Yeah, and how come they don't put a 300?
Okay, so Matt is a small winner now according to the graphic.
Yeah. He's a 14 big blind winner now. He's won 14
he is up
big
14
blind.
big blinds.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Rookie, the second biggest winner. Wow, nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty level game so far. No one getting destroyed.
Yeah, right. Biggest loser being only 5,300 is pretty tame for this game.
Yeah.
yeah, obviously Magoo on the big downturn, chasing the stand-up the last round, which, I think was justified, but
yeah, who knows?
can be like that.
It's just murky territory because on one end I feel like on one end it's justified, like you said, to like try to win and chase, and then you lose like 3 or 4, and you're sitting there like, why am I down 6,000 trying to not lose 1,000?
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, it's probably somewhere in the middle, but it's a very interesting game. That's for sure.
Sure is. Yeah, like you said, definitely different approaches some players use to stand up. Like, yeah, some will be like, yeah, I'm not risking, my whole stack to not lose 1,000. And
yeah.
Others, just factor the math in, price of, so it's kind of what you have to do given the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I have a friend who really believes that like it reciprocates over time, anyways.
All right.
And like thinks it's unnecessary. And what is this? A flip or is this a? Oh wow.
This is, I think, a regular poker hand.
Okay.
What?
This is the worst hand I've ever played.
Big Rookie announces worst hand I've ever played and calls.
He's being honest too.
I'm pretty sure his hand is better than mine.
And then Fish Bruce finds a good disciplined fold.
Right now, says, my God.
Not really priced in when the ranges contain so much Queen X. Just
that can be like a commonly misapplied concept, like pot odds in that kind of spot. Like, yes, we're getting better direct pot odds to continue than if we, we're playing heads up defending or whatever, but we're, our equity in a 7-way pot and like odds of like realizing that are like so low that it's just not going to work out very well.
Yeah, definitely. You see that in tournaments a lot too, where people don't really realize.
Yeah, you just hear it casually at the table, like, oh, everybody called. Well, I guess I have to call.
Yeah.
Pretty wild how much you still hear that, actually.
Yeah, the reverse implied odds too aren't even.
For sure.
Interesting turn.
So L has the best hand with King Queen. Gazzy turns diamonds to go along with his Queen Jack.
These spots are very. I mean, Queen 6-6 deuce specifically. I guess you just assume King Queen's the best hand, but when there's so many people, it does start to get like a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
these top pairs.
Certainly, the odds of a 6 being out there go up when there's 6 people in the pot.
Yeah.
Granted, not quite as scary as if it was like Queen 10-10 or something. But,
yeah, definitely. Big Rookie showed him with the raise. He said it's the worst hand he's ever played. Might as well represent the 6. And Gazzy bricks the flush draw.
Yeah, that's a good point. Big Rookie had the great opportunity to just represent the 6 there. Convincing story.
Probably would have worked. What do you think Gazzy's going to do here? Because it's kind of what we're discussing. Like, Queen Jack seems to... Oh, he just calls. Maybe I'm just seeing the screen. Am I overly tight for thinking that this might not be a snap, given...
You turned it over before I could...
Maybe I'm too tight with a small bet.
I think part of it is just the, it's L. He's just, like, unpredictable enough.
Yeah.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, like maybe it's more of a deliberation against other players.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't snap personally. I would at least think about it for a bit. But
I guess he could just have a weaker queen too. Just Queen 9. Yeah,
that's true.
I'm being too tight. It's hard not to be biased when you see the cards too.
It is. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, earlier when PP had the 6s, I said I would call, and I could see that he's losing. So I'll try not to be, but it is. But again, when you do see 6 people do see a flop, like it is just.
Oh, so fast! I should have bet more.
I have a queen. I don't fold it.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
talking about it.
It seems less and less likely that.
Yeah, Gazzy saying, making a good point. Could have Queen 10.
Yeah. The chop is real too.
Chop is real.
And it wasn't like, what did he bet, like half pot or so?
Yeah, he did go very small.
And you get the 300 as well.
Yeah, you got the 300 as well and did a little button.
I designed this game.
L, the creator of a stand-up game. He designed it.
Wow, 10 with the 4-3-0. Just had enough.
Yeah, enough is enough, sometimes.
And
I'll do the Queen 10 off.
Yeah, Alvy's like not in my house.
Thank you.
see what Tan wants to do.
Did I hear
Ooh.
a raise?
I believe so. And yeah, this is
Enough is enough.
gonna work out. Oh,
Sometimes you just gotta know when it's enough.
does Alvy have the 5-bet in him?
Wow.
Ooh, he's studying. Wow, feels okay.
Some street poker going on.
And I miss street poker like this.
Yeah. I feel like correct me if I'm wrong, 2006 to like 2011 was just like so much of stuff like
a lot
this.
of that, yeah. So they both flop a pair, so there's some real possibilities for this hand to chips to go in here.
I mean, it probably is, right? Like.
Oh, Alvy only has 4,500 left according to the graphic. Actually, I didn't realize this. Thought he was deeper.
Like, I don't think we 4-bet 4-3 to just fold when a 3 comes. I mean, as annoying as it is.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I wonder how Alvy. I wonder if he's just gonna jam here. Yeah. Yeah, he's in.
What's Tan gonna do?
Not a fun spot for Tan.
Yeah. Well, it might be a fun spot, but just it's a gambling spot. You're gonna let it go? It's a lot of discipline to let it go. I mean, obviously, like, I know you just have a 3, but to 4-bet 4-3 and then flop a pair. I mean,
well, Alvy showed it, so I guess Standup's back on, which explains some things.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was wow. That was a wild one. And yeah, you're right. Like, especially considering the stand-up thing. I mean, there's plenty of flush draws out there. Like,
yeah,
it's pretty hard to just bet fold a pair with like that much in the middle at that point.
Yeah, I mean, once you 4-bet a 4-3.
Like, yeah, the SPR on the flop was only like 1.5.
Yeah. But good fold nonetheless. Great fold. Seems.
Well, we didn't get to see the turn and river cards.
That's true. There are some backdoor potentials.
So Alvy with a hard-earned stand-up chip.
Stand-up guy.
And okay, yeah. So L has one from the king-queen hand as well.
I raised 100. But
looks like they're the only two with them so far.
Now Tan has a real hand. So Gazzy with a quote-unquote raise, but I believe that it's just a straddle blind.
I was just thinking the same. It appears that way.
Yeah, apparently straddling currently not permitted in the premises.
You want to just check it down? Serious? You want to? No? Last chance?
What was the question?
I think, does he want to just check it down? But
I don't know if they're allowed in here.
Yeah, it's checking down allowed when stand-up game is going on.
Oh, you're up.
Yeah, I see it. I call. When the stand-up game, come on.
What do you think? You think players should be able to check it down, or you think it's kind of getting into like collusion territory?
Not a big fan of it personally. Yeah, like it's like I guess every situation is different, but certainly if there's any decision point in like the hand previously where like a third player was like had to fold their hand in a real spot, like you know, whatever. If it like folds around to the blinds or something, like okay, like doesn't really matter. But
I got a crappy hand.
Yeah, I think in most spots it could definitely be like a collusion risk.
Yeah, because not that we think they're like actually colluding, but you know.
Yeah, it's more like soft, but like yeah, it's still I would say not great for the game to allow that in most spots.
Yeah, I think he was half kidding, to be fair.
Yeah. No, I don't think Gazzy was being serious there.
PB comes in +2 with the 4s.
Ooh, Magoo.
Is he gonna do the land in, or is he gonna do?
It's like just a call.
Call.
Oh, is that the new meta now? Everybody's just calling or folding with these.
Reasonable. And
King Jack with the best flop of those.
Yeah.
Gutter. Overcard. Magoo's got backdoor hearts. Could consider stabbing this one.
Yeah, not unreasonable.
Ooh,
PP doesn't
PP actually
stab.
bets. That's an interesting bet. I don't think I would bet 4s with no diamond ever, but...
Yeah, I think contrary to the earlier spot, granted it's a whole different spot. Like here, you probably want hands that interact with draws because those hands are going to continue on you.
Yeah.
For one bet.
Diamond comes. Nobody has one diamond.
Yeah, Magoo should just play his hand as if he had 2 diamonds. Just close your eyes.
Yeah,
Just be like, whatever.
pretend he has ace-5 of diamonds.
Exactly. He might. I mean, tempting when it checks to you. I mean, this is tempting. Like,
Well, he probably, of the ranges, he probably actually has the most flushes in this line, like being the button flatter who calls. But
checks it through, and now is...
Pippy's 4s are just good. It's wild. All right, he's going to bluff with the best hand.
There we go. Is Magoo gonna act like he has the ace-5 of diamonds?
Goes for full pot. I mean, not the worst play. Just targeting some mid pairs.
Yeah, what do you ever pull, like, let's say, you know, in the turn spot for Magoo, like, do you ever pull bluffs with not hands that don't contain diamonds?
I feel like you kind of have to for, like, with something. I mean, I guess, yeah, there's just not that many, like, single diamond combos that we have.
That don't have showdown in the line, too.
Yeah.
I
mean, yeah, I guess if, you know, if you peel flop with just, like, yeah, like a low pocket pair with a diamond, that's definitely a real candidate.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, certainly just, like, a straight draw, I think, is a good one to have sometimes.
Yeah, I also
if we
think...
have, like, you know, 10-8 of hearts there or something.
Maybe I mashed this node way too hard. And it's worked out throughout my career. I think it's working a little bit less lately, but like when they bet the flop and check turn, I think there's a huge population of people where you can just start mashing and they're just not going to do anything about it. And obviously they can counter exploit me too by checking for sure.
Yeah, no, I think there's real consideration in Magoo's spot there to just like starting them to bet with the ace-5 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah.
Just like kind of unblocking a lot and, you know, starting to immediately put pressure on Queen X and can choose to follow that up sometimes.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah,
because some of these spots you almost don't want the diamond to start bluffing, especially if you have like a pocket pair. Like, I used to do the opposite where like if I wanted to bluff a pocket pair, I would choose the one that had the flush draw.
Yeah.
But it's really the opposite where the ones that have the flush draw, typically speaking, could just check back because you could just realize. And the ones that don't have flush down have less showdown. And obviously it's different hand class we're talking about.
Curious in that spot, yeah. I mean, obviously it's like multi-way too, so it's more complicated, but...
Yeah, multi-way is just such a extremely difficult game.
All right, we got 10 versus Magoo here. Magoo with the pocket jacks in a good spot. 10 comes out with a lead.
Yeah.
Kind of an idea, actually, on 665.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think these leads get a little bit diminished when the stand-up game's on, though? Because now, like, the cutoff's looser.
Well, yeah, they probably underfold to the lead, but I mean, I think most people also don't find enough raises, so
yeah,
it's probably fine anyway, given that. Yeah, I mean, on a turn like this, like, obviously he's not going to get jacks to fold, but, like, can win the pot with the second barrel a lot here.
Yeah. I was thinking more so also, like, you know, now the offsuit sixes are probably in opening ranges. So, like,
that's
now
true.
near the big blind, you know, that range asymmetry
it's not
exists less.
That's a good point.
But who knows?
I mean, I still think we have more 6x, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, because you're defending, like, all of them probably.
Yeah. Right, yeah, we should probably just defend, like, most of our range when it's just, like, cut off to us heads up.
Yeah, it's really interesting in the big blind ante format. Like, if you're 40 bigs or something, and let's say you open, like, cutoff or something, and you have, like, I'm trying to think of the situation. Basically, like, if you open the cutoff and big blind defends on, like, 9-9 something, there'll be, like, no leads. On Wizard at least, but like 8-8 something will start to lead, and it was just like strictly due to like the offsuit hands like thing. So
that makes sense.
It's very interesting. I remember seeing that once and being
makes sense.
Just open up my eyes on kind of why we're leading, I guess.
Yeah, I think in that spot there, like, you know, cutoff is still can't open that many offsuit sixes. Like ace six, yeah, like maybe like, you know, maybe like a 7-6 even.
Yeah.
King 6 even still feels like too loose
feel a bit
to
loose.
open, I think. Matt raises, Queen 9 of diamonds, big rookie calls.
Matt's back in the mix.
Yep. He's on a heater right now. Be careful.
Yeah, Matt Salsberg. Man of many talents.
That's right. Tan coming along. Tan's been getting in a lot more pots of late.
Yeah, you know, just time is running.
Swinging
low.
Swinging a miss with the 4-3 earlier this round.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting flop here. So yeah, Tan with a gutter and a backdoor spades. Big rookie with top pair. Curious to see how Tan plays it. Definitely a hand that could check raise. It's obviously in a 4-way pot, a little dicier, but I think we get to at least sometimes.
Yeah, it's yeah, against big. Just lets it go.
Just folds, okay. Yeah, seems like a mismatched combination to me to peel 7-4 suited out of the small blind and then just like fold that flop.
So 3 left.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was saying with the 4-3 as well. But hey, I mean, maybe you should try not to compound losses.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not like worth justifying a future decision just because, or you know, sunk cost fallacy or whatever.
Yeah, but you know, that's poker is so interesting. People just have very different viewpoints and perspectives, and just ascertaining those things is sometimes difficult, but much needed to do, I feel like.
Right, yeah, that's a big part of the art. Yeah, obviously, like, the science of poker has come a long way in recent years, but still a lot of art in terms of, like, everybody's approach is different, and everybody's current mental state is different.
Yeah, even at the highest levels, you know, I was watching some GTO Lab stuff, and it was Ben Heath and Jonathan, is it Jonathan Jaffe or Jared Jaffe? Jonathan Jaffe.
Yeah.
And they were kind of like talking about a spot where there's a sim output for sure, but then they're like just elaborating on further like how they think how they would still play it, you know. And I thought it's kind of like easy to like convince yourself at the highest levels that they're just like sim bots and just like playing how the sim plays, but they're going into like some nuances on basically whether or not the 3-bet kings on a FT just being second place against the first place.
Yeah, I watched that one as well. Daniel DeVoris was on there also. Yeah, no, very interesting how like part of it is just like kind of knowing what the correct answer is supposed to be in terms of like the sims, and then another part is like thinking about what does your opponent know, like what's their level of knowledge, how is just like what are their tendencies, like how are they going to tend to be like they talked about the cooperation game, like how is your opponent, if you're the two big stacks at the final table, like is your opponent going to tend to like play with theory and just like play more passively against the other big stack because of that, or are they not going to do that?
Yeah.
And that really, being able to interpret that out of your opponent dictates so much of how you should play.
Yeah, so interesting.
Yeah.
Like I said, I mean, and given that you do that for mid stakes and stuff, but again, even at the highest stakes, that's what they're doing. So.
Yeah, those are really fascinating. I can't recommend enough those GTO Lab final table reviews. Today was the second one.
Yeah, it is. It is a bit wild how it's free.
it is, yeah.
like actually.
Yeah, I know they have some paid stuff they're about to, sell or
I'll probably be paying for it based on just the free stuff I've seen. But
for sure, yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, just having Ike, Leon, and Petrangelo all on there for.
Yeah, I've had a pretty hard no watching anything while I'm playing at poker anymore these days.
Yeah.
But yeah, today I just had my phone out for an hour and a half. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah. The first hand was just so.
Big flop for Matt from the big blind. Heater continues.
Get him go.
Well, hand's not over yet. Big rookie wants to see a turn with ace king backdoor. And he does turn a king, so
should be a good turn for Matt. But
yeah, good turn for Matt. But yeah, as we see, big rookie has 17% equity. Matt goes for the check, and it should work pretty well here. I'm curious if Matt's planning the check raise or check call.
Yeah, what do you think? Just being his friend, and also just kind of how you would.
I think I like raising, but it's interesting with. Just two pairs. Certainly plenty of bad rivers, but big rookie raising under the gun. I feel like we can narrow the range a decent amount.
Yeah.
What's really in there.
Would you have expected big rookie to call ace king diamonds here?
There is some merit to just inducing here with the check call. Maybe big rookie has ace jack backdoor and is just gonna bet the turn because the king's good for him.
Yeah. I'm not extremely shocked. I'm a little bit shocked to see big rookie call the flop, just given But
Yeah, I do think there's some component of like really he just hasn't had a lot of hands to play today, and like part of it is some boredom element perhaps.
Yeah, and I think it's a fine call, by the way.
Yeah,
Just,
no, I don't think it's a bad call either. Yeah,
Just
but I agree
surprise
with what you're saying. Yeah, I think he needs to raise against this bet size.
Definitely.
I mean,
You just gotta. You can't let them set the price. I mean, you gotta set your own price sometimes.
looks like he's grabbing some chips.
And he's aware of the situation.
Jeez, surprise.
2,500.
All right, yeah, kind of a smaller raise. I mean, it was a small bet. I believe the bet was 8 into 33, I think.
Yeah. What do you? Yeah. If it's not a queen on the river, I think I like it a little bit better because I would probably put big rookie often to have a hand like 8s through jacks type thing. But on a queen, maybe you can just go a little bit bigger for like just praying the inelastic king is in there. I don't know. I mean, it's a weird spot for sure.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I like a little bigger on the river, but like, yeah, I mean, I think I do because like the active raising is like already kind of strong to begin with in this node. So yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a huge difference in what he calls 1,700 more versus calls 33,000 more or whatever. So yeah, I think Matt's raise is something like like 35% pot or something of that nature.
It might work out though going smaller because big rookie does seem like he's in pain.
Yeah, maybe it's actually more elastic than we're thinking.
Yeah. I mean, it's good situational awareness. This is kind of
Yeah, I will say this about Matt. Like, yeah, he's not as like studied as some people, but like I do think he has a really good feel for the game, and like I think perhaps I could see him just having a good vibe for like how much he thinks big rookie will pay off, and just kind of going with that.
Yeah, definitely. Big rookie folds.
Does find the fold. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice fold.
Do you love yourself now? It's over, right? It's over. I'll disturb it.
The winner of the first hand gets to distribute.
Yeah. Happily do the work.
Doing it. But yeah, heads up. Yeah.
You give me.
Matt's just on a heater, just running it back up.
Someone cool the man down.
Yeah.
Get a hose.
Get a hose. No, we're happy to see Matt. Matt's always, I feel like he's always deep in tournaments too. I feel like I'm always final 3 tables.
Oh yeah, he's been making runs. Yeah, I know he had some local final table recently. I alluded to the seniors during the WSOP summer. He cashed like 5 out of 7.
Yeah.
I think there was another tournament earlier this year. I played with him in Vegas where he got, I believe, like 2nd or 3rd.
Like I said, nothing guaranteed.
Yeah.
You guys do whatever.
Man can do it.
I was hoping you would still call. But great fold.
Great Twitter account too. If you like poker and comedy, M Salsberg on Twitter.
I'll be back in 1 Wait till he comes back. Everyone's leaving.
Maybe I should have bet like.
Big rookie with a good fold, I guess. I mean,
yeah,
it's hard to fold that, but
yeah, tough fold. But
I feel like he's never good.
Again, it's like if you just feel like the bluffs aren't there. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, seems like everyone's got pretty good feel in this lineup, no matter what.
Yep. All right, so yeah, looks like 3-bet pot, LV, 3-bet the jacks. Big rookie just called after raising under the gun. Check flop. So yeah, this is kind of thematic with the thing we've talked about a bunch here. Just kind of like range C betting some of these spots where, it's both like it's theoretically sound and also just makes it easier to play the hand.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think just kind of nice to just, third pot or whatever with jacks here on the flop and then go from there.
Yeah, especially on a king high board too. Like we just have there's just such a asymmetry in the ranges, right? Unfortunately,
now big rookie's able to, I mean, he's kind of small bets, but he's able to get like two little streets in for value.
Yeah. Mini cooler, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's a small cooler.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't put too much stock in this one result, but yeah, in general, I like the plan of just kind of range C betting.
Yeah, I mean,
especially this kind of texture.
Yeah, and jacks too. I mean, 10s, jacks. I mean, those hands are.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it's nice to get the overcards to fold.
Yeah, right. Like even just getting protection from ace whatever backdoor, or if it wants to call, that's fine too. But the ace 10 of hearts.
Yeah, just taking the pot down is a win in general.
Yeah, right. It's just a spot where we have a range advantage and position as well.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have like, it's different, but in a non-anti-cash game, if you have jacks on the gun, or no, sorry, I think it's button. I don't think it even matters that much, but let's say you have jacks on the button, single raise pot, big blind calls, flop is 10 deuce 3 rainbow at 100 bigs. Jacks is worth like 6 big blinds against range. So like the pot's 6 big blinds.
Yeah.
So it's very, and like jacks will often play like overbet the flop at 100 bigs. At 200 you don't want to because they start getting like the sets being there start to really cut into your EV when you go big even.
Yeah, you can get punished by just check raise big, and you know
Yeah.
you don't want to play like for all your chips with one pair at this point. So.
Yeah. Whereas at 100 at GTO whatever, just give them the money.
Yeah. All right, so another +1 versus +2 spot. L3 bets with king queen off.
Yeah, king 10 suited finds a fold behind discipline.
All right, so heads up, L versus Magoo.
Yeah, they both brick.
And yeah, quick check. Yeah, this is not, I would say, a range bet board. It's kind of tricky. Yeah, L has the 2 bad suits that don't interact with the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is one I'm not betting too much, but probably a little bit still.
Yeah, I still think you can just go for it. I mean, it's just so hard to respond, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but
I mean, I could definitely buy an argument that like just because the reactions to it are inadequate, that like it's fine. But I would expect the same will say that like we'd check a decent amount in this one.
yeah, I think you're gonna see like maybe 30% with like the big sizes being utilized a lot more. But
yeah,
we'll see. Maybe. Yeah, seems about right.
What about the king queen combos? They're all pretty much in there, like a decent amount.
Yeah, I mean it's just one of those spots where like I think if you just range c-bet this, like you're just never.
Yeah,
gonna...
I mean, right. If you probably lock it to that, it's not so much different, I would imagine. All right, so yeah, L up over 10,000 now. We have an actual pretty big winner. Gazzy down 7,800, biggest loser. 10 on a downturn recently as well.
L's just crushing quietly, I feel like. I haven't seen him really win any huge pots, but he just...
He won the one with King 7 offsuit against Magoo, and remember Magoo was chasing Yeah, so he just like squeezed King 7 offsuit, checked back flop, and then called two pretty big streets.
Yeah.
That was a pretty big one. Like probably won like 4,000 on the hand or something.
Yeah, L just quietly crushing all these stand-up games. And one thing about him is just really good awareness of just got a good feel for the game, that's for sure.
Yes.
I feel like he's improved a lot too. I mean, I'm not quite sure, but I feel like he's just learning every day. Yeah, I mean, and a little bit off tangent, but if you change the 8-7-3 to bet everything, like you only lose like 0.13 big blinds, which is nothing. And
not much, and that's also assuming that they're like finding the proper responses.
Yeah, that's assuming they're
not going to happen.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, that's like a very
51% raise.
Yeah, it's just so hard to. Not only is it hard to play against, but I feel like especially when you're playing live, it's just it's too hard to like mix. I feel like those micro frequencies. I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but
I mean, it can be, yeah. But yeah, it's interesting to note this though too, that like, yeah, I mean, this is, if you're playing against an opponent who's like, has the correct pre-flop range and is just range betting, you can just raise 51% of hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we start off both tight, like we're not gonna want to continue as a flat, like.
Do you want to do a round, guys?
Round coming through. But yeah. But one reason why I've deviated to like this is I used to check back way too much and would kind of not win.
Okay.
On America's Card Room. Then I looked into it and I was like, you know what? Just.
Yeah, I know that's one thing I've seen Alex Ponikov say is like, like he kind of subscribes to that, like a lot of like small c-bets in position theory, just thinking they like outperform his theory.
Gazzy B with the ace-8 under the gun.
Did he beat it?
No, it's not. It's a straddle.
Straddles. Yeah, okay.
Pseudo straddle.
Matt.
3-bet.
Heater continues. Yeah, more of a raise with the kings against the blind raise UTG.
Is stand-up on?
That's a great question.
Gazzy surely at least calling.
Yeah.
Is Matt's heater going to continue?
Nope. Well,
Probably not.
Probably not. See, you could really test the heat by seeing if you can find a King of Hearts here.
Yeah, here too. What do you think about his check back on the flop? Because I'm betting all the time here.
I think on specifically ace wheel, I think it's good to have check backs. I don't think we should range bet.
Yeah, I had a coach who told me just cut off button. You can just range bet ace high boards just because you just open all the offsuit ace X.
I think we can get really punished on ace wheel by that. And
Yeah.
like, I know I do it myself to people who range bet on these boards.
Yeah.
But that said, yeah, I mean, I guess obviously it depends on your opponent again. I know you sound like a broken clock with that, but yeah, I mean, if your opponent's not finding the correct like bluff check raises and stuff, then sure.
It definitely matters. Yeah, what are you bluff check raising here? Just anything with the 5, a 2, a 3, basically?
Yeah, like 5-7 of clubs, or like yeah, just
2 diamond hands.
Any
like
any like
that.
deuce 3 or deuce 5 or yeah, any diamonds I think is probably fine. Preferably like lower cards, but.
And if we are checking, kings is just a really good hand to check, I assume.
Yeah, I mean kings is gonna like be if we have a checking range, kings is gonna be very high check here. Matt eating an apple and Mulligan's decision over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, tough spot. I would imagine kings mixes in theory. What do we think Gazzy is doing here? Definitely a capable player who has bluffs.
Yeah, it's definitely it's tough. It's a tough situation.
And Matt finds the fold, so in some ways the heater continues.
Yeah, it's been like you said,
Actually,
good feel for the
these
game.
boards get leads sometimes too. Actually, by the way, maybe not in this, but in at least any list cash.
You have to wait until after the cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. You can put that out.
All right, looks like no stand up.
To protect you. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think they were discussing no limping because they can only blind raise.
Yeah, that seems totally justified, I would say.
It's always annoying when you're at the Commerce 510, everyone wants to blind raise, and there's one guy who's like, no, I'm limping. You're like, dude.
Yeah, I had a few of those. Yeah, like it would fold around to the big blind and be like, okay, call. You have no option. Call.
To be fair, though, I think there's a lot of edge in the blind raise limping okay setups because people don't understand. Like, they'll limp the small blind, and then they'll play it as if it's like a normal blind versus blind situation.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
So there's a lot of like Magoo with the Jack 10 off 3-bet here. Or no, it's not a 3-bet, it's an open because of the straddle. L 3-bets the King Jack offsuit, and then Tan with a tough spot here. It is an open and a 3-bet, not a 3-bet and a 4-bet, essentially speaking. And then Tan's in the straddle with Ace Queen O. Yeah, I like
always
his decision.
Always a tricky spot. Although against these positions, yeah, I think we want to. Yeah, I think 4-betting is ideal with Ace Queen, given that it's button small blind.
Yeah, I mean the way I play these spots, assuming that people are not nits, is like you can just find like Ace Queen off and King Jack suited to like kind of be your bottoms to linearly like 4-bet in, and it's never going to be that bad, Occasionally.
Right. Yeah.
Occasionally they're too tight.
Definitely the qualifier that they're not a nit though.
Yeah.
Sometimes that could be a thing that comes up is like you just think the 3-better is like super tight and then.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, I mean there's spots where it is wild. I mean if I think someone's tight, like I'll just fold jacks to a 3-bet off 20 big sometimes,
Yeah.
It's just you open under the gun, they 3-bet you +1, and they go 7 big blinds. It's just.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Those happen.
Yeah, so good 4-bet by Tan. Technically a 5-bet, but. What's going on here?
Right, looks like 10's in the pot with some cards. All right, he's ace 10. So yeah, 10 with top pair against Magoo with middle pair.
This is a board you think we should check back? It's kind of hand a lot too. Kind of going back on.
I think this hand actually makes for a nice bet. I think like we get it in good against most other 6x and 4x, and we have more turns that improve us. Yeah, I think I would like choose to kind of mostly bet my good 6s and then check the medium bad ones.
How do you interpret the middle blind calling? It's not quite small blind call. It's not quite big blind call. It's kind of like somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, probably just like a somewhat condensed medium range. Well, I mean, Tan's made some kind of like loose peels as well from blinds, so I don't think it has to be that tight actually.
Yeah,
but
maybe literally somewhere in the middle. Maybe you think about like a small blind range, a big blind range, and you kind of just average it out.
Yeah, maybe just like a little bit tighter than a regular like big blind range.
Yeah. Yeah, the middle blind dynamic too. Always a little bit interesting.
It is.
It looks like Bruce is picking up, or
You're waiting, right, Bruce?
oh.
Yeah, so he's done.
He's done. Enough is enough.
Got the 108.
Right.
Don't recall exactly how much he won or lost. I don't think it was a big number either way.
9 and 1.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a relatively peaceful session. Of course, some people are down 10K-ish, but...
Have a good one, Bruce.
Goodbye, Bruce. Probably going to dinner. Like he's always going to dinner. Always ask him where you going. He's like, I'm going to dinner.
Thank you. Wonder where he's going.
Yeah.
What time is it?
Yeah, probably about 20 to 30 minutes left, perhaps, or we started a little bit late, so maybe more.
Starting now?
And straddle, and being blind.
Starting right now.
When did we start the straddle?
We we just keep
One of us. You want to just finish
keep
the straddle and then?
the blind raise on. Just keep the blind raise on. It's only half an hour.
Constant negotiations are always funny.
Yeah, it's always.
Yeah,
I get tired of them, honestly.
Yeah, let's just finish the straddle and go back to the stand-up game.
Oh, just
Yeah, interesting. I'm looking at the ace-4 deuce spot. You're absolutely right about not range betting. Then I guess I'm misconstruing it with if you're 40 effective, you can just go for it, which makes a lot of sense. If you're 40 effective and they got it, they got it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like a threshold where if you have ace X, you're just like kind of whatever. Like
and you have every ace X, whereas at 100,
Yeah.
It's good that you pointed that out because I'm definitely misplaying. I was definitely, man. Whatever, people aren't punishing me for it either, but still.
Yeah, true. It's probably not going to hurt you at all.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, certainly in theory, playing 100 big blinds, you can just go pretty wild from the big blind against even against a normal bet, but especially against like a range bet.
400 for first hand.
Okay, so Gazzy 250, 10, 3 bets, or we're just gonna call it a 3 bet. Don't need to keep classifying the statement.
Yeah.
So now it's coming.
Yeah, pretty standard call. Good for Gary finding it. Especially good when
Yes, good call, Gary.
good call when you fall middle set. But I mean, these spots are interesting because if you're playing no ante, like you do have to just start mixing folds.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna ask about that. Yeah, I know. In no ante cash, I know we're mixing some folds with these like small to mid pocket pairs in these spots. But
yeah, you just can't always.
Yeah, I know in ante it's much more incentivized to continue, but
yeah, you have to call an ante, and in no ante, you kind of almost like. I feel like it's a spot you'd almost prefer to fold, but you have to like have it in your range a little bit. It's just like it's a very zero EV, like 50% of the time type thing.
10 turns top pair of aces.
Yeah, this is
interesting. Definitely a spot where a bet or check are both reasonable. Yeah, he's going to go with the route that's going to be rough for him.
Yeah. What do you do here in Gary's shoes? Are you fast playing, or are you trapping the king, jack, king, queen types more? What would you do here?
I would probably tend to slow play this node, especially on a pure rainbow board.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Yeah, I think if there are more like plausible like combo draws that like say it was turn ace of diamonds, then we could have like 6-5 of diamonds or something that wants to check jam some, or 7-6 of diamonds, or like yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out what bluffs want to just check jam the turn. So
yeah, Gazzy agrees with you too, and I think that's great analysis. Gazzy just finds the call.
Yeah, I think that's going to be best.
It's good that I think you kind of pointed out. I was pointing out more like what he's bluffing, but you're pointing out more like what we're repping. And I think like maybe it's good that you're pointing that out too, because like, it really matters what you're repping.
Yeah,
right?
it's like both. Yeah, just how do we want to proceed with our various parts of our range, and yeah, I just think it's kind of hard to find what's. Oh wow. Yeah, this is the he jammed. Okay, wow.
Yeah.
That's don't love the river jam here. I think it's too thin.
I agree. That being said, I think he had half pot left.
True. Yeah, it wasn't for that much. That is true.
But it is.
But yeah, I mean, we're kind of just trying to get called. I mean, I guess we could, optimistically, like Gazzy could have like an ace-3 or something that peeled flop, and
yeah,
that's probably like the hand to get paid off by. But yeah. Otherwise, we're like just trying to get heroed by like a Jack-10 or something. Seems optimistic to me.
Yeah, I feel like maybe it's Jack-10's quote-unquote supposed to, maybe, but like, does it actually happen in reality? Probably not. Like,
yeah, especially like we're just talking on the turn about like, oh, do we want to try to keep like the bluffs like a King Jack or King Queen in? Well, yeah, those cards all just made hands. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the other consideration by the river. It's just kind of hard for us to have so many bluffs.
But for what it's worth in tan, in general, you don't want to go too crazy with this, but in general, like whatever. If you have half pot behind, you have top pair, it's never going to be like
I agree
the
with that.
absolute worst play. Like he knows it too. Like you just know, like before he bet, when he got called, you can just tell he knows that it's like a bit thin. But
yeah, and I mean, yeah, one other thing I'll say too is like certainly a lot of players just have like the leak that they don't value bet thin enough.
Yeah.
Like I'd say there's more of that than like players who like value bet too thinly. So yeah, I'd say population is more biased to just do too much, not be aggressive enough, not pursue enough value. So
yeah,
I mean, credit to him for just having the idea, trying to go for it. Yeah, I think this particular spot a little thin, but like I think in general, like it's a good thing to be looking for thin value bet spots.
Yeah, I think it depends pre-flop too. I mean, I'm looking on GTO Wizard here. You see that like King 8, King 7, King 6. These suited kings have to mix 3 bets sometimes. 7-6. So like against someone who maybe is 3-betting a lot, then they're gonna have more bluffs. Then you can value bet thinner because you have more bluffs, so they're gonna bluff catch you more. Whereas here, he's probably perceived not to have these kinds of hands. So
true.
We got okay.
Sorry, there's some big hands here, so let's pause on that. So check through on the flop with all these hands. Alvy notably last to act, check back ace jack on the button, and he does not have the best hand now on the turn. L turn Broadway.
Everyone's got a little bit of something. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, Matt's got a king. 10 has king 10, so king and a open ender.
What? It checked all the way to Alvy again? Like what? Oh no. Okay. L bets 200. Okay, that makes more sense. 10 calls, Alvy calls. Surprisingly, not a lot of money going in, given the hands.
Yeah, I mean, there are even bigger hands to be concerned about, I guess. Yeah, I think Alvy's flop check pretty surprising, I would say. It's just like, it's a strong hand, but I don't think it's so strong that like it's worth like slow playing in that spot.
Yeah, especially on King, Jack, 2 diamonds. With his stack as well. And you can't really blame L for just betting himself, because like, you don't really expect him to check through a flop with the jack. You know what I mean? So
agreed.
Like, they're not really.
Yeah, and he goes for like 2/3. It's like pretty solid sizing through way here.
Yeah.
10 rough stretch for him recently.
Yeah. What would you do? Assume as Alvy if tan folds and it gets to you?
I mean, I think I just call.
Just call.
Don't love it. Are you considering a fold?
No. I was wondering if raising's too thin.
I think it's definitely too thin. Yeah. I mean, 4-way pot facing, bet call, then 3-way river. Yeah.
I guess no stand-up positions are tight.
I think it's just a call. I mean, obviously, we lose the ace 10 and 10-9.
King Jack, Queen Jack still very much in there.
Yeah. Alvy is deliberating.
Yeah, you think he's deliberating between folding and calling, or raising and calling?
Probably raising and calling, I would think. But for me, I was thinking like folding seemed closer than raising. But I don't think we can fold though. I think it's just a call. Ooh, he does raise. I would imagine L's just gonna eventually call. Doesn't feel awesome, honestly, with ace 10 here to be raised, but
especially when it goes check back flop, like it just call turn now raise.
It's just like you're like, oh, how does he ever have a bluff here?
It just seems like he has
what value do I beat? But like, I mean, the price is really good. Like,
yeah. Yeah, especially when they check and then call, it just seems like they had king jack or like queen jack that just locked the board down. It's just like, obviously you don't want to go too much into assumptions, but it does feel like you're saying a bit gross with ace 10.
Yeah.
What do you have?
I have nothing but
And Albie seems like he's picking up. Yeah, it's kind of brutal too, you know. We both agree that checking back the flop probably isn't the best play. At the same time, you know, it's still going to have high EV. It's not the worst play.
Yeah,
and then you just get max
no.
punished for it.
For sure. Like, yeah, it's not unreasonable to like have some checkbacks. Yeah, obviously the queen turn is extremely unlucky in this spot as well.
Yeah.
It was otherwise, I mean, besides like the case king, I think that was the only other out he had to fade. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't think it's like some huge blunder or anything, and it's like it can be nice to have some jack X after we check flop, certainly.
It probably just always feels worse when because he probably almost feels like he's allowed it, you know, which like it's always rough when it goes that way, kind of.
For sure. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, like I think the raise is like a little thin, but it's, you know, I get it though.
For another stand-up game.
Oh, so we're not playing stand-up right now?
No.
Okay.
You guys want to keep the 100 on though for the last 20 minutes or so?
Keep the 100 on for the last 20 minutes. Magoo.
Good hand to keep the 100 on with.
Yeah. One time I was at a home game. I wanted to look like action. Did a random straddle, and I looked down at aces, and I won a big pot off someone who, like, for sure thought that I was, like, cheating, or you know what I mean? Like, but there were other people who saw me, like, not look, but it was very awkward.
Yeah.
Magoo here with the jacks at the quote-unquote straddle. Obviously, they've agreed to it, but...
Then that would count.
Yeah, Magoo had a nice start earlier. You know, had a kind of a rough go of it since then.
Yeah.
Good spot for him to potentially get some back here.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Goes for, looks like 13, I think.
You think PB calls here?
You got some back after a
What's that?
Looks like he folded already.
Yeah. Good comeback.
I think I would have guessed no, but I wasn't like super confident.
Yeah.
In that.
Play bad though.
It's a bit close, right? Maybe not against the big blind, but...
I think it's like a little bit close, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's in there
Oh,
pure.
wow.
For 5 days.
I know versus small blind, it's like for sure a call.
Go inside. Locking it up.
Yeah, small against small blind, it's even wider.
Yeah, I've definitely looked at way more no any spots, so I'm like a little biased that way.
But I mean, you also have to assume that like they're finding like, you know, this kind of like ace 7 off sometimes, and the jack 7,
right.
10
yeah,
7,
obviously,
10 6,
obviously
9,
some of these
6.
3-bet hands are not really going to be in there. I'd say most. Yeah, I mean, look at all the king X offsuits like at frequency.
I think people just don't do
King
this
Jack to
either.
King 4.
Yeah.
You?
I live in London.
Oh, okay. You do
in-
content?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I'm in Linwood right now.
Where the hell is that?
This is about 7, 8 miles south of here.
Okay.
7, 8 miles south, Linwood.
I play at another casino, and I wanted one that was like in between the two. So
I see.
We're just going to ignore what Gazzy just said. He didn't just say that, but
How long are you here for?
there are no other casinos in LA
Yeah,
besides the
Commerce is the best place to play.
That's the only place. Right off the 5.
Where else can you walk in at 11 a.m. on a weekday and find multiple 5-10 games to hop into?
Or 3 a.m. on a weekday, too. Gazzy B,
also
wow. Did he look down at his cards, or did he just have...
Wow. He's giving some action here.
That's what I was saying.
Are they actually just going to fold? Oh, no. Okay. L comes with a raise. Ace 9 offsuit. I mean, probably just going to go 3-bet and then fold.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Yeah, I think at 100 plus, I mean, they're very deep, right? 150 plus, you got to go for it. But there are spots, I think, in tournaments, right? You just flat the aces, whoever's blind, shallow.
Shallow, yeah.
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, much more shallow than that.
Yeah, like 30 bigs effective. You just reel them in a little bit, maybe.
We came in for 3 months. It was absolutely fantastic.
But yeah, no, any kind of like deep SPR situation, like just gotta put more money in.
Yeah, just get it in, especially when they. Or I guess there's no limping in this, so I guess it's a little different, but.
True. That does make a big difference, but yeah.
Just put the money in.
But every time with you.
All right, another pretty nice hand in the straddle or blind raise spot.
Every single stream, like when I play with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you everywhere then.
I go broke soon.
Cool.
Yeah, you had a tough night to lose.
So do you work for the company, or are you an independent writer?
Yeah,
I saw
independent. I mean, you basically.
I know, I saw that.
Good with ace 10 off, 250. Gazzy B calls the middle blind, very reasonable.
So technically, I work for myself, and then.
3-betting, reasonable as well.
Yeah,
Seems like a little bit of both can be done.
Yeah, agreed.
For whatever.
Yeah. Ooh, Tan goes for the squeeze.
Tan's been mixing it up.
Get away. Two of
Can I stay flop?
Yeah.
Kind of a tricky spot for Gazzy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just lets it go. I mean, we're just so capped after we just call there. It's tricky to realize with those hands.
Yeah, I'll double cold call there if I feel like my opponent is just gonna give me everything if I flop a set. Which some people, when they 3-bet you, they probably just have aces, kings, queens. So.
Yeah.
But at these stakes, probably not so much. You know, most people are pretty seasoned at these stakes.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think I tend to just fold a lot in those spots. Probably getting exploited a bit by doing that, but yeah,
probably.
just feels so bad playing with like the super capped range there.
Yeah, probably not though. You know, he still has to go through the button open, which.
Right, yeah, it's like the whole shared defense thing, so I don't feel less badly about it.
Yeah, granted wide position, but still.
Yeah.
Playing tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the small blind, but it is interesting if like cutoff opens, button calls, small blind squeezes, then like the button now has like some back jams off like 60, 70. It's like ace jack suited, ace 10, like.
Yeah.
Being out of position is always rough, and like you said, when they kind of know what you have, generally like condensed to what regions, it gets a bit difficult, but.
So, check flop here. Pippi turns a pair and bets, and L just quickly out of there.
Let's it go.
L knows.
Now we're kicking the.
Very interesting response.
There's only 20 minutes left, probably.
This is 2 blinds, so it's way different. Not way different, it's different, but.
Sure.
Let's play out.
Yeah, I know it's like a very high fold, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Darren Elias talks about it, though. If you think they're just going to give you 8 times your bet when you flop a set, then flick it in, whatever. Stack them.
It is possible to flop a set and lose, though.
That, too, yeah. He doesn't talk about that.
Yeah, I would say I probably used to like overset mine, and now, I mean, there's still a good reason to do it, but yeah, I think I'm definitely more cautious than I used to be.
Yeah, it's a trap because you just leak off enough, and I think the biggest thing is like I only do it if I'm fairly confident that like they're just gonna give me everything when I do hit, because like you said, sometimes it's not the best hand. Sometimes boards get bad for them too.
Yeah, like you flop a 10-6-2 all hearts, and they have aces with the ace of hearts. Like it's okay, it's not a bad spot, but like not winning every time or anything.
Yeah, it lowers the average out. When you do lose those spots. Like obviously, if you know that's gonna come, you take it every time. But if that's quote unquote a lot of the best
but if you're saying you need to win like 8 times your bet to justify, then that's cutting into that because you're not.
Yeah, it's definitely a
lot of like winning the pot there. Yep.
Big rookie. A lot of good hands on the gun. Pseudo straddle.
All right, we got a battle of the ace kings brewing.
Yeah.
How much did he get?
Yeah, Gazzy, this deep in position, definitely playing a good amount of calls here. It is against small blind though, so I mean, I would,
I think merits for either.
Would be mixing. I think I'm still leaning more calls than raises here, but certainly it can do some of both.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel great to get in 150 big blinds with ace king, especially live.
Making eyeglass lenses.
At the same time.
Yeah, I got in the ace king off against aces like a few sessions ago at 5-10. Felt bad.
Yeah, it's the ace king spots can get so.
In hindsight, I'm just like, I'm probably just getting it in deadish like every time here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not saying in this game, like people are doing more aggressive things, but
yeah. It's interesting too.
But yeah, like I don't know. Don't know too much about Pippi. So, I mean, it's hard to say how good Gazzy should feel if Pippi just rips it here.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. I've definitely 4-bet folded Ace King in a no ante cash games very often for a little bit deeper than this, 200 big blinds and stuff.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure.
Yeah, and if you look at no ante stuff, it's actually very interesting. Well, they both flop king. Sometimes there's like this 70 big blind 5-bet range that folds to a 6-bet jam. Like it gets very. I don't know how practical it is. It does start to get very impractical, but a lot of nuances to Ace King off deep. Here they both flop a king. PP free rolling.
Yeah, still interesting just to see how they proceed. Yeah, so Gazzy was the 4-better. He's coming with like a quarter pot, pretty standard, I would say.
Yeah, good size. Quarter pot, 4-bet pots, 20%, 25%. It's still piles, You just see 26 big blinds in the middle, just off 1 bet.
Into the Far East now, but it's also really good for India.
India's the GG moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You can make this a real GG moment if some diamonds roll off. I wouldn't wish that upon my friend Gary Blackwood.
I think we're not entirely sure what's going on here.
Yeah, I think there's some bet sizing stuff. I think they're missing 50 from somebody.
Oh, in the big pot.
Yeah, we're finishing soon. I don't think you need to go.
All right, so no GG moment in terms of 2 diamonds coming, but yeah. So as Gary, are you ever playing checks here?
Probably not. You're just so ahead, and like I think you just make it like anywhere from B20 to B25 again. It's still somewhat geometric, and then you can just really put them in a world of hurt. I'm not sure if that's necessarily GTO, but if you're sitting here with PP with queens or jacks, Gary makes it 1,500, 2,000. Like, it's just such a brutal spot.
Yeah.
Like I said, it might not be the most GTO approach, but...
Yeah, I think for me, I think I would consider it. I'm not sure. Maybe like some low frequency. I think the idea is more just like protecting my checking range for whatever. If I do have like hands like that, especially like the Queens Jacks region, definitely going to want to check those some. So balancing that with like a little bit of, and like Ace King seems like a nice candidate because it needs like no protection basically.
Yeah, these spots are so interesting. I think from what little studying I've done, you just kind of merge the turn a lot rather than check back in a lot of these king high ace high boards, but I could be way wrong. But I don't know, this is where the 10% pot comes in and stuff too. Like, it gets very like weird and small, and I could be just very well wrong. And that's a good point. I'm kind of maybe I'm thinking a little bit too much about my actual hand than my range.
Yeah, so yeah, river goes check, which makes sense. The Queen of Diamonds is a very scary card, particularly for Gazzy, who does not have a diamond.
Yeah.
So
Gazzy bets, maybe he doesn't win. Maybe PP just goes, all right, I got the ace of diamonds. Let me stick it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, it was button versus big blind, right? Essentially.
It was small. It was small. It was cut off small.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yeah, that's gonna do it for the game. Yeah, so definitely some interesting spots tonight.
Yeah, very last hand.
We'll see the final tally here. Love to see my friend Matt Salsberg with a nice comeback after a rough start.
Might be the biggest winner. Him or L?
No, he didn't win that much, but he got out.
Yeah, he came back.
Feels like a big win. Let's see it. The VPIP. Yeah, Magoo wins it. Definitely earned that in the stand-up game.
Yeah, he had a good start, and then the stand-up game kind of got him. But that's part of the game, right?
Yeah. Matt was small winner. Yeah, L is the big winner today, and Tan the big loser. Pretty rough stretch at the end there.
Yeah.
Including doubling up Gazzy's set. So yeah, Gazzy got out too after being down for most of the session. Ends up booking a win.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Well done. Pretty a lot of interesting hands today. Anything notable that stood out to you, Ryan?
I mean, definitely, always of interest in the stand-up game and just how different players are approaching it. Trying to think, on an individual hand level, trying trying to think. Any other standing out to you? Sorry, my memory is the worst.
Just everyone seems to play pretty intuitively. Even like some guys who might not be as studied or whatever you may. It seems like everyone kind of has a good feel in the game today. Like,
I will say one thing that stood out in general is just like this was definitely one of the tougher games I've commentated on here. I thought it was a pretty tough lineup. So kudos to these players that are coming out and battling.
Yeah, it was fun to watch.
Much respect.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. Sometimes it's not as fun when the players are a little bit less experienced, but when everyone's kind of on the same playing field, it feels like more like a strategy game watching.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm a poker nerd, but love to see just like the good players battling the different strategies being used and exploits and counter exploits.
Yeah, you got to be a poker nerd these days to if you want to do well, right? It's too hard not to be. It's too hard not
For
to
real.
be. Yeah. Well, seems like we're gonna be shutting off.
Oh yeah. That's the end of the night. Yeah. So hope you all had fun today. This is Brian Hastings here with Peter Cross.
Yeah,
we
thank
had
you
a
for
good
watching.
time. Be back soon for another edition of Live at the Commerce.
Yeah, pleasure commentating. Thank you, Brian.
Yep.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, everybody.
Indeed. Thanks to all the staff. Take care.
Goodbye.